All right.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. It's not up. Good morning. Oh, my hot. So we will start the agenda. The next item on the agenda is item 15, call to order and roll call to establish quorum. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that a roll call vote can be established for quorum.
Member Bradford. Here. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills. Present. Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Here. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer. Present. Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis. Present. Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Here. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki. Here. Member Tamaki is present. Excuse me. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. It takes 5 to establish a quorum. There are 9 members present. A quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. I will now turn to Ms. Aisha Martin-Walton for public comment. We'll start with the phone lines, and then we have a list of folks from yesterday for in-person public comment. And if we have time remaining, we'll take some more in-person public comment. So Ms. Martin-Walton.
Sure. Good morning. Chair Moore, are we 2 minutes today is similar to yesterday? Yes? Yeah. All right. Good morning,
2 minutes.
everyone. My name is Aisha Martin-Walton. I'm with the Department of Justice, and the task force would like to hear from each of you. The public comment period will be for approximately 1 hour, and each person will have 2 minutes. Please be advised that in fairness to everyone, at the 2-minute mark, you may be politely interrupted. However, please know that there is a public comment period during each meeting, and the task force highly encourages you to participate. Also, you may submit your written comments at any time via email at reparationstaskforce@doj.ca.gov. And we have a list of in-person folks. We will call you your names after we're done with the phone call-in commenters. So with that, we will start the call-in. So Leah, good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you have a comment from the phone lines, you may press 1, then 0 on your telephone keypad.
All right. Can we have the first commenter, please?
It'll just take 1 moment, please.
All right. Thank you. So we're starting at 9:15.
All right, and we go to line number 16. 1 moment here. And line 16, you may go ahead.
Yes, good morning. This is
And line 16, you may go ahead.
good morning. This is Angela.
Good morning. This is Angela, I need you to, or line 16, I need you to mute your other device that you are on. Angela, I need you to, or line 16, I need you to mute your other device that you are on.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
All right. I hope that's better. This is Angela Nirvana. I've been in my feelings since 2 members on the task force said that there's been racist remarks at these hearings. I've been at every last one of them. I've never heard anyone say anything racist. So I thought it would be helpful to define what being racist is and to give an example or two, since calling freedmen racist is catching all over the nation. Racism is having killed for and stolen freedmen repair to amass power with the freedmen vote to make us bottom caste, while whites, who are immigrants too, none of you are native to this land, eat from the wealth our ancestors generated with their lives, and then legislate freedmen oppression with your war on drugs and poverty. Racism is making California a sanctuary state and giving illegals the right to vote, work, obtain driver license, and be granted protection from deportation, while freedmen suffer the highest rates of unemployment underemployment, homelessness, and incarceration. In 2020, CalMatters stated Black renters have been disproportionately forced out of cities as costs and evictions climb. The Black population has plunged 45% in Compton, 43% in San Francisco, and 40% in Oakland. Racism are the ethnogenocidal plans of our government at every branch to erase and replace us with immigrants with our own vote before making us American and then picking and choosing which ones of us should benefit from reparations when the majority of us are living the vestiges of every harm as outlined in that 500-page prelim report. American freedmen, in closing, can be prejudiced, but we can never be racist. We don't have the money nor the power to oppress anyone. We are on life support right now, losing ground daily. And I'm not a racist for calling out immigration as the American freedman albatross that it is. Just look at the data. If you wouldn't dare to fix your mouth to call the late, great Senator Barbara Jordan a racist, then don't call the most oppressed group a racist. That's the very definition of elitist. Thank you for allowing me to share. I'll land there.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Leah, next line.
Next is line 13.
Good morning. My name is Christina Griffin Jones. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm with the California Black Power Network. For Black people unable to trace their lineage due to the various issues uplifted by community, issues like adoption history, access to resources, houselessness, or because they descend from a Black immigrant, should still be entitled to full or partial compensation based on meeting a number of criteria. A starting point for this criteria is outlined in the very comprehensive memo submitted by the California Black Power Network, created in partnership with Black-led and Black-serving community organizations across the state. This criteria would ensure those incarcerated during the war on drugs, those impacted by segregated schools, and other harms outlined by the task force are eligible to receive compensation for those harms. Many of the proposed timelines for the 5 categories of harm extend to the present. We recommend a residency requirement that is not tied to a specific historical event or a particular cutoff date in the past to ensure that all Black people in California within a proposed timeline are eligible for reparations. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Leah, next line.
Next line number is 33. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
This is John Mudd. I called yesterday, and I watched the meeting, and I seen you. I seen you all high off the hopium because they rolled out this little commercial. But I'm not satisfied because I talk to people every day about reparations, and I bring up this task force, and no one knows about it. But you know who is promoting this? Fox News and Daily Mail. And I know y'all heard them. You heard the naysayers from other communities call up and talk trash about this whole thing. And I don't even know what to say at this point. You've given them all the ammunition they need to tear this down with this whole fiasco with the Bunch Center. You heard them talking about, they're just going to mismanage the money. Well, you've already given them like everything. And where do you think we're going to go from here? If we weather the storm and we actually get through this and they push this through, if you set up this situation where it's just going to be an institution that's doing oversight over all these little nonprofits, if we have another scandal, do you know how much damage you're going to do to the reparations cause? Like I hope Narcan and Cobra are happy, because you idiots are causing nothing but problems for us. You need to get out of this fight. You need to find something else to do. Go on vacation to the Caribbean, go to Africa, do your little Pan-African nonsense, but stay out of politics. Because all you all do is mess things up. You don't have enough sense to understand what you're doing. But, look, again, we need a full service Freedmen's Bureau. We need something that if something goes wrong, we
Excuse
don't
me,
have to
sir.
run it
Thank
down
you
a
so much
different
for your
little.
comments this morning. I'm so sorry to have to cut you off, but thank you. Leah, next caller, please. Thank you.
The next caller is line 12. You may go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Leah. My name is Katrina Hassan Hamilton. I'm a native Californian. I grew up in Inglewood. I currently reside in San Diego, and I'm sitting here with my 10-year-old daughter. Hi, I am Rakaya Abisamila. Well, I'm Miss Katrina's daughter, and I'm in 5th grade, and my favorite color is baby blue. And her favorite color is baby blue. She's in the 5th grade. It's important for us to be here because as an educator, as someone who grew up in California, I've never been anywhere else. I really want to thank this task force. I know you've heard a lot of things. I want to give a special greeting to Dr. Shirley Weber, Dr. Sheila Weber, and of course, Council President Pro Tem Monica Montgomery Stepp, Dr. Amos Brown for your advocacy, Senator Stephen Bradford, and Chair Attorney Camilla Moore. No matter what you hear, this is a huge undertaking, and we are very proud of you. So my mother came from Chicago to California in 1959. And it's important for us to make sure that we include the history of African American Muslims. I have not heard the history of African American Muslims on this whole reparations task force. And I want to make sure that we're included because we have a history that goes from policing in the 60s all the way up into burning of our businesses in Los Angeles, on Central, and in Broadway in 92. People say it's from people in the neighborhood, but it was others who came in. And I'm living testimony to that. But in my 12-page document that I will be emailing to you, I do want to ask you, when you state in your executive summary about providing funding for African American schools, that we also include land and funding for private-owned Black K-12 schools like Isla Academy that's thriving in Los Angeles and Il Amode that's thriving in Oakland.
Thank
We know
you
what
so
to
much.
do with our
I'm
children.
so sorry to have
Thank
to
you.
end you in the middle of your sentence, but thank you for that helpful testimony this morning. Thank you. Leah, next caller, please.
That is line 35. You may go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning again. Nice to be here today. My name is Ivy Jean. I am president of Africa. That's spelled AFFREECA. And it stands for American Freedom Fighters Resource, Educational Excursions and Community Advocacy. Our website is FREEAFFREECA.com. As you know, from the last conference in San Diego, we advocate for reparations in the form of free travel and free education, two things that were prohibited from us during the institution of slavery in America. Our goal is to empower African Americans through travel and create pipelines into industries such as aviation and STEM programs, other than the traditional industries that we tend to go for, like entertainment and sports. Africa is a nonprofit organization registered as a 501c3 through the IRS, and we hope to gain donations from government entities, corporations, philanthropic organizations. We do not want our donations to come from the people that we are trying to help. That would be like asking the homeless to pay rent. I hope that you will consider our programs going forward during your deliberations. Once again, our website is freeca.com. We hope to partner with all organizations who support our initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah, next line, please.
That is 21. You may go ahead.
Yes, my name is Marcavius Johnson, business owner of Keppel Rock Books, Fly America Aboriginal Civil Society. I want to pose the question, what if we are successful? Propaganda and distortion of war has always been used for ignoring the disparities of Black Americans. And I have a clear case of eminent domain where people say they can't figure it out. Well, I was in a program, I was from Memphis, I moved to LA 6 years ago in the ODR. And when I completed it and was medically cleared, I had an apartment in Glendale. And in Glendale, I started this bookstore, and I got a letter from the U.S. Info at Domain Authority, and they came to try to take over my property. I filed a WABN form in Chapter 4 proceeding for a homestead, and they sent illegal immigrants like they said they would do in Query 14, and they attacked me. They violated the fair housing rights, and the police said they could do nothing. So I became a vigilante, and I was stripped and threw in L.A. County for months after I had been medically cleared, which shows medical bias in the healthcare industry. They should have showed I was clear, but I got out. I started another business and applied for hundreds of $1,000s loans, but they was complaining about my student loans, my military service, though it was over with. And those grant system is very complicated. You say you want to learn about lineage, the Treaty of Paris that you talk about with the Aboriginals, Title 1401 USC code, and I propose these grants for Christ Center Ministries out here in LA or in South Central for the socioeconomic disadvantaged individuals to go from welfare system to entrepreneurship, and instead they're cooning for Zaddy and they being Uncle Tom. So, I did music to help y'all promote with Charles Hamilton, but he was in the music industry after he made New York Raining, and they told him that if he didn't worship the devil and do what the LGBT and M2 told him, Me Too told him that he would get sanctioned. So I'm staying down like four flats on a Dendera Zodiac. You know what I'm saying? Stop singing and stop swinging at the hypocrisy of democracy. Culture is science.
Sir,
We're not left
thank
with
you so
Leviticus
much for your
13.
comments this morning. Sorry to have to cut you off, but again, thanks for calling in. Leah, next line, please.
Next line is 29. You may go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Task Force. My name is Kristen Nimmers. I'm calling on behalf of the California Black Power Network. We submitted a proposal to you all yesterday via email, but I wanted to call and uplift that proposal for an eligibility structure that gives special consideration to descendants of people enslaved in America, but is also inclusive of all Black people who experience harm within the 5 categories and timelines established by the task force. Our proposal advocates that for non-cash related reparations, meaning programs, investments, and resources, all Black people who have identified as Black for a significant period before their establishment should be eligible. All Black people living in Black communities are similarly impacted by the lack of resources, investments, health inequities, etc., and policy changes that would help restore those communities, such as resources for youth development, free healthcare programs, increased SNAP funding for poor Black families should be available to all Black people that are presently impacted. This is in alignment with the UN standards, specifically a guarantee of non-repetition. To exclude some Black people from reparations programs like these is to continue the ongoing harm to our communities. Our proposal also advocates that for cash payments, special consideration be given to descendants of people enslaved in the U.S. by making lineage a separate and single tier and criteria. If met, it should entitle that individual to full compensation. However, if someone is unable to trace their lineage for a range of reasons listed by the community, but they were here during the specific timelines of harm determined by the task force, there should be an alternative criteria connected to those harms suffered by that person. For example, one of the categories for compensation is disproportionate mass incarceration and over-policing. The proposed timeline for that harm is 1970 to the present. If a Black person can show that they were incarcerated during the failed war on drugs, they are part of the group that was harmed, and they should be entitled to full or partial compensation depending on how much harm they have suffered within these categories. Another category is housing. In our structure, someone can show that they are part of a historically marginalized group that experienced redlining and housing discrimination within the timeline you all have talked about, 1937 to 1977. They should also partially or fully be eligible for compensation because they too are part of the group that has been harmed. This type of structure provides
Thank you so
alternative
much
ways
for your
Black
comments
people
this
to
morning.
share.
Thanks for calling in. Sorry to have to cut you off in the middle of your sentence. Leah, next line, please. Thank you.
Next line is 16, please. Go ahead.
Greetings to the esteemed California Task Force. I am Naheem Wade, President and co-founder of the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. Yesterday marked the day in 1865 that the federal government created the Freedmen's Bureau and the Freedmen's Bank. And so it is apropos that today we recommend the same for California. The purpose of establishing the Freedmen's Bureau for newly emancipated persons was to protect the formerly enslaved from the badges, incidents, and consequences of slavery. Making the case for establishing the Freedmen's Bureau, Charles Sumner, former Massachusetts senator, citing the Commission of Freedmen, later called the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission, in his report quoted, quote, We need a Freedmen's Bureau, not because these people are Negroes, but because they are men who have been for generations exploited their rights. Sumner also laid out the intent of the proposed Bureau in what he called main features. Quote, it provides exclusively for freedmen, meaning thereby such persons as were once slaves, without undertaking to embrace persons generally of African descent, end quote. Sumner was clear on who such an agency should be created for. California has echoed that sentiment in its vote to distribute reparations based on one's lineage as opposed to a broad and equally ambiguous race standard. Unfortunately, Reconstruction was overturned and every promise to the freedmen broken, hampering upward social and economic mobility. It is only fitting that California establishes an Office of Freedmen Affairs to govern and regulate the lawful measures created by this august body. Peace, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Leah, next caller.
Next caller is line 36. You may go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Billy Gambella. I'm from the Bronx, New York. I'm a writer and researcher of genealogy and genetics. I've been doing this over 15 years. And first, I would like to say the task force, I think you're doing a phenomenal job. I don't know what the key to success is, but the key to failure is trying to please everyone. And with that being said, how can we repair or give reparations without repairing the loss of identity and nationality of African Americans, which are some of the few people in the world who have this dilemma? And according to the U.S. Office of Management and Budget of Racial Classification, every race class has the origin and original people of their continent or country, except African Americans and Afro-Latinos. And of course, to be Latino, you can be one regardless of race. So if we don't have origins in a continent nor a nation, it leaves us nationless, and it also leaves us in a non-indigenous status. So understand, scientifically and genetically, if you are of African origin, you are indigenous from somewhere. I have developed a comprehensive research plan to uncover ancestral origin lineages using 5 methods: genealogy for the paper trail, autosomal mixture DNA, mtDNA full genome sequence, Y chromosome 67 to 1100 marker test, and also clinical grade whole genome sequence test for ancestry, health, wellness, and nutrition. I have compiled 13 genetic studies from peer-reviewed geneticists about the genetic expansions of Africa and Africans outside of Africa 15 to 20,000 years before present in Asia, Europe, and the Americas. For example, there's a 2015 study from Harvard University entitled Genetic Evidence for the 2 Founding Populations of the America, which lists ancient remains of Melanesian Austronesian people as well as sub-Saharan Africa. So let me say this in closing. When I say DNA test, I'm talking about clinical grade whole genome sequence test and mtDNA full genome sequence test, not a DTC direct-to-consumer over-the-counter DNA
Thank you so much for your
test.
comments. I'm sorry to cut you off. Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Leah, next caller.
Next is line 32. Please go ahead. Line 32, you are open. You may go ahead. Please unmute your phone.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Muhajir Boyle Hassan. I'm a native of Oakland, California. Greetings to my foundational Black American family, Native Black American family, and freedmen's. In addition to our cash reparations, which is an aspect and factor in our plight as Native Black Americans, which is not even up for debate. Included in our reparations package, amongst protective laws specific to Black Americans, ought to be clauses where we're equally protected under Second and Fourth Amendment laws that already exist, with no undermining our right and our own self-defense of our own lives, protecting our loved ones, households, lives, protecting our loved ones, households, and our properties without any double standards in contrast to non-Black citizens. And I'll end my plan there.
Thank you. Leah?
Next, we go to line 15. Please go ahead. Line 15, you may go ahead. Do you have your phone muted? Line 15. We'll come back to that line. We'll move on to the next one for right now. We'll go to 44. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Great. Hi. I have some uncomfortable questions. I apologize, but I think these should be taken into consideration. First of all, I want to make sure that I go on record as being very aware of the inequalities that Blacks have suffered throughout, and redress needs to be made. However, given that, these questions I think should be addressed. The first one is, who would be eligible? Would somebody who is half Black, 1/8 Black, 1/16 Black, would they be eligible for this? How about somebody that emigrated from Jamaica and is Black and has suffered all the injustices of Black, but has no ancestry in slavery? The next question I have, and the biggest my concern, is the idea of cash payments. I'm all for social adjustments, everything to make Blacks have a better than equal chance with affirmative action, housing, preschool, all that stuff. But to send a check to everybody that has Black ancestry just doesn't feel right at all. Would Oprah get a check? Would Clarence Thomas get a check? Would somebody, and then once all these checks were dispensed, how about somebody that was born 2 years later and is Black, but sorry, that pool of money has already been spent to everybody that was alive before you? So I know you have a huge Herculean task trying to figure all this out, but I hope you include those serious issues. The final one, the one that worries me the most, is white backlash to something like this, or Asian backlash. How about Indians? Indians would say, "Wait a minute, we were mistreated worse than Black people. There was genocide against Indians. Shouldn't we be getting this?"
Sir, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Thanks for your comments. Leah, next caller, please.
You bet.
Next caller is 20. You may go ahead.
Good morning, Task Force. My name is Theo Sedell. I'm a fourth-generation Californian, born and raised in Los Angeles. I would like to thank the Chairperson Moore, Vice Chair Brown, members of the Task Force, members of the DOJ staff for all the work you have done in this process. I'm calling in today to talk about the communication. There's a lot of information that is not being discussed in the communication, and I think it's a lack of transparency. I think the DOJ staff really needs to address the public and act in discussing the restrictions that are involved with the communication firms, that things need to be discussed further. Second, I would like to thank the Task Force for the lineage-based standards that they have taken. That's the last thing that I have. Thank you for all the hard work you have done. Also, when choosing a location, I think Los Angeles is a good location as we had the best turnout. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah, next line, please.
That is line 24. You may go ahead.
Hello, this is Creed Harrington. I'm calling in to employ the council, the council to essentially vote for an agency, not oversight, an agency that will do the work and be there, an agency that essentially will be a sophisticated 21st century version of the Freedmen's Bureau that will be there to essentially do the work of repair and administer the justice claim for those who are descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, those who are descendants of freedmen, lineage-based. It is important that we understand that this great work and this great task is going to employ more than just having an oversight committee and charging organizations that essentially are already underfunded, that have political views that are outside the boundaries of what it takes to serve that particular people, those people who endured a 435-year genocidal, economic, and political holocaust in this country, in this land, and before it was a country, all the way up until present day. It is important that we understand this, and it is dangerous. And what we're doing is we're entertaining a dangerous endeavor if we do not support an agency that will do this work and that will be held accountable. It is very important for us to have an agency that we can hold the people accountable for this great work. To trivialize our justice claim and such a great endeavor, and to charge that to just organizations that are underfunded, we don't understand how they're going to be able to create streamline entities that will be able to work and agencies that will be able to work with each other if they're non-for-profits. How do they do that? How do they live up to that task? With an agency, we can employ experts and people who are trained.
Thank you so much for your comments this morning. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Leah, we have time for 2 more callers. So our next to last caller, please open the line.
Certainly, that will go to line 14. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm continuing my statement from yesterday. As Black Americans, I would suggest persons not of the lineage should not take public speaking spaces from Black Americans. I know there's a lot of misrepresentation of Black Americans in these meetings. So if you have any respect at all for Black American culture, I kindly ask you to step aside, as Brother Carrier says, but I cannot stop you. I notice a lot of people don't get to speak while waiting in line. We are mostly common working people that take off from their jobs to be here, taking trains, planes, and automobiles. And it's also due to eligibility requirements. We need to make sure the proper people are getting repaired, and that is Black Americans that descend from U.S. chattel slavery and that can trace their lineage past the 1865 census. And also, persons have to identify as Black 20 years or more, because we've seen what affirmative action and civil rights laws have done in the past, and it's open up to all minorities and have not aided Black Americans yet. And I would like to add another disparity to study and develop for reparations, and that is the cost plan of Black Americans for benefits like scholarships, media, all kinds of things that is detrimental, politics, everything. We didn't know that Stephen Fetcher was Jamaican and Bohemian. We just thought he was an off-code Black man. We did not know our grandparents and the generation with them did not approve of Sidney Poitier's Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, and he's not of the lineage. Even today, a lot of persons not of the lineage are profiting from Black American life, whether in the media, like trauma films, or in politics that are making detrimental decisions for my culture. It also, we need to reflect that it's not just white supremacy, but anti-Black American hate from all.
Thank you so much for your call this morning. Thank you for taking the time to call in. Leah, our next speaker, thank you. Leah, our next caller, please.
Next, we go to line 11. Please go ahead.
Yes, reparations for California. I feel that if you are born in California, you should get your reparations for California. And those people who are not born in California should wait for their state to pay reparations for them in order to receive it. And they should use their birth certificate to prove where they're from, to show what state they are from. Using residency of their mother, it will tell you city, towns, and street addresses and places of birth of your mother. And we don't want people double dipping into reparations, say that they take the residencies of California and pay all those people who are residents, and then turn around, those people leave their state and go to another state and use whatever identification they need and pay for reparation again. So we don't want any people out there trying to double dip and get reparations. And as I said before, we should use only those people who are born in California to pay reparations, and those who are just residency should, again, wait for their state to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Because the last caller did not use all of his time. We have time for one more caller. Please, Leah, our last line, please.
Is line 42. You may go ahead. Line 42, you may go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Randy Bell. My family's been in Sacramento since 1932, and I apologize I haven't been able to follow all of your meetings, but I thought it important to call in this morning and express a brief comment. I conducted extensive research into how my land was taken under the color of law, enforced by systematic implementation and institutionalized processes. In short, if we inherit land and are denied a job, denied access to loans from banks, and are unable to generate enough money to pay taxes, then the property is eventually lost. In short, I think it's important that I share some of my research with the committee, and which I'll forward to you. I conducted it over a period of about 10 years. Got extensive land, property documents and maps that shows how the system was enforced, and is appropriate, I think, that this committee makes this information that I'm going to send to you to enable it to adequately support the $5 million restitution that's been proposed. And I look forward to communicating with you later in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our callers calling in. Feel free, if you did not have an opportunity to speak today, you can always submit your comments in writing to Reparations Taskforce at doj.ca.gov, or feel free to call in at our next meeting. As we switch to in-person calls, Chair Moore, I'm not sure if you wanted to share any words. However, we do have a list of people who signed up yesterday, and I will call your names in order of your signing that list yesterday. Shall I proceed? All right. Okay, first we have, I'll call the first 10, Aleem Shabazz, well, I'll call them all. Aleem Shabazz, Elizabeth Jackson, Fanny Barnes, Fiona Johnson, then Emmanuel Smith, Muhar Bul Hassan, Roy Lee, then Jonathan Booker, and then Josiah Williams, Lamont Collins, Tiara Ryder, Tony Tinker Loken, Friday Jones, Thomas Williams, Thea Austin, Alexander Brannon, Karen Bunny, Gail Wilkerson, Matthew Burgess, Tanya Burgess, Jonathan Burgess, Manon Johnson, and Michael Johnson. So if you could please line up in that order, we would appreciate it. And our first presenter, please approach the mic, and each person will have 2 minutes. Good morning. Good morning, Bishop. You have 2 minutes. Thank you. Good morning.
Y'all know who I am, and y'all know about my missing granddaughter, Shanika Shanika Williams. Okay, and y'all know about me from slavery. Okay, now we go in front of the Port of Oakland for land. Thanks to that young man speaking on land yesterday. We going in front of the Port of Oakland for land and property, okay, on March the 9th. anyone want to come down to support us getting land and property in Oakland, they're welcome to do that. We're going from the board at be about 4:30 at the Port of Oakland and Oakland, okay? And I'm also preparing to buy a lot of land from the port and the railroad company there in Oakland, because all of Oakland was a slave plantation, all of it, okay? The port and the city. And it was run by the railroad companies, not the city or the state, but the Port of Oakland run by the railroad companies for 40 years, from 1852 to 1892. We won't change that and receive our money, gold, and land from the port. And I'm also prepared to file for reparation for all the blacks in America and do it the right way. Okay, I'm prepared to do that because I've been in this for 50 years. I have material, a lot of material for everything, for all of it. I've done the research and the studies on it. Okay, and I might not file from an American court. I might take it from the world's court when I file. Okay, but I want y'all, if you're gonna do this, do it the right way. Okay. And Mr. Amon Brown, what I see here is a conflict of interest, what you're doing. You here with the state and everything, sit on the state panel and everything, and also then you're trying to get reparation in San Francisco. So, the state and everything, they're paying it for the whole state if they pay it, So it's a conflict of interest, what you're doing. So don't mess around and go to jail, okay? All right? Because I'm a power attorney general for the state of California. If the governor don't pull you out of there, I can.
Okay, next speaker should be Aleem Shabazz.
Good morning, committee. My name is Aleem Shabazz. I'm from Compton, California, and Gardena. Beg your pardon? Yes, my name is Aleem Shabazz, and I'm from Compton and Gardena. Senator Bradford, you have been doing a tremendous job. What you have done with the college getting paid is phenomenal. They should also know that Governor Newsom signed it, but you did all the legwork, and I want to commend you. I have an organization called the Northeast Health Resource Center. It's a community development corporation, and my primary purpose is to get these young people working. One of the things that they have changed is what we call, when I was going to school, was programs that were electives, electrician, carpenters. We don't have that now. We need it. We need to get reinstituted and back into the system. Because if these youth do not have jobs, what else are they going to do? The other thing is that when they're busy, they're occupied, then we don't have to worry about them. They have self-confidence, they're happy, and they're working and providing a working wage. Now, they changed the term, what is called now CTE, Career Technical Education. All it is a trades. So we need to go back to what was working. When I was high school, I had elective, I had painting, I had carpentry, and now I formed a nonprofit, CDC, Community Development Corporation, so that we can institute. One of the greatest things that Reverend Leon Sullivan had was the Workforce Development Program, where he had 400 pastors, started with 400 pastors.
Sir, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but
well,
thank you so much for
all right,
coming
thank
out
you.
today. Thank you. All right, next speaker should be Elizabeth Jackson.
Oh, yeah, Ms. Jackson isn't here today.
Fanny Barnes. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Fanny Barnes, and I'm from West Point, Georgia, but I've lived in California since 1969. And I'm happy to see the work that you're doing, which is great. And I feel that being an African American, that all Black people from Africa should be paid with this reparation. We were not asked to be brought over here. Our ancestors were stolen and brought to this country and treated inhumane from the very beginning. And we are still being treated that way. The beginning of this year in January, a young brother in Tennessee was killed. By who? The police officers that's supposed to be protecting us. We have no protection in this country. We never have had any protection in this country. We have to protect ourselves. And we need to come together as a people.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? We can stop all this stuff.
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
But we got to unite. Okay?
That's right.
And not just Black people, but all people of color, because all people of color are oppressed in this country. And we don't need them. We raised them. We built this.
Excuse me, allow her to give her public comment, please.
The things that are happening to us to go on and on, decade after decade. And if you have a problem with paying us, this is how you should pay us. You should pay us with land, because the land belonged to us. Okay? And if you think you can't pay us with cash, okay, we lived in this country for over 400 years. We worked free.
Thank you so
Okay?
much, ma'am. I'm
No
so
money
sorry
at
to
all.
cut you off in the middle of your
Okay?
sentence, but thank
Pay
you so
us.
much.
Okay,
Thank
pay
you very
us
much.
as far
We
as
need
having us
thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
so much.
So our next speaker should be Fiani Johnson, and remember to speak into in the mic if you want your words recorded. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for having me here today. I am Fiani Johnson. I'm from East Palo Alto, California. Reparations for EPA. However, I'm here representing Boss Bay Area of Oakland, California. My employer, we are the Social Justice Collective, and we fight to change underlying causes of systemic racism, inequality, racially biased policies. And for 49 years, Boss has been working to house the houseless and heal families who's been impacted by trauma and violence, or whatever the violence that we experience, and they support through mental health and offer reentry and rehabilitation services and employment and education, right? So we come here to uplift the task force in the work and propose that repair for our children who's dying in the communities, and the mass incarceration of our mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters. I think that we should be receiving land, cash, economic equality, resources. We need agency. We need restoration of hope in our communities. We need to dismantle the oppressive practices of the people that we share these communities with, i.e. modern day slavery. Mass incarceration is still a form of slavery. So I come to you as a descendant of chattel slaves to say California is supposed to be a sanctuary state, and it has never been one for us. So therefore, please, we just want this to be a part of the repair, and we're proposing that. And I want to just uplift Ms. Camila Moore. Thank you for showing up, and you're being targeted because you're on point, sis, and we support you, sis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker should be Emmanuel Smith.
The honest members of the council, distinguished members of the council, especially Camilla Moore, Yasmin, and Fiani. I come to you by the grace of God in the spirit of St. Betty, the first Black woman doctor at Stanford in the cure of cancer. Cancer is not a death sentence. We bought our 40 acres and an ATV, and the state still seeks to steal it. But what they meant for evil, God meant for good.
I ran for governor, and the whole Bay came together to save my life. And so I'm asking the citizens for the job of being the first Black governor of the so-called liberal state of California. Lineage is legacy. It's time to separate the wheat from the chaff. As task force members, you know the law. If I put my hands on my head like this and say, am I being arrested or detained? I have now completed my compact with the police. It's the officer's duty after that to complete their compact with mine. This will be the biggest case since Dred Scott. Am I a citizen, or can I be maimed, falsely accused, or falsely imprisoned for running out of gas? As California has acknowledged my lineage, they have also acknowledged that the descendant community is my peer group and thus my jury. I have full belief in that community. Mama Gail told me I have a dream. I looked at Sister Tiambe and told them, I already lived the dream. Now it's time for your children and grandchildren to live theirs as well. Everyone says I should be dead. I should have died like Arbery, like Floyd, but by God's grace, the spirit within me refused to let me die with a knee on my neck. So now there's 50 million Blacks in America. Multiplied by 5 equals $250 million a month. That's 200 new Black millionaires between the ages of 18 and 27 per month, 2,400 a year. And the means to pay those who secure those contracts. In the time the task force has been doing its work, we've missed out on embedding roughly 7,800 new Black millionaires into the pipeline of our congressional duty.
Sir, thank you.
Do it yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker can approach the mic, please. Our next speaker, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. That should be Mahar Boyle Hassan. And if that person's not here, Roy Lee. Roy Lee is next. Good morning.
Good morning, Task Force. My name is Roy Lee. I represent the Bay Area, Kingdom Warriors Foundation, HHF. I'm here today to say thank you guys for your hard work, but it's one word that I want to say is redemption. And we need to be redeemed for all the hurt, all the harms. America is supposed to be United States. We've been divided for a long time. Our people have been divided. So it's great to know that we come together to be unified for this moment, to stand up, to be heard, to be seen, to be felt. And this is our legacy. We're gonna stand on it. If y'all don't wanna give it to us, we're gonna take it. God bless.
Okay, next speaker, thank you, sir, should be Jonathan Booker Bohannon. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. The entire world is watching what we're going to do here in California. This should be an effort on the federal level because we in California are not the only people deserving reparations. What if the people who marched from Selma to Montgomery were marching for their right to vote and their right only? If or when we get reparations here, I urge you all to consider what we will say to us in Georgia, Florida, the Carolinas, Texas, who won't get a single dime. Are we going to tell them to all move here? Are we going to shun them and tell them to beat the mountain of racism they face every day in the Deep South? It might hurt some of us to say this now, but now is the time to be selfless, not selfish. Either way, if these efforts initially end up being limited to the state of California, we have to be united around a foundational plan that makes so much sense that it is unattackable as possible and can be adopted everywhere, including the Deep South. I have a plan that can do that. I don't want us to be fighting for reparations for the next 50 years. I stayed away from topics like this for years because we talk about it forever with no realistic solutions. I'm very delighted to say these efforts in California have changed my mind. This is the first year I'm getting involved because Black people are not at all incapable. But at the same time, we shouldn't be viewed as some sort of superhuman race who are expected to be able to participate in this game of Monopoly against all odds, where most, if not all, the property is already owned due to a concentrated racist effort to stop Black prosperity. Understand that the opposition is not, these people are lawyers, the United Daughters of the Confederacies who are still thriving today, and even religious zealots who are ready and willing to misuse Christianity and the Word of God. We have to be extremely tactful, and this will require extreme ingenuity because, like the woman who was speaking at the beginning of yesterday, reparations won't end discrimination. I have a plan that a few of you on the panel, as well as a few people in the audience, now have a copy of entitled The Silver Lining Act of 2023. We can beat the opposition. I'm available to share the plan to anyone interested. It's a plan that I believe is very likely to actually pass and address a wide range of issues, as well as the shortcomings we didn't anticipate in 1965 that just about everyone has brought up so far. My name is Jonathan Bohannon, and like you and many others in this room and people all over America, I'm here to help make this happen. Let's make history a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, our next speaker should be Josiah Williams. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Task Force members. My name is Josiah Williams. I'm with the American Redress Coalition of California and the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I wanted to start off by saying that we appreciate all the work that you're doing to help our community. We also appreciate the vote for eligibility for the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery as being the eligible party. We encourage you to ensure that the proposals that come out is also aligned with that. After reading some of them, I understand that they're still being worked on, but a lot of them are they include some all lives matter language. And so we want to make sure that it's going to be structured to actually help the specific community that was harmed. In addition, I agree with what was said regarding the federal reparations effort as well. We can take what's going on in the state of California and actually use that as a federal program. We know that there's other efforts that's in place, but they are staying still. And so we want to allow California to lead the nation in this justice effort. In addition, we discussed talking about the federal, the Freedmen's Bureau. We believe that it should be an independent agency instead of being an oversight committee. We want to ensure that the agency is actually able to enact change. We don't want the ability to be put in the hands of just a group of CBOs. We believe that some can actually contribute, but we also know that in a lot of cases, the pursuit of justice is pretty much the effort that is going on, and it's not actually in achieving justice. So you get these organizations that end up just being able to sustain themselves while the communities stay in the same place. And so we want to ensure that the community organizations that is included is actually invested into achieving justice for the community. And I think that a Freedmen's Bureau will be able to assist with that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before our next speaker, I believe the mayor of Sacramento has come in. Oh, thank you. All right. Okay, we'll continue. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Our next speaker is Lamont Collins. Please come on down. Good morning.
My name is Lamont Collins. I'm a member of the Monterey Park Tract community in Stanislaus County near Modesto, California, a community established in 1941 when my great-grandmother's mother brought her here from Oklahoma to get away from Tulsa. And in 2023, we're still facing the same things. Like I heard the sister say yesterday about her family wanting to create Black Wall Street in Allensworth. Well, my people had the same vision for Monterey Park Tract and Ceres, and we're still suffering from the water contamination, discrimination, land seizures through eminent domain, and those types of, still today. My people came and they bought a lot of land. My family, half of that community is owned by my father's side, the other half is owned by my mother's side. And we have very little of that land left. Ain't nobody left fighting for it but me and my cousin. And like my people did, we're gonna do it now and fight for that shit, you know what I'm saying? And I wanna know, how can I get a panel like this to Stanislaus County? Because I happen to find out about this word of mouth, not through the radio or the TV or none of that. And I've been in a meeting like this before down in the basement of a church where the was giving away millions of dollars to Black business owners, and nobody knew. I happen to know because of who I was related to. And I want to bring that up, and I'd like you to Google Juanita Jackson of Ceres, California, if you have the time. Look her up on legacy.com if you have the time. RHHR WordPress.com if you have the time. And you'll see why I fight. Because she sat with Huey and tried to right the wrongs. She was with Alex Haley when he wrote the book about the very shit that we're talking about now. And I just want to know when, how, and when are we going to really get some help? There's a line in this room that's so thick, and we all come from the same tree. And if you listen to the white man that we all follow, he told you it was a Black woman that brought us here. She was the first. So what are we arguing about? I'm this Black or I'm that Black. We all Black. And when you walk outside and the police get on your ass, You ain't gonna tell him I'm this or I'm that. This is my first meeting here. I don't know what the division is about, and I don't pretend to know, but whatever it is, it need to go. We need to
Sir,
get on the same boat, same
sir,
thing.
sir,
like they
thank
threw us
you.
all in the same boat and brought us here.
Thank you for coming out today. We really appreciate your comments.
I hope you
Thank
appreciate it enough to come help us out.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker should be Tiara Ryder. Tiara Ryder or Tony Tinker Loken. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, task force members. Thank you for the work that you have been doing. I've been following you since the beginning. And the only thing I can think of is, Member Tamaki, you were absolutely right. We have things that we're going to face that we have no idea. This is going to divide a community in ways that we have yet to see. What I am here today to tell you is that make sure, if you do nothing else, that the blueprint that you put forth, the recommendations that you put forth are clear. I'm a person who worked on ethnic studies. I'm a person who worked on many, many bills that comes out of Sacramento. And I will tell you, once you are all gone, it'll be left to us to implement your words and your voices. And too many times I've seen money come in and it's gone before it ever hits the community. And you know why? Because there's all these administration costs before it ever hits the ground. So you need to lead your voices. You need to make sure that we are on board with you in each of these counties to make sure that we can continue your work forward. Otherwise, we're going to be left. Your economist was right on. She said, I'm hoping to leave a blueprint for people to continue this work because this is the first step. Now, I applaud you because suddenly people are up here speaking. And I remember in the beginning, it was shut off. Okay? That's what's going to happen once you leave. Make sure that the DOJ leaves us with the ability to go into the wills, into the probates, into the places that we need to go. Because otherwise, we're going to start from the beginning and have to fight. Call us. Take our names, take our numbers, come back to us.
Thank you.
If you want this to be successful, talk to all of us that have come here to make comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming out today. Next should be Friday Jones. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm free running today, so bear with me. I'm Friday Jones. My name is Consa Jones Muhammad. I'm a commissioner for the city of LA, president of the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants, founding member of a coalition for a just and equitable California. Couple of things. One, thank you all for agreeing to in live sessions. If you could add some Fridays and Saturdays, because of the 4 dates you put on the table, only one is a Friday, and we are working people, and 2 days off of work is a bit much to ask of us. 2, SB 51, we need to support that cannabis bill that Senator Bradford wrote. It's equity in the cannabis space. We also need to support Sam Brown's ending of slavery and servitude in the state of California. So I want people listening outside of this room to support those efforts and that work. And as far as the prison population is concerned, I went inside and talked to a prisoner. San Quentin News, Los Angeles Sentinel, Bayview, Ear Hustle Podcast. That is how the prisoners can find out what's going on, because there have been no accommodations by the state in order to communicate with them and check in on their needs. Last, the beneficiary classes, I understand it is define the community of eligibility based on lineage determined by an individual being an African-American descendant of chattel enslaved persons or the descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century. That needs to be your language, like in an agreement. The beneficiary class, that's the definition. All these other terms, words, lose them in the reports and in the final recommendations because it lacks clarity. Finally, I am a descendant of cognation in New York. I understand that my great-great-grandfather, Jahu Miller, who is mixed with French, is Blackfoot, Shinnecock, Nation Indian. I'm fully aware that my great grandmother Tracy, 7 generations back, was imported into Charleston, South Carolina. I know who I am. I know who the white people are that purchased my family. I know who my indigenous nation is. I do not understand all of this animosity that we have with this gangbanging of whose name, ADOS, FBA, Freedmen. I don't care.
Ms. Jones,
The definition
Ms. Jones,
has been defined,
thank
and
you.
y'all need to knock it all the way
Thank you.
off.
Thank you so
for my
much.
time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Okay. All right. Next should be Thomas Williams. Is Thomas Williams here? All right. Come on up. All right. You may begin, sir. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning, Task Force. Honorary of my dad, Bishop William Williams of Kingdom Warriors. I want to speak about the Port of Oakland, 25% for the blacks is owed to them. And I need for Sheriff Department, Police Department, Task Force, and the press to find my missing daughter, Shanika. Missing for 2 years. If it's one white person that's missing, the news would be on the first day. Black people media don't get no press. We're still in slavery, 400 years of oppression. How long is this gonna last? When this would end? We're still in bondage. How long will this continue? Get back to Black Wall Street. Time is now's for never. Find my missing daughter, Shanika, bring her home. Thank you, Task Force. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Next should be Thea Austin. Is Thea here today? Please come on down. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to make a brief comment and favorable peace and blessings to the conscious collective of the 21st century Freedmen's Bureau, serving the people, African descendants of American slavery, who have endured genocidal Holocaust. I'd like to appeal to all regarding reparations. Legislation needs to continue to be awakened and touched by the debt owed by the government created for our Black American psyche, nervous system, general way of life. I want to thank the people who made me aware and brought me here and say that we need to appeal to all regarding reparations and lift every voice, right the wrongs of the past so that the future can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to come in. The next speaker on the list is Alexander Brannon. Please, good morning, sir.
Peace and reparations. Good morning to the task force and all the participants here today. My name is Jay Alexander. I'm a proud veteran, Prince Hall Freemason, and a Freedman. I grew up in Compton in South Central Los Angeles during the 1970s and the 1980s. I'm amongst the first children to benefit from a fully integrated schools, and many in the benefit ran it after the Civil Rights Movement. I've experienced Black communities striving and growing with Black wealth. In Los Angeles, many Black people were working at Boeing's, McDonnell Douglas, and Raytheon companies, and I remember an abundance of Black families, Black unity, home ownerships, business ownerships, and school teachers. My own grandfather, Roger Raines, supported his family as a private contractor. Empowerment groups like the Black Panthers and Freemasonry were present in the Nation of Islam and Black churches as well. After school programs, holiday parades, and community centers existed in these communities, as did free lunches and swim lessons. Then came the 80s and Reaganomics. Guns and crack were released on our people. I came of age as our Black communities, businesses, along with our beautiful people, were being decimated by aggressive policing and the crack epidemic. I returned home from the Army 21 days after the Rodney King riots to a city still smoking. I believe the Freedmen Bureau should be reinstated and reestablished throughout the entire nation, especially here in California. Lastly, I make the statement on behalf of my ancestors walking in the footsteps of two great men. Prince Hall, who was a freedman, voter, property owner, and community activist who established the first and longest existing Black fraternity in the nation at the same time that the nation was being formed. And Colonel Allen Allensworth, who was also a freedman, established the first all-freedman town here in California, just north of Bakersfield, where I currently reside. This town was sabotaged along with many of Black Wall Streets and our communities. Reparations will repair this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's see. Next should be Karen Burney. Is Karen here this morning? Otherwise, we have Gail Wilkerson. Is Gail here this morning? Next, we have Matthew Burgess. Good morning. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair Moore. Thank you, honorable members of the task force. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here to speak to you as a fifth generation Californian. And as much as my words are important, it's important for you to hear the words of our ancestors as well, because they still speak.
The shop is sitting about where my grandmother's house was. And the peace chiefs were in above there. Between there, well, you know where the Burgess line, see Burgess come out, joined with us, and state got the whole business. But,
Those words were from Jimmy Monroe, one of the last living descendants of on the Monroe side of the blood brought to Coloma. His ancestors were brought to Coloma as well as slaves. You see, we were formerly enslaved. Mr. Monroe, he's talking about land. He's talking about the peaches that my grandfather, great-grandfather produced. And see, we joined together people, but we're more than joined by not just names. It was blood too. But we joined to cultivate and restore land and distribute fruit and all those things that every person wants as far as an opportunity. But during that time, and sometime, there was the state plotting to take land. You see, he said the state took over the business. Well, what business are we talking about? We're talking about the business of agricultural. This is a farm to fork region, and farm and fruit was produced in those lands, vital fruit. But at the same time, my folks and ancestors were brought here as slaves and enslaved and sold here that we can prove. We have Levi Strauss. Now, Mr. Strauss immigrated from Germany in 1853. And the irony here is that my great-grandfather was brought here as a slave and worked in the gold mines in 1850. Mr. Strauss, on the other hand, built a brand in San Francisco. The irony here is we talked about mass incarceration. We talked about the criminal justice system, but no one's talked about the brand that Levi Strauss with government contracts started from 1875 to 1901.
Mr.
That's a
Burgess,
lifetime sentence, y'all.
I'm so
We have
sorry
family members spending lifetime sentences
to
in prison,
interrupt
but
you
the government gave us a
in the
contract
middle of your
for 25
sentence,
years.
but
To
thank
send us
you.
as slaves, we want
We have-
contracts for
we have
25
two- you
years
have
in
2 minutes,
perpetuity.
sir.
We don't just want the right.
Well, but thank you so much. Your comments are recorded. Next we have Tanya Burgess. Or-
Tanya's not going to be here.
Okay,
so-
Jonathan?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Great. Madam Chair and members of the task force, first of all, I want to thank you for your work that you've done so far. But I also want to talk about Reverend Brown, something you would know, my great-grandfather, he wrote to the Pacific Appeal newspaper in 1880, 1870 about the colored kids being turned away from school. And what he said was that to the Colored Citizens Convention, I don't know what you call yourselves doing convention, but these kids were turned away from school. Now, I'll tell you guys, as a colored folk task force, I don't know what you're doing, but I want you to push this through, just like my great-granddaddy said. He also spoke about miscarriages of justice. In fact, the last hanging in Coloma he spoke about. I wonder how a man of his age could talk about a hanging, 1857. He said it was a miscarriage when the black man, the Negro man was hung for being accused of a robber and the white man was hung for raping the Negro man's wife. It was deemed that they both were to be hung. He said it was a miscarriage of justice. Now, he said a number of things were miscarriage of justice. So I'm going to tell you guys something. It would be a miscarriage of justice to our ancestors for you to allow these economic people not to total up the land of those ancestors from the 1850s, 60s, and 70s, 80s that were on the census records that just poofed and disappeared. I asked myself why there are no white folks on this panel. I understand because I had a friend tell me as a 14-year-old girl, she told me just recently what she heard over a campfire in Placerville about the lynchings and the hangings and pushing people off of cliffs for land. So it's a miscarriage of justice for you guys not to tell how in 1988, previous governor of California, who became the president, Ronald Reagan, resurveyed land that belonged to black pioneer families, 400 acres. That's a miscarriage of justice. It would be a miscarriage of justice for you guys not to allow these people to sign these checks total up the lands for the people that we don't know about. See, my family, we got deeds and receipts that go back from 1870. It's a miscarriage of justice for you to allow novice people to go on the state website and speak the rhetoric like it's the gospel, saying that my great-grandfather only owned 10 acres of land when he got a deed in 1877 from a guy that was the Supreme Court justice in California. It's a miscarriage of justice to remove the white folks that did the right thing for black folks in history. It's a miscarriage of justice for our educational systems to teach people like the person in Placerville that called yesterday to talk about the Confederates, right? That brought slaves that ended up being supervisors, judges, lawyers, book writers.
Sir, thank
right?
you. Thank
And
you
then
so much.
spreading that stuff
Your
throughout our
2
state.
minutes are up, but feel free to submit your comments in writing. The task force does want to hear from you, and thank you for taking the time to come out.
Thank you. And this was not directed at any of you. Do your job.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you.
Thank you so much again. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Next, we have Marion Johnson. And then last on the list is Michael Johnson. And then we'll do a check-in with the task force. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Marion Johnson, and I am a former resident of Russell City. As an infant, I was one of those families that was forced out. I had two sides of my family that were located there, my father's side, my mother's side. My father's side owned 10 plots. My mother's side owned 2 plots. My parents were put out and giving nothing, no resources. And that was by choice. When the county decided to take our land by eminent domain, they opted out of getting federal funding. So they were able to take that land that they took from us, to sell that land to private industry. And the money that they got from selling the land, they used that money to purchase land to build Santa Rita Jail, which after taking us out of Russell City, they forced us into places like East Oakland, where I lived. We were over-policed. And of course, when the drugs dropped in our communities, well, they had a place to put us now, Santa Rita Jail. They took our land to put us in jail. The schools that we had, insufficient. Old books written in. How are we supposed to get a good education? I was in the gifted program, so I had better classes, so-called. When I moved to Oklahoma for 3 years, I learned that that education was insufficient because I was put in basic classes when I got there. And I came back to California, my junior and senior year, focused. I graduated at the top of my class and I went on to college, but all of my classmates who had suffered from what had been done in Russell City were not afforded that same opportunity. I say, if you want to find out how much is owed, follow the money. Start with the money they used to buy that land to build Santa Rita and backtrack it. And you'll find out how to decide what it is we are owed.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming out. Thanks for your valuable comments this morning and your contribution. Our last speaker on the list this morning is Michael Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Michael Johnson. Marion's my sister. I am from Oakland, California. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Time is of the essence, so I'll be brief. Let me begin with these 3 words: Russell City apology. If you could please grab your phones, type these 3 words into your favorite internet search engine, Russell apology. During yesterday's session, you heard from an expert group of economists to provide an update of the 5 harms, the first of which was unjust property taking by eminent domain. Dr. Campbell made it clear that they've been facing huge challenges putting their hands on the data needed to support the methodology they'd like to pursue. That data that they need includes 1, what happened? 2, which neighborhoods were impacted? 3, how much were those individuals paid for the land? 4, the value of that land today, so that they can determine the gap between what was paid and what that land is worth today. If they had that data, they could use it to extrapolate it to other communities in California where eminent domain was used. So let's call it what it is, stealing land from Black people. Ladies and gentlemen, all the data she needs for what she described exists for Russell City. I sit on the steering committee of the Russell City Reparative Justice Project. In August of last year, the city of Hayward contracted with researchers to begin collecting the very data Dr. Campbell is looking for. On Monday, March 6th, our committee will be meeting with those researchers to provide us with the data they have uncovered. Russell City holds the answers to questions the California Reparations Committee has on how to quantify the harm caused by the unjust property taking by eminent domain. Russell City apology. Look it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the folks who didn't get a chance to speak yesterday, who came out again today. So thank you very much. Chair Moore and task force members. We also have the mayor here today. This may be a good time to have the mayor, and then you can decide how you want to proceed following that.
So now we'll turn to special acknowledgements. I would like to introduce Mayor of Sacramento, Darrell Steinberg. Mayor Steinberg served 14 years in the state legislature and became the first Sacramentan to serve as president of the Senate in over 125 years. He authored landmark pieces of legislation, such as the Mental Health Services Act, a tax on millionaires that now produces more than $3 billion a year to fund mental health services in California, and SB 375, the first bill in the nation to require cities and counties to meet aggressive climate goals as they plan their long-term growth. After leaving the legislature in 2014 due to term limits, he founded the independent Steinberg Institute, which today has become the leading voice on mental health policy and legislation in California. Elected as Sacramento's mayor in 2016, he has guided the city through a slow economic recovery from the recession, the pandemic, and the long overdue reckoning around race and equity, including the creation of the city's first racial equity committee and his office's commitment to working with the community on developing local level reparations in support of state and federal reparations. Thank you for joining us, Mayor Steinberg. You can begin yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Very kind introduction. And to all the members of the task force, including several of my former legislative colleagues, it's good to be with you today. And I want to welcome you to the city of Sacramento, the capital city, but also a city that prides itself on its commitment to equity, justice, and inclusion. I'm humbled joining you all today as I've had the opportunity to listen and learn. And I did Google what the gentleman described about what went on in Hayward in the Bay Area, Russell City. And there's so much to learn. I have a lot to say about what's in my heart and what brings me here, why I wholeheartedly support reparations and think everyone should. I thank you for reflecting on some of my own record progressive public service to our most disadvantaged communities. If government should stand for anything, it should stand for investing in communities and people who have been the victims of discrimination and disenfranchisement for far too long. For me, it ultimately comes down to a few simple things that are often hard for us to say from these positions of elected representation and power or privilege. But let me try in just my few moments. Most importantly, to my community. As your mayor, I am sorry, and I am humbled to work alongside all of you to repair our city's history of harm together. Redlining, and so much more. The time is now. As one leader, like you, I will continue to dig deep, to learn, and to work on myself as an individual and as a leader to do this work, not for you, with you. This brings me to my next point. Government at all levels throughout history and today play a key role in the discrimination, in the disparity, in the disenfranchisement, and the disparagement of our African American communities. And while we as government officials and representatives must long overdue an active role in working to acknowledge and fully repair these harms, we must do so in a way that is not top-down, that empowers the very people at the center of those harms, as you're hearing from over these last several days, to lead the way as true partners in the process from start to finish, not the other way around. Your report, I know, will be guided by what you're hearing from the people, and so will our work in the city. And finally, I know you know this is just a start. And what you are doing as leaders of this task force, what we are doing here today and throughout cities across the country, it is just a start, because you can't make up for hundreds of years of discrimination with one task force or one bill or one legislative session. But if we use this as a strong beginning to build, to evolve and adapt as we learn from one another about what works. I mean, I learned today about land. I mean, I heard today about eminent domain, something that even locally I hadn't yet thought about and focused on. That's powerful. But together, we need to stay together, because there are going to be legal challenges. There's going to be oppositional pushback. You can already see it. And so this is the start, not just of the powerful ideas, but the coalition that is going to be necessary to actually get something meaningful done for our community, for the African-American community that has suffered for far too long. So I just wanted to come and offer my voice as one elected official, as one mayor, to say that we not only stand with you, but prepared to do anything to remedy what's wrong, and to make sure that we actually have a city and a society where every kid's got an equal chance because they go to a quality school. Every neighborhood is seen as a good and great neighborhood, not a neighborhood that's set aside or that is over policed or not paid attention to. This is a great opportunity here, and like always, California can show the way. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
And we'll have Vice Chair Brown have some remarks as well.
Mr. Mayor, I hope you beg, permit me, as Vice Chair of this body, to first of all admit that it is significant that you came. I applaud your presence and your words.
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
And in order for me to leave this podium in good conscience, I must share with you that one might consider to be providential or coincidental. That I had in my briefcase, I didn't know you were coming today, this book entitled The Troubled Life of Peter Burnett, Oregon pioneer and first governor of California, by R. Gregory Noakes. This man, this soul, was so evil. He lived in this city. And as the book indicates, he's the first governor of this state. Where did he come from? Came from Nashville, Tennessee. And in 1843, he led the first wagon train westward over the Oregon Trail. And before he got to Oregon, he had already established the rule that no black or mulatto would be permitted to be a part of that wagon train. And if they were in the wagon train, they would have to be enslaved persons. And when he got to the Oregon territory and settled that little town, Germantown, his first act of business was not how a road should be built or how cabins should be built. It was an inhumane, evil ordinance that no blacks or mulattoes would be permitted to settle in that town. And if they were caught in that town, they would be beaten every 6 months until they left town. He didn't stop his evil there. When gold was struck in 1848, he left Oregon. But let me say parenthetically too, that ordinance stayed on the books of the state of Oregon until 1926. But back to Sacramento, when he got down here, he got involved in politics. And to make a whole story short, and emerged to become the first governor of this state. And when he got in that governor's seat, he still wouldn't stop his racist, bigoted policies and practices. He tried to get an ordinance, a legislation, that no blacks would be able to settle in California at all. At all. Thank God he was not able to get it through. But he wouldn't stop there. He was slick and sleazy. He even emerged, after he left office in disgrace, to be on the state Supreme Court in 1857. 1857. Everybody from Mississippi out there, stand up. Stand up. 1857. In 1857, a man named Charles Stovall from my native state of Mississippi came to Sacramento to build a school and for his health. And what did Stovall do? He tried to keep one, R.C. Lee, enslaved here, even though California was supposed to have been a free state. Long short of it, friends, is that that case of R.C. Lee became the first civil rights case of the West. And R.C. Lee was set free only because persons at First AME Zion Church in San Francisco, along with the Baker and Broderick brothers who were abolitionists, were able to set him free. But that man, Peter Burnett, voted to send R.C. Lee back to Mississippi enslaved. So what we need to do, I respectfully submit, we need to repute the legacy of that troubled Peter Burnett and give an apology to black folks for all of the evil of racism and bigotry that he was able to utter and to infect this state with. I think I rest my case.
Amen. 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 I don't think I want to have the last word here. No, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Evan. Thank you.
All right. So public comment is formally over, but we understand that folks took the time out on a Saturday to come out. And so we will allow folks to speak until, I don't know, the person behind, I don't know, the blue. Let's try to be as brief as we can. So 1 minute-ish would be great. One minute and a half, because we have actual real business that we really need to take care of, but we want to make sure that folks are heard. So let's continue. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Next speaker, you have 1 minute. In fairness to everyone, please try to take 1 minute. We know what you have to say is very important to the task force. Please
I
begin.
flew up
Welcome.
from Los Angeles last night, y'all. Okay. So I'm gonna try to make this quick. My name is Sharice Cryer, and I'm a lawyer. I've been licensed since 2006, and I've been in the reparations circle since about 2018. And one of the suggestions that I made while in the reparations circle was for the Freedmen Affairs Bureau to be reactivated. That was my concept. But no one from any organization, and neither has this task force, asked me what I meant. So we have a concept without context. Matter of fact, Reggie Jones Sawyer, I am your constituent. I have been reaching out to your office for about the past 2 months, and now we have a back and forth about what is meant by the Freedmen's Bureau. Last April, when we had the in-person hearing, I presented everyone on the task force, with the exception of Mr. Sawyer, because you were out of the country, with a concept, and it was a reparations super fund, and it included what does the Bureau of Freedmen Affairs look like, and how should it be ran, i.e., it should be ran like the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Where is the excerpt from the Bureau of Indian Affairs? Where is the local travel expert to come and provide testimony? There should be no back and forth. I've given you the blueprint and the concept. Also, this is my final point. This commission has been leading with international law. To the lawyers on the task force, that's a red herring. You already have California federal law established. What does the Bureau do? What does the Bureau of Indian Affairs do? Who's on the Bureau of Indian Affairs? Who leads it? We need to stop leading with international law that is misdirecting us and giving us information that we don't need. We need to look to see what California does with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and also what it does, how it interacts with the state. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming out. Okay, next speaker, 1 minute. Let's go.
My name is Reginald Romaine. I was here yesterday. First of all, I want to give respect to Tyreek Nichols from here, who passed away by them cops. You saw what they did to him. You know what I'm saying? But past that, independent party, that's what we need. Are you Democrats and Republicans that black people? Leave it alone. I'm gonna have a sign. I'm gonna have a piece of paper outside. We're gonna have a new party. It's gonna be called the 1619 Reparations Party. I yield back.
Sir, thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Harry. I'm a resident of Sacramento, and I'm making some edits on the go here. So my roots go back to the state of Mississippi, experiences of segregation, extreme fears of being Black, and stories from my grandfather about our family that reached back to the days of slavery. Here's a quick passage from a book I'm working on. Quote, "Some of my childhood memories are very good ones. They are tied to an incredible sense of connection to the land and the place we call home. Even in the oppressive atmosphere of the Deep South, a certain wholeness existed in Blacks. This community bond was enhanced by another important fact. These people owned their land. Many people still lived on land that had been passed down through their family, or they had actually purchased land because the opportunity to buy it had not been pushed outside their reach. My point is this: we must not fail to see the opportunity for California and cities like Sacramento to make reservation-style land grants part of their reparations efforts. And let's remember, this money that we're seeking, it doesn't belong to us. This money and land belongs to generations of Blacks, generations who suffered rapes, beatings, children being sold, and many other barbaric acts that come up to this day.
Thank
we
you,
have an
sir.
incredible opportunity and responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. And sir, remember to put the mic in front of you so that your words will be recorded. Thank you. You have 1 minute. Thanks. Good morning.
Wakanda forever. Take two. Madam Chair, members of the California Reparations Task Force, those of you here in the audience and then listening at home, I'm Morris Griffin. I'm better known as Big Money Griff, strong community activist, leader, and problem solver. Yesterday, I didn't get a chance to say the one thing that I wanted to say, and that is yearly installments.
we are demanding $5,000 every single month to the day we die. Now, either we can do that every 2 months or every month is what you decide. But that's where I'm coming from straight out. And when we talk about the national reparations, we talk about the task of all the different cities that was massacred because we were thriving.
Thank you, sir.
Already?
I'm sorry. Thank you. The task force heard your second point. Very clear. Thank you so much. We're so sorry. But again, to try to hear from everyone today, we really appreciate your patience, everyone. Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. And please, next speaker, please come forward and turn the mic. Make sure you're speaking into the mic. You have 1 minute. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, all. My name is Phoenix Star, and I'm from Inglewood, California. And I am here to appeal to the mass media and social media to communicate correct information about our quest for California reparations. While California was not a slaveholding state, it acted as one. So for those who need clearer understanding supported by data and facts, read the first report submitted by California DOJ. This will explain how and why we as freemen require and deserve repair from policies that have hurt and harmed us historically up to present. Look around you and you will see in real time the manifestation of these policies. And as Marcel Dixon says, fix Black America, you fix America. Peace and blessings to you all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning. My name is Lloyd Kelly. I'm from New Orleans. I'm going to try and make this short. I know there are two members of the California Congressional Black Caucus. Two members of the California Legislative Black Caucus are on this panel. There are 12 members of the California Legislative Black Caucus. This is supposed to be the last meeting, public meeting. Where the hell are those other members of the of the California Legislative Black Caucus? Because they're the ones that are going to be voting on this. Where are they? As we said yesterday, California, there's been two things that have happened to us that are very important. One is emancipation. Number two is going to be reparations that California comes up with. Where the hell are the Congressional Black Caucus members? We have no leadership. We've been standing up here telling you, but y'all don't have the vote in Congress or in the legislature. I'm from New Orleans, and when we had this little flood, or this little thing called Hurricane Katrina, Ray Nagin said, Mr. President, bring your ass down here. I'm saying Congressional Black Caucus members and California Congressional legislative members, bring your ass down here to these meetings today.
Thank you for coming out.
And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. All right, next speaker. Please come forward. You have 1 minute. Please come forward. Come to the mic. Thank you. Good morning. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. I'm going to try and put sort of a mixed message across here real quick. First of all, things like land taking or LA County shuffling around underperforming teachers to Black schools, that needs to change. That needs to stop. At the same time, this commission has talked about repealing equal protection laws in California and given cash grants to people to buy homes or to support businesses. And that's a 14th Amendment issue. You'd have to repeal the 14th Amendment first, and that's done so much for Black folks, for folks of all races, religious minorities. Gay people can get married because of the 14th Amendment. That's standing in your way. I'm sorry. If you want to hand out money like that. So what I'm saying is either you do it in a race-neutral way, fixing schools, fixing eminent domain, or you listen to the people here, you just hand out money, you get your ass handed to you in court, and it sets everything back, and it shows just how ridiculous and shameful that whole endeavor is. That's all I got. Thank you.
Next speaker, you have 1 minute. Good morning.
That warrants an extra 30 seconds or so. So I hate to be an alarmist, but here's the alarm, right? I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please go
so
ahead.
Here's the alarm that I want to give, right? Right now, is considering the Freedmen's Bureau, right? The future of the Freedmen's Bureau. Will it be an organization that writes a letter to, I guess, other organizations and departments and says, hey, you're doing a bad job? Or will it be a serious organization that is going to be Black Americans in charge of their own repair? In the same way that Professor Lewis said, hey, we have to do something here. We have to understand and recognize these people's self-determination. I hope your vote will reflect that today. In the same way that Lisa Holder talked about how she's faced medical racism, guess what? We're going to need a Freedmen's Bureau to fight that. In the same way that Tamaki believes that reparations is somehow going to end all racism, and that's the goal, I hope his vote will reflect a robust Freedmen's Bureau, because we need an organization that's going to fight for us. We cannot depend on these nonprofits. We cannot depend on shadowy organizations like the ones that Cheryl Grills hired that funnel $500,000 to God knows where. Don't smile at me, Cheryl. It is true. And if it is not true, Cheryl, you should call for an investigation right now and make a motion. You will not, because you are scared.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker. You have 1 minute, please, and speak into the mic. Good morning. You may begin.
That's going to be hard to follow up. What's up, everybody? Thank you to the task force members who've been doing their thing thus far. Camilla, you know, number one up here. I'm going to make it real quick. First off, this bit with the communication firm is a grave mistake. People have talked about it. We know it. But we actually have to fix it. There's not enough people in this room, and there's not enough people who are aware of what's going on. And we need those people, guys, once we're in our next phase of this. We need folks in the streets. I'm happy about the lineage base. We already know that's past tense. We know who this is for. Let's make sure in the final report, the language reflects that, so there's no room for questions. I'm throwing my support behind an independent agency, not an oversight board, not a commission. This for us. There's no one else who's going to have to be able to push this through like we can. We need our own power to do this ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. You have 1 minute. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Courtney McKinney. I live here in Sacramento, and I have two likely imperfect points, but my intention is to contribute in the spirit of help, healing, accessibility, and productivity. The first is that we shouldn't be paying taxes. Our ancestors were violently forced from West Africa to build this economy for free for over 200 years and then terrorized for 100 more and counting. Our taxes have been paid, and we are still owed a significant debt. California should immediately suspend tax collection for Black people, especially considering how the state continues to elect people using tax money through policing and debt collection. We shouldn't be paying for that. Suspending taxes for Black people in Cali won't break the budget since we constitute a small fraction of the population, and it provides a model for options at the federal level, which is needed since Black people are audited and harassed by the IRS at disproportionately high rates, stripping more wealth. This is an actual beginning for the path that America needs to take to begin to repay its debts. The second request I have is for public talking points and in general for this process to be made much more accessible. Please give us talking points, maybe 5 max, that synthesize the priority points of why reparations are needed in a simple, digestible way, easy enough to talk to with children. Examples might be that there's precedent for reparations, like for example, when the US paid victims of Japanese internment. Another might be bullet points for the proposed options and rationale for reparations eligibility. These are just examples and could be a great way to engage the public as has been spoken about as needed. So please help us help you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Next speaker, come out. You have 1 minute. You may begin.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nazinga Griffin, and I would like to first thank the task force for choosing lineage-based reparations eligibility. I want to request the final proposal be specific, not BIPOC, not POC, not universal, not race-based, not disadvantaged, not marginalized communities, and not all Black people, but specific, just like your decision was a year ago in March. Please make sure that your language in the final proposal is lineage specific. Also, For the communications firms, please do better. There's not enough people here. We haven't seen the commercials. The two that you played definitely did not appear to be anything near $1 million spent. And then also I am in full support of no oversight committee, but the agency that we've been talking about for months now. We need the Freedmen's Agency, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Good morning, sir, and you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bentley Callender, and I am an insurance broker. I started school in Compton, California, and I finished school here in Sacramento, California. I am non-FBA, but I do want to iterate that if you're not of the FBA lineage, you do not qualify for reparations, and the reparations need to start with FBA. Along with that, the other problem is white supremacy, and all Blacks need protection and by the law. The laws are already in place. They just need to be enforced, because we know what's going to happen when the money starts to come into FBA. We know what white supremacy is going to do. So Black people need to be protected, and don't muddy the waters with everything else that's being brought in. It just needs to start with FBA. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good morning. All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Elmer Fonza, and I'm here to talk about Nelson Bell, one of the few African-American owners during the gold rush in Coloma, California. Nelson came to California by Mr. Bell in 1850 as a slave and was given his freedom shortly after. In 1856, as a free, Nelson Bell purchased several parcels of land, approximately 11 plus acres, in and around the town of Coloma, where he worked driving a water wagon and mining for gold. Nelson Bell passed away in 1869. At the time, his land and personal property was put into probate. Personal property was later sold by the probate administration, but the sale of his land was not recorded in the probate. The land owned by Nelson Bell is now part of the California State Park. We have historical records and documents from a certified genealogist and information from Ancestry.com that indicates our kinship to Nelson Bell. He is in fact my third generation grandfather.
Sir, I'm so sorry, but thank you so much for that historical information, and feel free to submit your comments to reparations taskforce@doj.ca.gov. Thank you again for taking your time to come out. Next commenter, welcome.
Peace to the tribe. Peace to my ancestors. Lineage-based reparations for sure, and definitely this Freedmen Banking Bureau and this whole movement that they have going on, we just don't believe it. You know, they stole money from Black Americans before, and they'll steal money from Black Americans again. And honestly, some of the representatives out here, it's not going too well with you all, because we don't hear nothing from you all. But as far as Freedmen goes, ones like Marcel Dixon, or actually his name's Dixon Marcel from now on, because he betrayed his people, and he's in Chicago promoting white candidates, over Black American candidates, and he's online trolling, and he's talking, all types of mess about people. So, forget him. He's a traitor. Now, as far as Naheem, this guy goes by the name of Lord Abba. He was telling Black people, he was promoting to Black Americans to get the jab, basically just sending a curse on everybody. And I don't know what that guy's talking about. I really don't know what he's talking about. No one should be listening to him, and he represents the Freedmen Party. So, and if you think the grassroots are playing about the Freedmen movement, ask Gabriel Pamonte in Chicago. So thank you, Chicago, and peace to the tribe.
Sir, thank you. All right, next speaker. Good morning, you have 1 moment.
Good morning. My name is Russell Clark, fourth generation resident of Oakland, California, born and raised, town business in the building. I just want to come here as a representative of the Clark family, second generation skilled tradesman, elevator escalator worker, mechanic, and I just want to bring the focus back to why we're having this reparation task force. The whole purpose is because us, descendants of slaves, foundational Black Americans, were purposely and deliberately attacked at our land, our people. We were stolen, destroyed, and killed. The whole purpose of this is to bring our families the proper reparations we need, and that's a check from the Franchise Tax Board, number one, with all the rest of the parts of reparations. I want to thank you for the time and appreciate you for hearing me now. And please, I know you guys are stressed out, probably being attacked by white supremacists. I can't even imagine. But please, you are on the precipice of doing the right thing for not only for foundational Black Americans here in California,
Thank
but
you.
for all of us in the
Thank you,
United States
sir.
of America. Thank you.
All right, next speaker. Thank you very much.
My name's Michael Crockett.
You can adjust the mic
My
closer.
name's Michael Crockett. I moved here, I jotted down a few things where we are. Where we are right now is that, yes, it's hard to get a job. If a person, I've heard a lot of comments and it brings up a lot. Where we are right now is we have issues. I think the panel, the task force, and I regret that I have not had the time to follow it as closely as some others. But so we are interdependent and relied on each other to keep ourselves in the know. I think if we're going to give reparations, and it should be money, I think the task force should consider some work. This might not go over so well. But this, and I've heard many of the comments, one would be that eligible people would have to be educated, have some financial responsibility, education, maybe a short course, just to inform them of the pitfalls. We've heard about how people will be taken to court. We've heard about how land is grabbed. There are some slickers and they will just bleed you dry. And we've heard about lottery winners who lose money.
Sir, thank you. Thank you
required-
so much for that important
Was that-
point. I know it goes fast. I'm so sorry, but
And
please,
thank you.
you're,
I'd like to thank the task force for the job you're doing and making this forum available for us citizens to get a chance to let you.
thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. You may begin.
Good morning. Yet again, I'm here to keep this process honest. Yesterday, after I left from speaking, I heard someone from the Department of Justice tell what I believe to be untruths, saying that they have no data on the discrimination against my people in this state. This is ridiculous. They don't know how many people are in their jails. They don't know how many warrants were issued, citations were issued, how many convictions are made. They don't know who's in those prisons. It's time to end the lies and the bullshit, right? And that's part of this process. It's called justice, reparations, justice, right? And so you coming in here and telling lies from the Justice Department that they don't know what's happening in their state, that has to end. And so I'm out on that. I got to keep this on it.
Thank you. There's six more people. So please come forward. You have 1 moment. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is LaDonna Williams. Thank you so much for taking the time to address this important issue. I want to say, first of all, that our people deserve this $5 million now. As you are going through all of these processes and adding on more processes, you could benefit the people who have been harmed the most by paying out right now. Then that gives us the resources to work with you to move this issue forward. Yesterday, Richmond got up here and said they were going to follow Evanston. Evanston is not reparations. Richmond already has a home ownership program given $25,000. That doesn't work. When the average home here is $600,000, you're giving us enough to fail. So understand this, that is not reparations. And second of all, when will you have the ordinary people who are the valuable people here on your panel as experts? We are the experts. You are here as an advisory board. You really have no power either. The people have the power. And when we recognize that, we're going to hold each one of you all accountable. And we appreciate the work you did, but Grills, we haven't forgotten you. Tamaki, we haven't forgotten you. Sawyer, we haven't forgotten that you all
Thank you
voted
so
against
much.
lineage.
Thank you so much
We
for
are the
coming out
people, and
today.
we will take
Thank
our
you.
recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks for time to come out today. All right, next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Melissa Muganzo, pronoun she, they, sis. Knowing that race is a social construct and made up and has been and continues to be resold to us, I wanted to make sure that I speak up for all Black identified and Black Indigenous people who have been marginalized, suppressed, and harmed by living in and navigating the Black experience. As someone born in Florida, born to African and West Indian parents, my experience, along with theirs, has been one of intentional discrimination and severe forms of medical racism, xenophobia, employment practices, housing policy, redlining, business loans, police brutality, and education. And as we consider reparations, let's be sure to not forget all the Black people that have been impacted by the racist practices of the United States, including loss of tracking their lineage due to intentional white supremacy packages. Thank you so much for your time and your sacrificial, historic time in taking on this matter. We appreciate you and we thank you.
Next commenter. Thank you very much. Please speak into the mic. And you have 1 moment. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Yeah, my staff told me we have a minute and a half. I won't be brief. I will be brief. First of all, I said it before, I'll say it again. I love you folks, and you folks are doing a tremendous job. I know the pressure you're under. God bless you. And you're doing a tremendous job, but there's some things you need to know. First of all, again, I say $223,000 is not enough. $250,000 is not enough. $500,000 is not enough. What you need to do, and you need to act now. Let me simplify all this for you. This is something you can act on now. The government has a quadrillion pieces of property worth quadrillions of dollars. That's above trillions. Act now and tell them to release our money now through assets and property. You can do that right now as I'm speaking today, and then we can get straight the money later. And we pay more taxes than everybody else. Stop this. We pay taxes too. As a group, we pay more taxes than anybody else. How? We're the #1 spending group in America. We pay more sales taxes because of that than anybody. So give us our money now. We want our money now.
Thank you.
We want our assets now.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, we have, please come forward. Good morning.
Committee. My name is Michael Hunt. I now reside in Seattle, Washington. Born in Oakland, 1956. I've been listening to comments. I've been listening to people. I've been hearing recommendations. I'm gonna say this. If my people who call by my name would humble themselves and pray, seek his face, turn from your wicked ways, God said he would heal the land. I'm speaking for the people I saw on the 10 as I drove to this building. Lines, those voices are silent, but they're out there. There's tents in Washington. Board, we gotta start somewhere. $5 million would go a long way. Then we can go back and pick up some of the people on the street. We don't need the government to do it. We as a people need to do it. I represent Jesus Christ. I don't care what color you paint him. Jesus is the Son of God. He gave his life. Now we to God. He said he will heal this land. I'm standing on his word, people. We need to humble ourselves. Committee, God is writing everything that's being said, and he's going to write down what you guys do from this point on.
Thank you. Thank
will
you, sir.
stand before God at the end of the day, as all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming out. Our last 2 speakers, good morning. Please come on down.
Spread the word, spread the word.
All right.
Spread the word.
Thank you,
Don't
sir.
worry about your clothes. Don't worry about the rent. Spread the word, spread the word, spread the word. So my time is just now starting. Forgive me, but that spread the word is a song I had written. Y'all see Brother Around the Town with the Jesus sign? Well, that's it. That's his song. Okay, so residual effects of slavery. The book this thick out there, right? That y'all wrote, y'all read or whatever. Giving honor to God, I got a small prayer. Hallelujah. Thank you. Yes. So we need residual pay, right? we need residual pay. I don't know how much money is in the trust fund already for the payments or whatever, but as soon as the money drops, there needs to be programs established from interest, from investment, so that residual payment can be made. Because when people are in third world conditions, third world things happen. They do third world things. And then we need easy access. Start reaching out to everybody eligible. Of course, on the state level, we're gonna be like a pillar state, an example, and then let it be example for other states, and the federal level for reparations where reparations are due. And then tax exempt land, we need land. We pay more rent. We pay more money than anybody else. We pay. They call us liquid money. The Jews call colored people liquid money because money runs through our hands like water. Because we run to everybody else with our money. For us to have our own lands tax exempt, so we're not constantly paying rent. Because there was a campaign out. Excuse my French. Rent is too damn high. We need our own land. We put in a lot of work. I know I have. You see my hands. I'm a certified mechanic, CDL. I need work as a CDL too. I got a truck sitting about across the street. Okay, my name is Patrick Blackshaw, founder of Foundation of Future Success. I have a flyer for each one of y'all. And if y'all have business cards, please provide that.
Thank you,
I do
sir.
appreciate you.
Thank you. Please submit your written comments to Reparations Taskforce at doj.ca.gov. But thank you so much for coming out. Thank you. Next speaker, our last speaker of the day. Good morning.
Greetings, everyone. Peace and love. Aba Isini Hamagadinagu, Honsun Hayabanyo Gunye. Blessings to everyone from the Garifuna Nation. To the Reparations Task Force, thank you for the work that you're doing. To those who are up there, we fear that you're doubting the people that are here. Who you're dealing with here today are the real ones. Every last individual in this building right now, and we will exemplify it to you in a second with the power of the fist in the air when we ask for those who are the real ones. So as you consider what you need to consider two things. The real ones are not seeking autonomy. The real ones are seeking self-determination. Self-determination. So as you consider what you're considering, if there is not self-determination in it, you're failing the people. So now, to the real ones. Where they at?
Right here.
The real ones. Where they at?
Right here.
The real ones. Where you at?
Right here.
Thank you, sir.
Do not doubt the real ones.
Thank you.
Because they are here.
Thank you.
Ashe
Thank
to
you.
our ancestors. Ashe to our ancestors. And the most honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey said that we are a Unitarian particle of the universal intelligence.
Thank you.
Ashe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. That concludes our public comments this morning. Thank you all for your valuable contributions and rich history. I will turn the mic over to Chair Moore to continue this morning's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin Walton. The next item on the agenda is item number 18, discussion and potential action. Advisory Committee's recommendations on educating the public and formal apologies presented by members Tamaki and Grills.
Chair Moore, I'm wondering, would it be appropriate to have, excuse me, a 5-minute break?
Sure, we can take a break for 5 minutes, yeah.
I think so. Thank you. Excuse me.
Back around 11:25-ish. come back to their seats. Do we have quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Parliamentarian Johnson, I'll turn to you to, well, we don't have to do that.
Okay.
Do we need to establish a quorum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin calling the roll with Madam Chair.
Present.
Madam Chair is present. Vice Chair Brown?
Present.
Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford? Member Bradford is present. Member Grills? Member Grills is present. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer is absent. Member Lewis? Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task. Okay, Member Holder is present. And Member Jones Sawyer is present. Thank you. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. It takes 5 for a quorum. The number present is 9. We have a quorum established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. We'll now turn to item 18, presented by Member Tamaki and Member Grills.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I want to address as some prefacing with this presentation of the public education plan. And it goes to the issue of the vote on lineage in March of 2022. And I think there's been some legitimate concerns spoken about that. And I just wanted to clarify if there, to remove any doubt. For both myself, for Cheryl Grills, and I think for every task force member, on the lineage question, the eligibility issue, the task force has spoken. The task force has spoken. And as far as I can see, every task force member, including myself, intends to carry out the will of the task force, period. And so I will say, and maybe this matters less, but from a personal point of view, the reality of a specific harm class of descendants, foundational Black Americans, that needs to be acknowledged, that heretofore has been invisible, that falls at the bottom of every metric in California that matters, absolutely has to be recognized. And whether that's in compensation or policy, we believe that. And Member Grills believes that too. But the reason I say it's sort of secondary, because it doesn't matter. The task force has spoken. And every task force member, I think, is duty bound to carry out the will of the task force. That's the purpose of deliberation. That's the purpose of voting. And once the body decides the direction, that is the direction. So in prefacing the public education portion, we have kept that in mind. But these worries and legitimate concerns are raised at just about every meeting. I just thought it would be helpful to let folks know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'm so pleased that Cheryl Grills and the task force has voted to put her on the Public Education Committee, because it is a ton of work and it does require the expertise of an educator, a professor, as you will see. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Grills to begin the presentation.
Okay, and so as you see here, the charge of this advisory body is to recommend appropriate ways to educate the California public of the task force's findings and future reparations actions by the state. So Don, you want to share about the goal?
Yeah, I think the goals of public education are fourfold. Number one, they're required by AB 3121. And The campaign or the process would be to meet the following: to educate the California public of the task force's findings, the interim report, and the final report when it's issued in June. In a lot of ways, as Senator Bradford and Assemblyman Joan Sawyer has pointed out, after June, when we submit the report, that's when the real work begins to reach and penetrate the American public and California public. And by the way, as I think everybody knows, the nation's going to be watching certainly in June and thereafter what we do here. Secondly, to build a collective base of knowledge to inform racially diverse communities in California of the justice and the need for reparations. Yes, this is absolutely a Black issue. Yes, the descendant community absolutely is entitled to repairs. But we've also got to persuade the rest of California and the nation of the rightness and justiceness of this cause. So that is a principal purpose of the public education, to increase their appreciation of why reparations is needed. 3, to expand the discussion of reparations into mainstream conversations, to increase the understanding and support for future legislative action to implement the task force's recommendations. In other words, to move the needle of public opinion, to create the political will to get something done after we make our report to the legislature. 4, to inspire reflection and action among residents of California in support of, I would say, both domestic and international standards of reparations, including not only compensation, rehabilitation, restitution, but guarantees of non-repetition. In other words, stopping the harm, to create basically a new narrative. So this is not a one and done, that we make the recommendations, the legislation, as in other forms of reparations that we've seen, including Japanese American. It's been, here's compensation, here's what we're going to do, and then it's over. I think everybody here on the task force is committed to putting forth a comprehensive reparations proposals that go on. You know, the harm was long in the making, and the repairs should also be both immediate and permanent and long in the making. I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, so the Public Education Action Plan is divided into 2 parts. The first part is our actions for implementation during the term of the task force. And the second are actions included in the final report as recommendations to the legislature to advance public education. So with respect to action number 1, implementing actions during the term of the task force, there are several things that we are looking at. First, creating a PowerPoint. CCG, the Charles Group, has developed a master PowerPoint summarizing the 13 chapters of the interim report for task force members to use, modify, and apply in their interviews, conversations, et cetera. Secondly, there's messaging. To help the public understand that reparations is a justice and humanitarian issue, the Public Education Advisory Committee will work with the Charles Group to develop slogans, taglines, quotes, metaphors that take complex and contentious subject matter and make it more easily understandable, and where necessary, respond to shifts and moves and modifications in the narrative about what people think reparations means. It would also include infographics that can simplify try to simplify a complex story of 400 years of oppression and the need to make reparations more easily understandable. Then there's also the counterpoint messaging. So there are a number of critiques, criticisms, pushback against this idea of reparations. So we will be working in collaboration with 2 of our partners, Dr. Darity and Kirsten Mullen, to come up with point counterpoint commentary. As someone mentioned earlier, you want talking points. We're working on some talking points. We agree that there needs to be clear, cogent rebuttals to attacks against reparations.
Cheryl, can I add one thing
Yeah,
to that
mhm.
point? So I think it's important that Professor Sandy Darity and Kirsten Mullen have agreed to help us on this. And in the seminal book, From Here to Equality, there's a chapter at the end of the book which addresses the arguments typically against reparations and also the counterpoint about what the message should go back to. So just to quote Professor Darity and Kirsten Mullen, one of them, it was so long ago, there is no reason to keep bringing up slavery. I'm sure you've heard that. Didn't America already pay its debt for slavery in blood by waging the Civil War, which resulted in emancipation? It's really, it is uninformed, it is ignorant, but that's what we hear. Quote, Blacks already have received reparations in the form of welfare monies and funds from other social service programs. We are getting that, and we're going to get that even more as this intensifies. So we're fortunate and grateful to Professors Darity and Kirsten Mullen to assist on that public education part, so we can throw out and get out there the counter narrative.
Okay. So the fourth action is the development of a curriculum. So the advisory committee is in talks, communication with University of California School of Education professors Travis Bristol and Talani Britton to develop a curriculum based on the interim report. Dr. Travis is trained from Columbia University, Stanford University, and Amherst College. He's currently an associate professor of teacher education and education policy at Berkeley School of Education. He's chair of the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards. The list goes on in terms of his qualifications. Dr. Talani Britton is trained at Harvard School of Education, Columbia University, and Tufts. She is known for her research on students' transition from secondary school to higher education and retention, and the impact of the war on drugs era mass incarceration on decreases in college enrollment. She's worked as a high school math teacher and college counselor in New York City public schools, and comes with extensive skills and capacities. The plan is that the curriculum project will commence before the expiration of the term of the task force, which will continue thereafter through 2023 and into 2024. The fourth action is addressing the racist laws and cases. So there has been a compendium of racist laws and cases that has been developed. The Department of Justice was working with the Loyola Marymount University School of Law, Eric Miller, and LMU African American Studies Department Chair, Dr. Marnie Campbell, who have compiled this compendia of state and federal laws and cases showing how deeply racism shaped the policies, laws, and judicial outcomes of the nation, and California in particular, demonstrating that, in fact, all three branches of government were willing actors in racial subjugation and exclusion, or they were complicit partners, or in rare instances to the contrary, were instruments of justice. And then lastly, we are in coordination with professionals pursuing public education initiatives that they themselves have generated. So in that regard, there's now in production a docuseries, a 12-episode docuseries based on 12 chapters of the interim report. This docuseries is being done by professionals in film and television, in particular Chan Berry, who was one of the directors and producers of Dark Girls and Dark Girls 2, among a number of other productions, and the School of Film and Television Associate Dean oh, I'm blocking on his name, Charles Swanson, at Loyola Marymount University School of Film and Television. The docuseries will consist of 22 to 30 minutes of footage per episode, similar to a typical 30-minute television segment, because they will actually be taking the docuseries idea to major networks to see if one would pick them up. In addition to general community screenings, again, it's going to be pitched not just to major television outlets, but also to cable outlets. The goal of each episode is to, one, educate the general public about each set of harms and prospective recommendations, and secondly, to generate discussion and public support for African American reparations in California. Each interview will include interviews with a number of civil rights and political leaders, community members telling their personal stories, task force members, et cetera. And the first episode is actually going to be focusing on the pathologizing the Black family. Okay, Don?
Yeah, so this next thing in terms of working with outside organizations who are doing this on their own, among the first of them was the John M. Langston Bar Association, the Black Bar Association of Lawyers in Los Angeles, and the Japanese American Bar Association that have created a website and are working with other groups and other volunteers to begin to get endorsements of the task force at various levels. And some of the endorsements go to endorsing the task force and/or endorsing the interim report, or at least endorsing the study of reparations, that it is time. And so scrolled above, you can begin to see the array of organizations that with not a whole lot of effort are throwing their reputations behind this. And they didn't need a whole lot of persuasion. You'll note there's a lot of Asian American organizations, Japanese American organizations that support this. Why? Because they know the healing power of reparations. And of course, by the time we get through March and April, I'm hoping that this list will be well beyond the 67 or so that are listed. There's actually more now that are pending. It's probably more like 80. And that by June, we'll have hundreds of folks. And I think that's in and of itself a news story, that there's a multiracial group of both big and small organizations representing different constituencies that are throwing in on this and want to support it. Thanks to Pastor Brown, I'll be talking to the San Francisco Interfaith Council, which has about, I'd say, 20 churches within its membership. And so that's another group in California, Northern California, and hoping to spread into the faith community in Southern California and in the center of the state that will be part of this list. The Los Angeles Bar Association, lawyers that I'm most connected with because I'm an attorney, is now considering this before the board, as well as the Bar Association of San Francisco. I mention this because these are not fringy groups. I mean, these are not small organizations. These are mainstream organizations that I think have some sense that we need to have something, we need to have a serious movement and result from this effort. And that's all to the good. Cheryl?
Okay, so now with action 2. These are actions included.
Vice Chair Brown had a comment. Vice Chair Brown, you're right.
Dr. Grills, let me share also with the task force and the audience. The Liz Groves, just last week, the San Francisco Democratic Central Committee unanimously voted to support reparations. And in addition to that, it's just a matter of meeting and getting it done, but we will have the San Francisco Interfaith Council. There's more than 20 members in that body of all faith persuasions. So every round goes higher and higher.
Yep.
And all we have to do is just keep pushing, and we will find that we will have more converts to come and join this great movement. But to have that San Francisco Democratic Central Committee to unanimously vote to support reparations, that's a big achievement.
Thank you. So in terms of action number 2, these are actions included in the final report as recommendations to the legislature to advance public education. There are 3 components to the actions in this section. First, a curriculum. So it's anticipated that the task force's retained experts will continue to work on developing the curriculum based on the interim report through 2023 and possibly into 2024. And it's recommended that that curriculum be incorporated into public schools at age-appropriate grade levels, but that curriculum could also be used by the general public. Secondly, that hard copies of the interim report be made available to public spaces like libraries, et cetera. And then third, that there be a public education fund established to educate the public about American history as discussed in the interim report. And that education fund could pay for other kinds of curriculum, audiobooks, public art displays, literary works, documentary films, student essay contests, seminars, podcasts, and more. So as we wrap it up, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Don.
Yeah, so throughout and this is a suggestion for task force members to consider. We have 13 chapters in the interim report, and throughout the interim report are various apologies by government for the harms, apologies for the passage of legislation, apologies for racist monuments, glorifying racial oppression and so on. And so we kind of thought for the public, for the media, for the ease of getting to it, that the apologies should be aggregated and located in one place instead of sprinkled sort of throughout our proposal. So the recommendation basically is to center the apology in its own chapter that synthesizes all of the apologies mentioned across the other proposals and put it all in one section. So certainly that's up for discussion. We thought it would have more impact that way, and a reader and the policymaker, media would have to go searching through, we're now considering 100 pages of proposals, and to have its own standalone chapter on the apology, we thought that would be a good idea. And to follow up on Pastor Brown's point about the governor, first governor of California, Peter Burnett, the apology should also encompass, if it's not already, the apologies by specific political leaders that really set California's complicitness in the harm. And so, but conceptually, from a formatting point, the key is to put it all in its own chapter. So that, again, is a part of informing, shining a light to give insight to the public how deeply this is embedded in the history of California and in the culture.
Thank you. That's our report.
Thank you, members Tamaki and members Grills for that amazing presentation. Are there any comments or questions from the task force members about what's been presented? Member Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Member Tamaki and Dr. Grills for that comprehensive report. I really appreciate it. My question really is just for DOJ. How many hard copies have been printed of the interim support so far? Because that's what I'm constantly being asked in the community. How do we get it? And is it still available online to look at it?
The interim report is available online. There were, I would probably say, close to 1,000 copies originally printed from the original print date through to the present. We have been fulfilling requests by members of the task force in sending those out. That has been, that's one of the unbudgeted expenses. That is a DOJ cost in terms of the printing. But we, in accordance to the direction of the task force, have been working with legislative staff to make sure that members of the legislature who would like a copy receive one. There still are some copies available, and we've tried to make them available at the meetings that we've been having in person as well. We do recognize that the interim report is about 3 months away from being complete, and so we'll soon need to start printing copies of that final report, and haven't made any additional requests for orders for the interim report.
Have all 120 members of the legislature already received a hard copy of this report?
A copy was transmitted to the legislature, to the secretaries, and we have done outreach to the members for distribution for those who would like a copy of the report.
I mean, I will take it upon myself to leave it at every office. I just think every member needs to have this before that final report gets out. And so it would be very helpful if all 120 members of the legislature get a copy of this as soon as possible.
So we do have the set. What we can do is arrange for 120 to be delivered to one of the legislative members' offices for distribution.
Well, we don't need 120 because some of us already have it, but those members that don't have it, whatever that number is, I'll take it upon myself to make sure it gets to those members.
Oh, I had a suggestion. So will there also be hard copies of the final report to be available, or just the interim report?
Yeah, I would imagine that we would, once the final report is done and everything is compiled into one document, that we could make those available. Hard copies, definitely to the public libraries and other spaces and places where people frequent to review materials.
Member Jones Sawyer, recognized. I just want to make sure we, because as we move forward, we're going to need as many allies as possible. And I believe there are a lot of people we don't necessarily have to convince, but just make sure they understand what's going on. And I think they will gladly join. Dr. Brown has kind of put the gauntlet down for those of us from LA. Since the San Francisco Democratic Party has endorsed, I'm going to make sure I do everything in my power to make sure the Los Angeles County Democratic Party also is fully behind this and endorses it. And then with the two, maybe we can get the California Democratic Party then to move forward. And that's a whole process in itself. And as a former secretary of the party, I can make that happen. But I say that to say that the most important next step, which I want to commend Don Tamaki and Cheryl Grills on, is getting others to sign on and support this. And they put in a lot of hours, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, this is a labor of love for them. And we have a great start. It's probably the one thing that's kind of united all of us in getting as many people outside of this room and outside of this committee to join hands with us, to fight for this. That is all the discussion that's happening now is good, and I'm glad we're ironing everything out. But the biggest challenge is getting it through the legislature and then to the governor's desk. And we need all hands on deck in a unified manner to make that happen. And so while we have
67, 60, with Reverend Brown's 269 and growing. If we have hundreds of organizations, if you know of any that would like to sign on to this, let us know, because the bigger and faster and larger we make this mass, it makes our job a lot easier to be able to move this movement. As Dr. Brown always said, if we're going to create a movement, this is how you create a movement. And so again, I want to commend you on the Public Education Advisory Committee, because it is vital right now to get it done. Thank you.
Member Holder, you're recognized. Thank you. A question about the public education with respect to getting the books, the reports to libraries. I'm wondering whether that's inclusive of libraries in all the UC systems and the Cal State, and whether there's whether there is whether we have ideas about how to organize specifically college campuses, because if we can get traction with students, they are tremendous catalysts for mobilizing.
Yeah, I think that we should be including the Cal States and the UCs as part of the public system of libraries. But I also like the idea of getting to the private universities as well. And, you know, I believe we could just kind of send complimentary copies to a list of the California private universities across the state as a start to go along with the ones that are going to be received by the Cal States and UCs.
May I add one thing? So the website that currently houses the endorsements and lists kind of the level of endorsements and also the endorsement letters. And many of the endorsers have chosen to craft their own support letter, you know, reciting the importance of reparations as it relates to their own community or their own profession or their own subject matter expertise. And so those can be found on supportreparations.org. And this is the website set up by, as I said, the John M. Langston Bar Association and Japanese American Bar Association. And on it are, like, if groups don't want to do their own letter, they could easily punch a button and sign on to a template. And it's very easy. I have to say that as you click on the names in that supportreparations.org, many of them, it will reveal their own customized letter, which is very interesting, and how much thought have been put into those letters. But others have simply signed on to a template that's available there. And groups can endorse at whatever level they feel comfortable with. So there's that option and that tool available.
Thank you. So who is the point of contact to update the endorsements list in case there's some organizations?
That would be me. Yeah, I could certainly do that. And I'm in touch with the people that are literally, they're updating the website every day, multiple times a day. And in fact, just got an email adding, 4 more organizations who are endorsing. They're coming in quickly, which is very gratifying. And the fact that certain groups have taken a position on this it encourages others to also join. So there's a momentum that is developing. Now, I will say it doesn't have to be the only effort. So there are groups here that want to do their own endorsement list. Great. I think we want to spread this as widely as possible. At least that's my personal opinion. But the ease of this to use this particular website, it's convenient, and there are already great organizations on it.
I had a question about the docuseries. So I do have a background in entertainment law. So I just wanted some clarification. Member Groves, you said the docuseries is in production. So I just wanted to be clear, because when you're talking about the development of film and TV projects. There's development stage, there's production, and then there's post-production. So are you saying that this docuseries has passed the development stage and now it's in the production stage? It's past the development stage and now it's officially in production? Because if it's officially in production, I would like to know, who are the producers, the EPs, who is attached to the project? And is the ask for us to, as a task force, to, endorse this docuseries? My concern is we don't really know who's attached to the project, the producers, the EPs, especially if it's past the development stage. Like, what input are you asking from the task force around this docuseries, if any?
So these are independent folks, raised their own money, and have already, they have a whole team of producers, writers, the director, et cetera. And for different episodes, that cast of that team changes. This is a gift to the task force. And so the hope is that all task force members will make themselves available to be interviewed, that task force members who have particular expertise on certain chapters will want to provide their technical input. The anchor organizations are all invited to do the same. And so this is a gift to the task force. So the goal that they have with the first episode is to have it ready by the time of the release of the final report. And if, depending on the day and the location of where that report is released, that there could be a screening on that day, adding to the publication. I didn't hear it.
Is the company that's doing this documentary?
All right, thank you. All right.
Yes. Yes, this is a professional company. And yes.
Okay, I just wanted some clarity on that. I'll just follow up privately for more information. Okay, that's it for me. Any other comments, questions?
One final question, and again, this is to the DOJ. Has the governor's office received a hard copy of this?
I'm not aware of whether the governor's
I
office
think
has
we
received
should
one.
make sure that's top of the list too for distribution. Yeah, I think he should be in his office.
I'm told they have received the report. Whether it's a hard copy or not, I don't know, but I can confirm that.
Any other comments or questions? Member Montgomery Step. Yes, thank you. I just have a comment, I think, about the recommendation about the apologies. I would agree that that it would be more impactful compiled, before going into the policy proposals.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to chime in on that.
Do we need a motion on that? So would it be a motion on the entire public education report or just on the formatting of the separate apology into its own chapter?
It can be the same, consistent with the comments that have been made. We will later this afternoon be talking about the organization. So it can be that is our recommendation that it be consolidated. But right now, if you want to sort of have the outlines and parameters of what you described as an apology, all the apologies for all the different sections.
I get it. So basically, again, thinking out loud with you, the DOJ, since this is a formatting issue for the final report, the DOJ needs direction on putting the apology in one section. So with the chair's permission, I'll make a motion. Okay, I would move that the various apologies that are contained within the proposals be aggregated into one separate chapter. And as a matter of segueing into that, maybe each of the proposals might have a reference directing the reader to the chapter on the apology as a matter of formatting, but the substance of the apology and the various topics of the apology will all be put into one chapter.
Second motion.
It has been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown that we will aggregate all of the apologies across the different chapters into one chapter for public apologies. Is there any discussion on the matter? No further discussion. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. I will begin the roll call with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Excuse me. Member Holder. Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Steppe.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Parliamentarian Johnson, 9 ayes, 0 nays, unless the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Any other comments or questions?
Chair Moore, just to clarify, we're also, what Member Tamaki was talking about with regard to racist leaders, politicians, past, we'll include that. We'll endeavor to include that. So when you see the draft, you'll be able to see what's included and let us know if others should be added in or if we should add any other information. But that'll be consolidated into this chapter by this direction as well.
My last comment about the docuseries, since it's past the development phase and it's in production, I understand this is a gift to the task force, but since it's past the development phase, Dr. Grills, Member Tamaki, can whoever's, doing this for the task force, can they present their deck to the task force? So we have an understanding about, what the docuseries will entail. I think that's like a minimal ask because again, if it's past the development phase, that's one of the first things you have to develop a film or TV project is a deck, like a slideshow of what the project would entail.
I can ask them.
Thank you so much. Other comments or questions? All right, so thank you so much, Member Tamaki and Member Grills for that comprehensive public education update. The next item on the agenda is number 19, discussion and action item advisory committee's final recommendations. We are running late, so I'm wondering if we could just go to lunch, reorder the agenda a bit, go to lunch, return around 1:20-ish, and then resume with the rest of the agenda item number 19. Sounds good. So we'll return around 1:20-ish or so. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll now resume to item 19, but before we do so, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson to reestablish a quorum.
Yes, good afternoon. I will begin with the roll call to determine attendance with Chair Moore.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills. Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis. Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force, and the number needed for a quorum is 5. The number present is 9. Madam Chair, a quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Before we resume to item number 19, I want to acknowledge California State University, Sacramento. During the break, you might have seen a slideshow around the historical worldview timeline of reparations. That presentation was again created by the California State University, Sacramento. It's a timeline of reparation movements between 1783 to the present in the United States, recognizing that reparations as a way to acknowledge and compensate a group that has been harmed is not new or unique around the world. So thank you so much to the California State University, Sacramento, and California Secretary of State for organizing this visual exhibit for us. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is item number 19, which for me is presenting on this idea of an independent California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. Next slide, please. You can continue to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Most of these slides are about, a comprehensive overview of the task force and our work, or at least the beginning slides. So that's why I'm saying next slide. And you can find these presentations on my personal website, CamilaMoore.com/education. I've created a master PowerPoint and PowerPoints for each chapter in the report. Next slide. So just so that everyone is on the same page, all the task force members, we know all of this information in terms of the interim report very, very well. So this is really for members of the public, for folks to understand the thesis around the interim report. All of this information, again, you can find in the executive summary of our report. For instance, in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And in 1865, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution commanded that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States. In supporting the passage of the 13th Amendment, its co-author, Senator Lyman Trumbull of Illinois, said it is perhaps difficult to draw a precise line to say where freedom ceases and slavery begins. And so decades after, via the civil rights cases, you have the U.S. Supreme Court helping Congress to interpret what the 13th Amendment meant. And in 1883, the Supreme Court interpreted the 13th Amendment as empowering Congress to pass all laws necessary and proper for abolishing the badges and incidents of slavery in the United States. Next slide. So that begs the question again, what are the badges and incidents of slavery? What does it mean? We heard, for instance, in September from constitutional law scholars like Jennifer Mason McAward, who provided expert testimony on the question of what are the badges and incidents of slavery. Since Congress has abdicated its responsibility in terms of defining what the badges and incidents of slavery are, there are 13th Amendment constitutional scholars who have done this work for Congress. And again, expert witnesses like Jennifer Mason McAward have defined the badges and incidents of slavery as referring to public or widespread private action aimed at any racial group or population, this next part is key, that has previously been held in slavery or servitude, that mimics the law of slavery and has significant potential to lead the de facto reenslavement or legal subjugation of the targeted group. Next slide, please. And so again, this language is lifted directly from the interim report in our executive summary, where the thesis again of this 500-page report is as follows. Throughout the rest of American history, instead of Congress abolishing the badges and incidents of slavery, the United States federal, state, and local governments, including California, have perpetuated and created new iterations of these badges and incidents. The resulting harms have been innumerable and have snowballed over generations. And so our nearly 500-page interim report, as we all know, focuses on these harms, with the acknowledgement that so thoroughly have the effects of slavery infected every aspect of American society over the last 400 years, that it is nearly impossible to identify every single badge and incident of slavery, to include every piece of evidence or describe every harm done to African Americans. And so again, the executive summary concludes by saying, in order to address this practical reality, the interim report describes a sample of government actions and compounding harms that have resulted in 12 specific areas of systemic discrimination. Next slide, please. And so as we all know, after the enslavement chapter of the interim report, there are 12 remaining chapters that are organized around those 12 major specific areas of systemic discrimination that the task force is calling badges and incidents of slavery, from racial terror to political disenfranchisement, housing segregation, separate unequal education, racism in the environment and infrastructure, pathologizing of the Black family, control over creative, cultural, and intellectual life, stolen labor and hindered opportunity, the unjust legal system, mental and physical harm and neglect, and the last chapter is on the wealth gap. Next slide, please. So I'll go through these slides quickly, but just to give you a sampling again of the badges and incidents of slavery that this task force is tasked with coming up with recommendation proposals to eradicate or eliminate. The first chapter is on enslavement. As we all know, despite California entering the Union in 1850 as a free state, its early state government supported slavery. The images you'll see in these slideshows are also directly from the interim report, like this African-American miner posing with the shovel at the Auburn Ravine during the gold rush in 1852. Next slide. So after the enslavement chapter, again, describes the different badges and incidents of slavery that still linger on and negatively impact the African-American or American freeman community. Starting with racial terror, we can look at California. As we know through our interim report released in June of last year, the Ku Klux Klan, for instance, established local chapters all over the state in the 1920s. During that time, California sometimes even held more KKK events than Mississippi or Louisiana. Next slide. We talk about political disenfranchisement. This picture is from our interim report. Rayfield Lundy, a Republican candidate for the California 55th Assembly District, inspects a burnt cross at 1816 East 122nd Street in LA. A lot of folks don't know that California prohibited individuals convicted of felonies from voting, added a poll tax, and put in place a literacy test. Next slide. The next badge or incident of slavery of the task force is tasked with coming up with final reparation proposals around is housing segregation. A lot of people don't know, but we learned together via this interim report that like elsewhere in the country, white Californians use violence to enforce the racial hierarchy created during slavery by preventing African Americans from moving into desirable white neighborhoods. And this is a picture from the interim report of William Bailey and Roger Duncan in 1952 in their living room after a bomb exploded in the house. Duncan's house directly across the street was also bombed at the same time, and a note was left threatening all the Black families on the street if they didn't move out. Next slide, please. When we talk about the next badge or incident of slavery, separate and unequal education, in California, California remains the 6th most segregated state in the country for Black students. Next slide, please. The next badge and incident of slavery the task force is mandated to address is racism in the environment and infrastructure. National patterns are replicated in California. Black Californians are more likely than white Californians to live in overcrowded housing, near hazardous waste as well. Compared to other Americans, African Americans are 75% more likely to live near hazardous waste or refining facilities. Next slide, please. The next Badger incident of slavery is pathologizing of the Black family. California trends in the child welfare, juvenile justice, and disciplinary action in schools match those in the rest of the country. Recent California Attorney General investigations have found several school districts punish Black students at higher rates than students of other races. Next slide, please. The 9th chapter of our report is on control over creative, cultural, and intellectual life. Some of the key findings from that report, that chapter, in California, city governments decimated thriving Black neighborhoods with vibrant artistic communities like the Fillmore in San Francisco. State-funded California museums have excluded Black art from their institutions. California has been home to numerous racist monuments and memorials for centuries. Again, this picture is from our interim report of Little Richard protesting record companies over royalties. Little Richard said the rights to the song Tutti Frutti, he sold the rights to the song for a mere $50 and received half a cent for each record sold. He said, "I was a dumb Black kid, and my mama had 12 kids and my daddy was dead." Little Richard reportedly said, "I wanted to help them, so I took whatever was offered." This was in 1984. Next slide, please. The 10th chapter of the Badgett incident of slavery we're tasked with addressing is stolen labor and hindered opportunity. We found in California, several California cities did not hire Black workers until the 1940s, and certain public sectors continued to avoid hiring Black workers, even in 1970. The San Francisco Fire Department, for example, had no Black firefighters before 1955. And by 1970, when Black residents made up 14% of the city's population, only 4 of the department's 1,800 uniformed firefighters were Black. To the right is a picture again from our report around the annual income during the Great Migration of white immigrant workers versus Black workers. You see Black Americans who descend from slaves had the lowest annual income compared to newly arriving European immigrants. Next slide, please. So the next Badger incident of slavery we're tasked with addressing is an unjust legal system. Like the rest of the country, California stops, shoots, and kills and imprisons more African Americans than their share of the population. Data shows that law enforcement most frequently reported taking no further action during a stop with the person they perceived to be Black, suggesting there may have been no legal basis for the stop. African Americans are 3 times more likely to be killed by the police. There's also an 88% increase in anti-Black hate crimes from 2019 to 2020 on a federal level, and Black Americans are the #1 victims of hate crimes in the city of Los Angeles, for instance, the entire state of California, and nationally as well. Next slide. The next Badger incident of slavery we're tasked with addressing is mental and physical harm and neglect. This picture is from our report, Students at the University of Maryland School of Medicine in 1898. The English sociologist Harry Martineau wrote in 1838 that the bodies of colored people exclusively are taken for dissection because the whites do not like it and the colored people cannot resist. So this is a picture of an African-American woman being dissected by white male medical students. And if you look at the engraving on the table, it says, "Her loss is our gain." And so nationally, the government actions described in our interim report have had a devastating effect on the health of African Americans. Compared to white Americans, African Americans live shorter lives and more likely to suffer and die from nearly all known diseases and medical conditions compared to white Americans. And in California, the life expectancy of an average Black Californian was 75.1 years, 6 years shorter than the state average. Next slide, please. And lastly, the last chapter is on the wealth gap. The late Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. said this as much in one of his last speeches, right? While Congress refused to give the Negro any land, at the same time, through an act of Congress, was giving away millions and millions of acres of land to white immigrants to undergird its white peasant class. And so nationally, federal and California Homestead Acts essentially gave away hundreds of millions of acres of land almost for free, mostly to white families. Today, what are the present day implications of that? Our report found that as many as 46 million of these white living descendants currently reap the wealth benefits of that land transfer via the federal and California Homestead Acts. That's nearly a quarter or 25% of the white adult population still benefits from those land transfers. Also, when you look at the wealth gap in California, or more particularly Los Angeles, since there is no state data on the wealth gap. A 2014 study of the LA metro area found that the median value of liquid assets for native-born African Americans or those who descend from slaves was a mere $200 compared to $110,000 for white households and $72,000 for African Blacks of immigrant origin. And so, again, this is from our report in 2019, white households own 9 times more assets than Black households. Next slide. And so, as the interim report has stated, it's nearly impossible to identify every single harm or atrocity done to this special and unique group of people that are Black Americans who are descendants of slaves. Now, we tried our best in our nearly 500 pages to, again, identify the 12 major areas of systemic discrimination or badges or incidents of slavery as constitutional law scholars have defined that still impact this special and unique group of people. So this huge, magnanimous problem really mandates a comprehensive solution. And so my presentation concludes with, again, a potential final proposal to create an independent new agency called the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency, which mission would be to provide perpetual special consideration to descendants of American slaves or American freedmen in California. The agency will primarily provide reparatory justice services and programs directly to the descendant community. Next slide. Just very briefly, we know that there was once a Freedmen's Bureau in this country on the federal level that provided provisions, clothing, and fuel necessary for the immediate and temporary shelter and supply of destitute and suffering refugees and freedmen and their wives and children. This agency had the authority to supervise labor relations in the South with the mandate to provide education, medical care, and legal protections for formerly enslaved African Americans, along with the authority to rent out and eventually sell allotments of abandoned or confiscated land to free African Americans. Next slide, please. And so the original goal of the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which was enacted yesterday in 1865, so that was the anniversary. The original goal of the Freedmen's Bureau Act was the more radical notion of allowing African Americans the means to become self-sufficient. In closing days of the Civil War, for instance, General William Tecumseh Sherman issued Special Field Order number 15, setting aside 400,000 acres of confiscated land for those who had been freed. Let's see. However, in less than the full harvest season, the land that Sherman had given to freed persons was returned to their prior owners. Next slide. And so, although the Freedmen's Bureau tried to assert and protect the rights of formerly enslaved, it also perpetuated racist stereotypes, we have to be honest, paternalistic attitudes, and continued to limit African Americans' economic and social power. Again, this language is from our interim report, where we talk about the history of the Freedmen's Bureau. Bureau agents often viewed formerly enslaved African Americans as children, unprepared for freedom, and needing to be taught the importance of work and wages. The Freedmen's Bureau abandoned the possibility of land reform in the South and focused mostly on labor relations between Black and white Southerners instead. I wanted to include this language again, just to be honest about the history. The Freedmen's Bureau was not perfect, but the idea around creating a state agency on the state level, particularly for descendants of American slaves, is still noble, and it's important for us to learn from this history and improve on this history. Next slide, please. And this is just, for instance, to show the providence around the terminology of freedmen is evident, right? You have prominent folks, for instance, from the LA Times, just as recent as February 22nd, that wrote around Allensworth, right? California's first freedmen town. We have a report on Allensworth and Freedmen's Towns in our interim report as well. Next slide, please. And so in terms of the specifics around the functions of this proposed agency, again, it would provide services to the descendant community through contracts, grants, or partnerships with community-based organizations, private entities, and other local, state, and federal agencies, with obligatory oversight and auditing by the agency's Office of General Counsel and its Chief Financial Officer. Again, its primary function would be to provide direct services to the descendant community, but again, additional functions would also be to work with these different entities via strategic partnerships branch. Other functions of the agency would be to identify how past state-sanctioned atrocities have perpetuated and created new iterations of badges and incidents of chattel slavery. Other functions would also be to work with the aforementioned entities that I mentioned to eradicate any lingering badges and incidents, including existing agencies, and to suggest policies to the governor, state legislature, and other entities designed to repair the descendant community for these badges and incidents. Next slide. And so the proposed agency would be comprised of specialized offices and branches dedicated to assisting with the implementation and operation of policies and programs being considered for recommendations. These would include, for instance, so again, there would be obviously, like any other agency, an Office of General Counsel, Chief Financial Officer as well. There would be an Office of Strategic Communications, which would house, for instance, a strategic partnerships branch that would work with, again, existing state agency, community-based organizations, other public or even private entities. There would be a community support branch in light of what UCLA admin law professor John Michaels alluded to in his expert testimony yesterday. And then, of course, there will also be reparatory justice branches that, again, would provide direct reparatory justice services to the descendant community, like a genealogy branch, Office of Immediate Relief, civic engagement, or self-determination. And that alludes to the political disenfranchisement chapter in our report. Next slide. There would also include, for instance, an education branch, social services and family affairs, creative, cultural, and intellectual life. Next slide. There would be a legal affairs branch, a medical affairs branch, business affairs branch. And again, all these proposed reparatory justice branches would, again, provide direct, tailored, unique services to this unique and special group of people. Next slide. There would also include a housing development branch, which I think was recommended by Demlish Johnson, who gave expert testimony via the city of Richmond yesterday, and a data and research collection branch. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay, so that's the end. I wanted to conclude by saying, or uplifting a quote, when we look at the legislative history of the Freedmen's Bureau, right? You have Congress people who, in creating the Freedmen's Bureau, said, you know, these people deserve some permanent redress, not necessarily because they're Negroes, but because they come from a people who have been despoiled of their rights for centuries. And so that's what the spirit of this new independent agency would be. It would be a permanent place, space for this unique and group of people to get the services that they've been denied and despoiled of for centuries. You know, Dr. W.B. Du Bois said the same thing, right? There needs to be a permanent space or place, similar to the Bureau of Indian Affairs or even the Office of Immigrant Affairs, you know, a place and a space for African Americans who descend from slaves to achieve their full citizenship rights under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. And so that is the end of my presentation. Now I implore the task force to entertain a motion around not the creation of a oversight commission, but to entertain a motion around the creation of a new independent, full-service agency, again, for African Americans, American freedmen, for this special people who deserve full direct reparatory justice services. I think that's the only way we can really make sure that this 2-year effort that we've been on, matters. That's the only way we're going to be able to make sure that our work that we've done is not in vain. Thank you. Yes.
Madam Chair, I move the adoption of your presentation and the action therein indicated.
Is there a second? It's been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that the task force adopts the proposal to create a new independent agency, tentatively titled the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. Is there any discussion on the matter? Member Bradford, you're recognized.
I'm a little confused because.
Could you please speak into the microphone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was sharing that I was a little confused because our last meeting, we actually had a motion and a vote by the task force to have an agency, but that agency would not try to perform all of the duties that are listed there. It's an incredibly intense bureaucratic effort, and it does not necessarily include the participation of other entities like community-based organizations that have been doing the kind of work that is being proposed for decades within our communities and are known and trusted. So again, I'm not saying that I'm against the agency, but I do believe we did have a vote to scale back the scope of what this agency would do.
Oh, under my understanding.
I'm sorry, just to clarify what was just stated, you are correct in terms of what occurred at the last meeting. To the extent that there's a conflict, this motion would have to be clarified that you're talking about things that are not in conflict, and that would require you to go back through and distinguish what was done at the last meeting so that the members know what is subject to being voted on at this meeting or at whenever you vote on it.
The motion stands on itself, what I made.
I can't hear you, sir.
The motion that stands for itself. We're not
Your motion was an encompassing motion that took into effect what was already done. And if you have a conflict, you'd have to make sure that they're aware of that conflict. Because this motion was for the entire report, the way I heard it. And if that is true, then it has some things in it that would, if passed, override what was already adopted, which may not have been her intent. So and what I just heard was that was not her intent. So if there's some conflict or confusion, you don't want to vote on it unless you know what you're voting on. That's all.
Okay, so to clarify, excuse me, Member Grills, if I misunderstood, but I thought the motion last month was it was around how community-based organization would be involved. It wasn't, to me, I didn't think it was a vote to scale back this idea of an agency. I think that's why we brought in, or the DOJ brought in, Chris Alamo yesterday to talk about the distinctions between an oversight commission or a newly independent agency, because there was still a discussion to be had about the direction of this proposed agency.
Mr. Alamo spoke to the distinction between a commission and an agency in response to a question that I posed to him.
about the extent to which there's any real teeth in a commission. And then he gave a appropriately nuanced answer. It depends on the commission and the work before them.
All right, so I think, let's just be honest, the motion on the floor that Vice Chair Brown proposed is to, I guess, override what your interpretation of what occurred last January.
Well, it's not my interpretation, it's in the minutes.
Okay, well, that's on the floor. The motion is to override the motion that you introduced last January.
Okay, do you all have a copy of the language from last month, of the last meeting where you voted?
Page 23 and 24.
It was in the minutes?
23, 24,
Pardon me?
page 23 and 24 in the minutes.
Say it into the mic.
Sorry, pages 23 and 24 in the minutes.
Yeah, I've got it. I want to make sure that you, the members, know what it is that was voted on before and what was stated this time. The last motion said it was moved to state the proposal in a motion with a modification to the role of the Freedmen's Bureau. Freedmen's Bureau, and we have to distinguish between a bureau, an agency, department. So we want to make sure what you're doing is what you intend to do. Okay, so that's the one thing. The number two is that it's to really clarify what the role of the bureau will be, or it's identified here as a bureau. So you've identified it as a bureau. You may not want that, but you need to clarify that. The second is that to act as an oversight and monitoring body rather than as a bureaucracy. In other words, rather than as an overall agency, as an oversight entity. So I don't know, based on what was stated, and there's a lot of information in what was presented today. So we want to make sure, this is pretty significant, wouldn't you say? So, we want to make sure that what everybody, you may understand it, Vice Chair Brown, but I want to make sure everyone is clear.
I think my motion was palpably clear. And the motion was that this agency would be established. Now, regarding community-based organizations, that's not a part of the motion.
I'm sorry, what?
That's not a part of my motion.
What is not a part?
About community-based organizations.
Let's, for the benefit of everyone here and the public, let's read the minutes. Thank you. Motion. Member Grills moved to state the proposal in a motion with a modification to the role of the Freedmen's Bureau, which it should say agency. Member Grills moved to state the proposal in a motion with a modification to the role of the Freedmen's Bureau to act as an oversight and monitoring body rather than as a bureaucracy, such as an external report card body on the extent to which the state is doing the implementation as needed to provide direct resources where possible to existing community-based organizations to implement some of the tasks that are listed, while other tasks remain under the direct implementation of the Freedmen Affairs Agency. And to be quite clear, in the presentation that I just gave, right, there would still be, again, the primary functions would be for direct reparatory justice services to come directly through the agency. So that's still in the spirit of what's in the minutes. And then there would be a strategic partnership branch that would allow for community-based organizations to be able to implement some of the tasks that are listed. And so what I just presented actually is in spirit with what you stated. I guess with the only distinction is that, no, this idea would not be for an oversight or monitoring body. It would be for a full-fledged independent agency. And again, I thought that's why the DOJ brought Chris Alamo to the discussion, because that was there still needs to be some final action around getting clarity around that today. So,
Thank you. I just want to make sure you talked it out. You make your decision and move it on the mic.
So I want to hear from the California DOJ. What was the purpose around inviting Chris Alamo?
In the last meeting, the the task force asked us to invite the Legislative Analyst Office to come talk about implementation.
Can I say something?
Yes, Member Holder, you're recognized.
Yeah. I'm looking at the meeting motions, page 23 and 24. And I'm also recollecting the discussion that we all had, which is the presentation was similar to what we've just seen. And there was a fairly robust discussion on this issue. And there was a motion and there was a vote. And we have a process. And I'm not sure what the purpose of revisiting that process when we exercised our democratic process and came to a decision that is recorded in the minutes. So just to be frank, I believe that we've already made this decision. And it's recorded in our minutes, and that's what I'm satisfied with what we decided in our last meeting.
Can you re-articulate, exactly what, in your opinion, was decided upon based on the minutes that we just read? And how does that differ from what I presented?
So to answer in part your question, when we were presented with the Freedmen's Agency at the last meeting, there was an extensive list of duties and tasks that would be performed. And that was part of the concern that I raised, that it was quite extensive, would be incredibly expensive to deliver, possibly taking funds away from what could be going to fund some of the other recommendations, and that it be scaled back. So when I looked at this month's version, the same tasks are still there. There's been no scaling back.
Madam Chair, I call for the question.
Question has been called. Parliamentarian Johnson.
Can I weigh in on some comments?
I call for the question.
I would like to, yeah.
They were still in discussion. However, he got the floor. He was recognized. Vice Chair Brown was recognized to call the question. The question has been called. It needs to be seconded and then voted on. There's no discussion. And if you want discussion to end, then you vote for the motion. If you want it to continue, you vote against the motion. Are you ready for the vote on the call of the question?
Does that have to be seconded?
Yes, we need a second.
Is there a second?
There's no second, then the action fails and you
Member
continue
Tamaki,
with the
you're
discussion.
recognized.
Yeah, I don't intend to be, to delay the process. It just seems to me with the Freedmen's Agency, there are certain functions that are needed that are not being performed by any other entity. And I'm reading off basically the proposal. And then we move into other areas that are being handled by other infrastructure that I think we need to at least think about coordination with. And Chair Moore talked about working with CBOs and that kind of syncing coordination. But to be clear, here's a listing of some things that I think would be unique to the agency. Internal audits in connection with the efficiency, economy, effectiveness, financial aspects, and I presume in connection with programs that have impact on the descendant community. The Freedmen Savings and Loan Trust Bank Service, that's unique. No other entity is doing that. The Office of Strategic Communication for Media Affairs will assist the descendant community, the media, with greater public understanding. I think something like that is needed just generally, bearing in mind we sunset as a task force. There's a genealogy branch to assist in research that's distinct. An Office of Immediate Relief to expedite claims, so claims administration not being performed, obviously, by any particular branch. Let's see. There is a providing support for descendants in the entertainment industry, including removing barriers to advancement in the arts and sports industries. I don't think there's any entity doing that. Support descendants in business licenses, recreation of cultural hubs, leisure sites. These might include watering holes that Pastor Brown, talked about. That's not covered. There's a business affairs office to provide advice on entrepreneurialism and financial literacy, providing grants, business licenses, and so on. That seems pretty distinct. Community support branch to improve accessibility, transparency, and public trust with the California Reparations Claim Program. So I think those definitely seem to me to be distinct and be a reason for a separate entity. But then there are some that I'm having trouble wrestling with. So maybe further discussion would help me. So it moves off in basically, let me just, the education branch to offer free tuition, states, community colleges, universities, eliminate barriers to higher education, provide educational grants, and otherwise support education initiatives. So on the education proposal that Pastor Brown and I were poring over, it does include a lot of that in fairly significant detail, especially how the free tuition would be done, what agencies would be involved, and more to the point, things like anti-bias training, Black Studies curriculum. I mean, there's pages basically just devoted to education, and then getting more funding into underserved communities. And we talked about the local control formula to get more money into that. And so it's a pretty elaborate structure already. So it's unclear to me how the Freedmen Affairs Agency would either work side by side or take over that function. So that raised a question to me. There's a Social Services and Family Affairs branch to identify and mitigate the ways that current and previous policies have damaged and destabilized descendant families. No question that's a need, but in the pathologizing the Black family and foster care and school discipline, I mean, we literally have pages of recommendations on how that's going to work and the different agencies involved in that, including CBOs. So it was unclear to me whether the Freedmen's Affairs branch would be a parallel infrastructure working alongside, or there would be some synthesizing integration function, which could be, participatory, could be oversight. It was unclear to me. There's a recommendation about a legal affairs branch that would coordinate free legal services and provide referrals and federal public defender and defense attorneys for criminal trials and parole hearings. So anybody in the room who's been involved in working in the public defender's office knows there's a myriad of these agencies. They're mainly county, but there's private and community-based organizations that do that. And so is this augmenting, would the Freedmen Affairs augment that, be an addition, or somehow be different or the same? There's a medical services branch that will provide environmental health technical issues. So in the health section that, again, Pastor Brown and I worked on, there's pages of environmental health ranging from, replacing lead pipes to ending food deserts to regulating the closure of public grocery stores, the fast food kind of poor nutrition available to communities. And that's all integrated with the Department of Health and existing agencies. So it's a fairly complicated structure that's already in place. So it's unclear to me how the Freedmen Affairs would take over that process. There is a section here on housing. And again, in the housing section and the advisory committee that worked on that, I read the proposals. And again, fairly complicated thing regarding CBOs and empowering them and the building of low-income housing and this sort of thing. And then the question is, how would that be different? Then there's a labor and employment branch to supervise labor and employment claims. This is more in terms of an area that I have experience with because I've done years of plaintiffs' employment discrimination and, of course, dealing with both the benefits and the problem of Department of Fair Employment and Housing. But there are lots of legal organizations. I was a poverty law attorney for many years throughout the state of California that is doing that. So again, does the Freedmen's Bureau augment that, or is there some coordination with that? And so I think these are issues that the legislature are going to ask anyway, so I'm kind of raising them now. I'm in favor of having a Freedmen's Affairs agency, especially for those things that are needed. Like you do need a claims management administration. And as far as functions, they're not offered in any way now, and even by CBOs. I think this is really needed. But in those areas that basically kind of look like they duplicate not just a small part of of the budget, but the medical structure, for all its issues, is huge. It is massive in the state of California. And so to what degree is there's a sinking coordination process? And one simple way, I guess as of the January meeting is to have input by the Freedmen's Agency, but maybe that's not sufficient. But then is the flip side of that, you create a whole duplicative parallel system. I'm not sure. So I just needed clarity on that as it's being proposed. Thanks.
Yes, it is my understanding that we don't need to reinvent the wheel with all of this specificity of bureaucratic structure, that this agency is supposed to have oversight and some teeth to make sure that things are done, and that's all. So what's wrong with that?
I voted in favor of that, but we're basically talking about a reconsideration of that vote.
So what's the problem?
And I would, like I said, I would add also the distinct functions that only the Freedmen Agency could carry out. So it's not just oversight. There are very substantive necessary functions that I see would be necessary. But as it gets into these broader, to provide medical services, that's a big undertaking. So I just wanted to get clarity on that.
Madam Chair.
One moment.
Let me exhaust it, please.
We're gonna, okay, Vice Chair Brown and then Member Jovan Scott Lewis and then Member Holder.
While we're going around in circles on this, and it's already in the minutes, as Nika said, it's through this agency to make sure that things are just done. Just do it.
To clarify,
all.
Vice Chair Brown, yeah, what I'm interested,
I know it's already done, so why are we arguing?
yes, go ahead, Member Jovan Scott Lewis.
Thank you, Chair Moore. It seems like a couple of things are being conflated and even confused here, which is the issue of oversight versus administration, and then the role of CBOs. And so I think what we seem to be debating is whether this agency should be covering services or have oversight over services that are provided. What Member Tamaki just laid out was that there are many, many, many areas that an agency like this is absolutely required for to be an administrative unit, right? But that there are areas that would seem duplicative of existing services. Well, meaning if we're thinking about medical services, which is what you brought up, Mr. Tamaki, that an agency like this should have oversight over those processes, but shouldn't also be responsible for administering those services. And so I think that's what it sounds like we are trying to clear up. But what the minutes, I think, propose is that there's a question of the role of CBOs in that process. And I don't think, my sense is that that's what we are actually having an issue with, right? Should CBOs be involved in this process, or should there just be, right, an agency? And I just wanted to state that because apparently maybe some things were discussed yesterday and I wasn't here. I apologize for my absence. But hearing the conversation so far, and thank you for the continued discussion, that's what I'm hearing as being the kind of point of confusion. So I think it'd be helpful if we can decide what we're actually debating. If it's the role of CBOs in this process or not, or if it's the role of the agency, right, creating wholesale services, regardless of whether those kinds of services exist or are already being provided for through the state, or if we're asking for, let's call it something of a hybrid approach, where this agency provides what we can think of as, right, unique services, right, to the community of eligibility that are not being provided whatsoever and that are actually a part of the reparations package that we're proposing. And then, right, as part of a kind of continuation of, protective services over this eligible community, has oversight over processes of existing administrative services, like medical service, for example. So I'm not stating a position on this. I'm just trying to clarify the field of conversation because I think we are confusing a few things. Thank you, Chair Moore.
Member Holder, did you have a comment?
I think the way that Javon Scott Lewis just described it, that really deals with the situation that we're looking at. I will say that I do recollect that we did have a fairly robust discussion in the previous session, and tried to tease apart some of these issues and came to a determination, put together a motion and voted on that motion, which is one of the reasons why I'm confused as to why we are duplicating that process when it's already been decided. And I do think that process is important. So that's really, that was really my concern. But I will also say that I think what's really great is that we are all on the same page. We all believe that a Freedmen's Bureau needs to exist. And so we don't have to grapple with that issue. And I think we all believe, and this is consistent with Dr. Brown just said, is that this Bureau should be providing oversight, and it should have teeth, it should have power, it should have things like subpoena power, so that if things are not getting done in the other agencies that already have the technical expertise to do it, if they're not being adequately done, then this agency will be the watchdog to bring it to the people, to publicize it, to get the information and the data, and to make sure it gets done. And that's where it would be great if we can have an agency that is for the descendant community, that is developing expertise in that oversight process, instead of trying to develop administrative expertise in things like public defender services. I was a public defender for 6 years. That's an extremely complicated bureaucracy that it takes decades to develop expertise in. So we don't want to have like this diffuse system here where you can't develop expertise in everything. We need an oversight body that's strong and that has expertise in oversight, communications with the public, and is developing relationships within that construct instead of being all over the place. And so that's what I understood that we were voting for last time.
So based on the vote that occurred last time, so I just want to be clear. So are you saying under, the proposed agency that, went through the vote last time, that there would be no direct services provided via this proposed agency?
Can I weigh in on that?
Yeah.
I think there are specific areas where there's no entity providing these services. So claims administration, for instance, or the cultural affairs part or other really important stuff. But if the entity has to hire doctors and lawyers and recreate a medical structure, that's where I'm a little bit confused about in terms of whether that's a practical approach. So I am saying there's direct services that are needed, and maybe if this is a motion to reconsider, there would be a listing of including but not limited to examples of what the Freedmen's Affairs Agency would provide in direct services, and then break out areas in which it would have more oversight and responsibility, like the hospitals, clinics, this kind of thing, legal services, the other stuff that are huge. They're huge. So unless the sense of the task force is that the Freedmen's Agency should just add to what's already being done, then it is an oversight process. So there's a combination, both direct services that are unique and then oversight of these areas that are listed, like medical, legal, mental health, this sort of thing, that are already quite complicated.
So I'll just say this. So when we look through, the 105 pages of consolidated proposals, right? I went through every single one of them. And majority of them are either race-based or they're universal in nature. When you look at, for instance, the education section that you and Vice Chair Brown are tasked with, there is language around again, I brought this up in January, around the funding of the ABC program. That's to help all Black people, regardless of lineage, get into the medical profession. So it's for African Blacks, Caribbean Blacks, and African Americans. And so I thought I dissuaded that concern that there would be any duplicateness when we talk about the medical affairs branch, for instance, in this agency. It's specifically for descendants. And so again, when you look at this 105 pages of consolidated proposals, where most of them are race-based and universal, when we talk about what reparations is this type of agency where we're providing direct services to descendant community. And then also something that I wanted to bring up, we have the power to reconsider. Right? We brought in 8 experts for our implementation panel yesterday. We heard from Chris Alamo. They all had concerns around, the motion that was passed last January about the involvement of community-based organizations and the centering of community-based organizations in this type of process. Also, we've heard from the public yesterday and today on the phone lines and in person, who are advocating not simply for an oversight commission, but for a new and independent agency that will provide, reparatory justice services to the community. And so, again, it's not enough for us as 9 esteemed colleagues to determine what repair looks like. We have to listen to the descendant community. If we want to if we want to be in full accordance, with international law, which AB 3121 dictates that we do, that means we have to listen to the victim group. The victim group in this context are descendants of American slaves, are freedmen. If they're saying that they want a new independent agency that goes beyond simple oversight, that goes beyond funding community-based organizations, we have the duty to listen to that and to reconstitute. That nothing is final until it's final. The final report doesn't come out July 1. So we have the authority to reconsider any decision that we've made over the past year and a half. And that includes the motion that was, if you wanna, retry that, let's do it.
Never mind. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, there's such a thing as practicality. I hear what you're saying. How do you do it?
Yes.
It's like that story about Dr. Centipede. Well, Mr. Centipede and Dr. Grasshopper. Mr. Centipede had a problem with all those legs. And Dr. Grasshopper comes along and said, well, if you become a butterfly, all you have to do is flip your wings and move from limb to limb. You'll be all right. Mr. Centipede said, well, how do I become a butterfly? He said, that's a tactical, strategic question. I only talk about what ought to be done. We got to be practical and understand how you get it done. And in this society where we are still citizens, we are not a totally separate state or world. It appears to me that sense ought to be this agency having the authority to be on top of the already established mechanism to enforce what these African Americans are deserving of as citizens of this nation. That's all.
Senator Radford, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I deeply appreciate the discussion that's going on right now, and I totally embrace what the interim report stated, that we need a separate standalone agency, regardless of what we call it. But I also heard the legislative analyst office very clear yesterday, and it's a lot of moving parts here. And the piece that I don't hear anybody talking about is making sure that it's fully funded and it's staffed and equipped. That needs to be part of our motion as well, that it's funded and it's staffed and it's equipped to do the job necessary, whether it's working with community-based organizations or doing it internally. Because if that's left out, the devil's in the details. If it's no money to do it, you can call it what it wants. You can sign it to whatever tasks you have, but if it's no money, nothing's going to get done. So we have to make sure that it's funded and it's staffed, and that should be part of that as well. So whatever that agency is.
John Sawyer, you're recognized.
And I also think that part of this is how do we ensure that this entity, whether you want to call it a commission, whether you want to call it a department, whether you want to call it a bureau, I'm hearing that you wanted to have teeth. You want it to be of substance. You want to make sure that whatever they do, or whether that they propose, or whether that they demand, it can be done. The example I will give you, in Los Angeles, there was an attempt to pull all the homeless services activities together in the 90s. They called this entity the Los Angeles Housing Services Agency, LAHSA. In their zeal to put it together, they never gave LAHSA teeth. They thought they did, but it turned out to be an entity that gathered information and told people what was wrong with the homeless population. You see where we are right now, today. because we did not give it the teeth. It was not set up appropriately because we rushed to get it done. And although, and this is a great report that the chair put together outlining what the aspirational things that we want in this, there is a technical state bureaucracy, constitutional demands, administrative demands that are voted on that we have to, probably just the two of us, gonna have to go through the minefield to try to make this happen. So clarity, unbelievable clarity, even something like how do we pay for it is really, really, really important that we establish that. Because when we go to the other side, they may come back with a number that's astronomical. And Senator Bradford and I have been through that several times where we try to do something and then all of a sudden everyone's talking about it's cost prohibitive. At the end of the day, we want this done. But also, how do we ensure across departmental line? Because that's what's wrong with the homeless population right now. There is no one in charge. You have to have somebody in charge of what we want to move forward with. And if it's a bureau, if it's a person, if it's a cabinet commission, it's got to be somebody that's not only has the power to be able to go across departmental, be able to go across whatever budgetary demands there are, but most important is sustainable, that they just don't put someone in or start a department and then long after we're gone, that department is phased out because of budget concerns or other things. So for me, I want to make sure that when we leave this and you put it in the hands of the elected officials and the bureaucracy of the state, which you don't want, you want to make sure we're very clear about what exactly you want, because you don't want it left up to us to decide, because you're not going to get what you want. And so I think what you're hearing from several members here on the panel is clarity is really, really important. And people who've never put together a budget, never put together legislation, we need to come together with the people who have the academic or the legal expertise to come together to make sure we get exactly, and I'm keep saying that, so we can get exactly what we want, or all of this will be for naught and we'll be disappointed. And so that's what I think we're trying to get to. And I don't know if we need another month to work out the details, but we need to work out the details, because if we decide now and then a year from now you look up and someone said that's what you said here or that's what was meant here, then we'll all be, everyone, this task force and everybody out here will be unbelievably disappointed. So it's really about making sure we get what we want. Thank you.
So, Member Montgomery, Step, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I think the comments from Member Tamaki were helpful for me, recalling our last conversation, because there was not real clarity in that motion in the last meeting. I did think that we were, even though I did not support the motion at the time, I did think that there would be further conversations with regard to line items and striking out or adding what is already in the proposal. And we did not get there, which is why I think that there is confusion. My concern has always been that with a task as daunting as this, with centuries of oppression, with a 500-page report that we have submitted to the public, we have a grave responsibility to fulfill what we need for the descendant community. And there is no system, there is no structure, there is no agency that has done that up to this point. And so that was my concern. We do have oversight boards. We do have folks that are charged with, ensuring that there's racial equity and, all of these other things. But this is what we're doing has never been done before. And so I don't want to push a lot of these policy recommendations into the current system that we have without the protection of an agency. That is why I think I've been pretty consistent about that, but if there is a proper motion and second on the floor, but if it does not pass, we have to do the work of going through, clarifying, outlining what is in the current proposal, because that is what is going to matter here. But I just don't think that we have reparations without an agency. I don't think that it's going to happen. And so we have to have an agency and as many direct services that we can provide for this particular community is important. I will say on the other side, bureaucracy is bureaucracy. It is. And there are so many things that are passed that have an intention that don't end up meeting that intention because of the bureaucracy. Partly that is lack of clarity coming out of bills, but the other part is us as a collective, as a community, not paying attention the way we need to through an entire process. This is like the beginning of what we have to do. And it's gonna be a lifelong fight. That's just, and if it is not, then the agency will go off into the sunset, just like everything else will go off into the sunset. So that is a communal responsibility that we have to do to hold people accountable that we put in these positions, whether it be us here, whether it be the governor, whether it be those that are heading up the agency. That is not going to stop. And this idea that we have that when we pass things, they're supposed to appear and do what they're supposed to do, that's just not, it's not going to happen. There's accountability and should be accountability on every end. So bottom line, if this motion does not pass, then we really have to be specific about how we give this agency what it needs to accomplish the ultimate goal without necessarily holding back based on it being hard. I'm over that. Because what we are doing, every step of it is going to have resistance, is going to be hard, it's going to take decades. Nobody wants to hear that, but it is. And for us to be where we are right now, we have to consider the big picture. We have built out bureaucracies for everybody else. We have. And so we have to, in my mind, that's what we have to do. Understanding and having grace with each other, y'all.
AB 3121, which established a reparations task force. That's why we're all here today. A lot of people don't know, via an executive order, he signed for a racial equity task force. And if you read the executive order, which created that racial equity task force or commission, there's a specific section that talks about the increase of funding to community-based organizations. That type of dynamic where community-based organizations are centered, that's much more appropriate, in my opinion, for a racial equity task force. But when we talk about reparations, again, this is me drawing from my international law legal background, you're talking about what the state owes to victims of gross human rights violations. And so centering community-based organizations in a reparatory justice framework doesn't make any sense. Also, again, I think the motion on the floor, even though I think there was some confusion by Chair Brown, but in full integrity, the motion is to reconsider the vote from January because, right, the decision was ill-informed. We made a decision without significant community input, and we made a decision without input from experts, right? So we had 8 people give us expertise around the implementation of a proposed agency. You have Professor Michaels from UCLA Law that submitted to us 15 pages of how we can make a full service agency work. We have the duty and the right to reconsider any decision that we've made. And again, I think the decision that we made last January wasn't as fully informed as it could have been. We did not have any significant real community input like we had yesterday and today, and we didn't have significant expert input like we had yesterday. And so, no, I want to go back to Member Tamaki, even because I think you were trying to get towards middle ground in terms of, this proposed agency. I do think that there needs to be, direct services. It shouldn't only just be an oversight body. It should also provide direct services. No one tells Native Americans that the Bureau of Indian Affairs is too wonky or bureaucratic, or that they don't deserve it. No one tells our immigrant family and folks that the Office of Immigrant Affairs is too wonky or bureaucratic. So why should that answer be sufficient for the descendants of slaves? Again, you have folks from Congress as early as 1865 who said there needs to be a permanent institution that provides direct services to these people, not because they're Negroes, but because they have been despoiled of their rights for centuries. Why don't we deserve direct services just like any other group of people? Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. I agree with what you're saying. So no mistake about that. What I worry about is scope. And yes, it's true that there's certain departments, Bureau of Indian Affairs and Immigrant Services and this sort of thing, but they don't have their own medical system statewide. They don't have their own legal system statewide. They don't have, so I'm not against it. I just want to know the clarity on the scope. And if it's something like, yes, we're going to provide the services that are unique and not offered by anybody else, absolutely. And we're going to augment the existing services and we're going to coordinate with those existing services. And to the extent that UC Prime, for instance, in education, is not adequately focusing on the descendant community, it is producing Black doctors. And we do know statistically, as Javon Lewis has pointed out, that Black medical providers result in better outcomes for Black people. But if that program could be changed or modified to be more focused on the descendant community, then that's a good thing. But I would say, is the answer to recreate the UC Prime, which identifies promising youth from high school and couches them in a sort of pathway program through college and into medical school? Do we recreate that for the Freedmen Affairs, or do we have influence over the way UC Prime operates and maybe modified it?
No,
I'm just asking the
yeah.
question. I'm not even advocating one thing or the other. I'm just saying that I know for sure we need the agency, no question. I know for sure there are services that are not being offered by anybody else. I just want to know on the bigger scope issues that involve big money and big bureaucracy in every city. We're talking about hospitals and clinics and schools and this sort of thing, what the scope of this is. And if the scope is, it has to include everything, then, I mean, philosophically, I agree with it. I just don't know whether that's a practical approach or not. That's all I'm asking, basically.
I'll just say the Bureau of Indian Affairs does have its own education branch that implements federal Indian education programs to those who are eligible. They do have their own justice program. They have their own economic development programs. And again, the scope of the harm to the descendant community is innumerable. And so the scope of the solution has to be as big as well, if not larger. And so if we know that the state legislature is going to do what it's going to do anyway, why would we kind of go in weak in terms of the proposals that we're going to recommend? We should be as big and as bold as possible and rely on the community who is going to push the proposals that they want. And they've been saying they want a full-fledged agency that provides direct services as well as providing oversight to existing state agencies that are supposed to, assist us as well. So, again, the motion on the floor is to reconsider what we voted on essentially last January, because in my opinion, it was ill-informed. We had yet to hear from the community on the issue, and we had yet to hear from experts on the issue as well, who pretty much all cautioned against, centering community-based organizations in this way, and then also provided ideas for how to create a full-fledged agency that provides direct services. And for instance, this Freedmen Affairs Education Branch, it would not duplicate, for instance, the UCABC. The only way it would duplicate what the UCABC does is if the Freedmen Affairs Education Branch provided, a medical track for African Blacks, Caribbean Blacks, and Black Americans who descend from slaves. This education branch in the proposed Freedmen Affairs Agency would just be for descendants of American slaves. So there would be no duplication.
Thank you.
Chair Moore?
Member Scott Lewis, you recognize?
Oh, okay.
Member Tamaki?
It was me. I wasn't sure if
Member
Vice
Scott
Chair Brown
Lewis.
was talking. So it sounds as if nobody is opposed to an agency, right? And I think, and I want to just make that very clear. What we're debating is the scope of powers of that agency. And so what's on the floor really is a question of, should this agency, again, provide wholesale services, even if they are already existing, though perhaps ineffective, right? Or should the agency provide services where they currently do not exist whatsoever, and then I think have oversight function over services that do exist, right? And I think this is what Member Tamaki was getting at earlier. So that's issue one. And I think the other issue, as I said earlier, is that there is skepticism around the role of CBOs in this process. So I think what you're really trying to get at with the reintroduction or the introduction of a motion is whether we should keep CBOs or get rid of CBOs, and whether we should, or how we should at this stage as a motion, determine exactly what the scope of oversight or responsibility should be for the agency. But I just want to kind of state clearly that it does seem as if everybody in the task force is in agreement that there should be an agency, and that the agency would have direct responsibility for the descendant community, the eligible community that we voted on. And so I think it's fine for us to refine this process. And I think that's what, Member Montgomery Stuff was saying, right? The assumption was that, as we've done with all of the proposals, we'd be able to go back in and further refine what we are recommending. And so I think the question that I have to the DOJ is, can we do it that way? Or do we actually have to recreate an entire motion that gets rid of the CBOs and so forth? But I do think we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to answer these two questions, right? CBOs in or out?
No. That's not.
But that's in the motion though. The CBOs are in the motion. No, but what I'm saying is that when I'm recognizing what the points of confusion are here, and there are 2 points of confusion. One is the role of CBOs, and the second is if this agency should just be an oversight body, or if it should actually be involved in the business of providing direct services. What I understand from what has been said is that everybody agrees that there should be an agency, that there should be some role in providing direct services, but the question is, what services precisely? And so what I'm trying to figure out is, how do we answer those questions? Do we need to answer those questions through a motion, Or are we answering those questions through the refining process of going through the proposals which we will vote on, right? That's my question. But I just want to make clear that everybody is in agreement that there should be an agency. And so I'm just trying to provide a little bit of clarity here, because if we want to have a new motion, that's fine, but I think we're all still waiting on exactly what, and I think, Parliamentarian Johnson was asking in the beginning, what exactly are we changing? And so the answer to her could have been, well, we are actually wanting to change the role of CBOs, or we're wanting to make, a further refinement as a motion to be voted on as far as the scope of responsibility for the agency.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so Dr. Grills, I have a question. So based on the motion that you introduced and that passed last month, what is your understanding in terms of, would this agency, as it was passed last month, would this agency be providing direct services? And if so, which ones, I guess?
So that was the work I thought the committee was going to be doing, was to go back and look at, based on the comments that were made, the scope of the work of this agency. As I was sharing out my concerns, it was that A, an agency is good and needed, yes. B, an agency has a scope that is too broad and has too many technical skills required and too much administrative baggage that would have to be addressed. That is an unnecessary use of time and money, and that the scope of the agency be more focused. Yes, there could be direct services, but not replicating direct services that are already being provided, albeit not necessarily to the quality and scale that we want. But this agency would have the teeth, would have the powers to impact agencies or entities in the state that are not fulfilling their mission to the level needed for the needs of the African American community. Lastly, there is this notion about community-based organizations is really odd to me, because they're part of our community. They are part of the descendant community. They are also how do I put it? They have been the source of support for our communities in some of our darkest times, in some of the periods of our greatest needs. They have been there. They are known and trusted by our communities. They are doing work now, serving thousands of members of our community across this state, and with data to substantiate their effectiveness. And they go beyond what existing agencies and entities in the state are doing, because they do not require or force us to subject ourselves to intervention strategies, for example, that were designed for white people and work barely for white people in certain instances. Now I'm thinking specifically social services and mental health services, and in some instances, health services. Why would we not want to reinforce the social safety net of our neighborhoods and our communities with the partnership of our community-based organizations? And in terms of this notion of community input, this is the last thing I'm going to say. The community-based organizations, she made me lose my train of thought, geez. The last thing that I'm going to say about this is that these community, having community input is important. I believe just about, if not all members of this task force received an email from what it essentially reflects 40 Black-led, Black and Black service-focused organizations across the state that do want to be involved in the repair of our neighborhoods. So we have more community input than there's just in this room. And we need to also pay attention to that.
All right.
Thank you.
All
I
black.
just wanted to clarify, and then we'll go to Member Montgomery Step. The motion on the floor is again to reconsider the vote that occurred last month. But again, this proposed agency that's under current consideration right now, it would provide wholesale direct services to the descendant community, even if there's so-called duplication. It would also provide oversight to existing agencies. But not only that, CBOs aren't cut out of this proposed agency. If you looked at my presentation, they're just not centered in the way that we centered them in the last vote. In this proposed agency, there would be a strategic partnerships branch where the leader of the strategic partnerships branch or office would be in conversation not only with community-based organizations, but private corporations and other public or private entities to determine, how to eradicate these lingering badges and incidents of slavery that we identified in our interim report. So I just want to be clear, community-based organizations in this, proposed agency are not cut out. And so I just want to go back to Member Jovan Scott Lewis's point in trying to get some clarity where it's either we remain, the vote remains as it was last January, which is for this agency to exist, but it's simply, an oversight body. And the majority of resources would then go to community-based organizations as in the minutes. Or we could reconsider in light of the community input we received yesterday and today, in light of the expertise we received from our various experts yesterday in our implementation panel, to, again, create an agency that provides wholesale direct services to the descendant community, also provide oversight to existing agencies as well. And again, within that agency, there would be a strategic partnerships branch that wouldn't necessarily center community-based organizations, but would work and collaborate with various different entities to ensure that the badges and incidents of slavery that still impact the descendant community are eradicated. And this is not going to be a 5-year project, a 10-year project. This will have to be a perpetual project. And so that's why the scope would have to be, I think, large in nature. Member Montgomery Step.
2 quick things. One is, I think for myself and for the other task force members, I think our duty is to think best case scenario, because I haven't seen a bill that has gone in the legislature that has come out in the same way. And so with us thinking about what would be the best case scenario to get the descendant community where it needs to be is, I think, where we need to start, and not already be whittling down, because more of that is going to happen as it goes through the process. I think we have another responsibility as it goes through the process to make sure that we are managing the expectations of our community, but starting at a deficit is a concern to me. So I'll put that out there. And then the other part is, I really agree with Member Grills as far as the importance of our CBOs in our communities, wholeheartedly. I think the larger issue, in my opinion, is the fact that rich people get policies and poor people get programs. And the fact that this is a policy that is integrated into our system so that we don't need as many social safety nets. And that is why I think I will never disparage CBOs. I just think that the reason why we need them and we're so dependent on them in our community is because of the very thing that we're trying to eradicate through this task force. And that is an overall, I think, issue for me that I just want to clarify, because I'm not disparaging CBOs at all. And I think that the partnership still serves a role, as Professor Michael said yesterday and as the presentation says today.
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Brown, you recognize.
let me make it plain. The language ought to indicate a hybrid program. We have hybrid cars. It takes 2 wings for an airplane to stay in the air and 2 wings for a bird to fly. So all we need to do is just put hybrid language in there and not lock ourselves in. and that will solve it.
So the hybrid language would be direct services and oversight.
That's right.
Chair Moore, may we?
Direct services where needed.
That's what it. Who wants to speak from the California DOJ?
So we're both going to speak. Me substantively, Doretha is going to lay out, but I think what Dr. Brown just laid out is a synthesis of where the task force is. And that needs to be stated as a motion that modifies the previous decision, 7-2 decision. That motion needs to be, well, I'll let Doretha talk about it, but just to clarify, you'd be modifying the question, you'd be modifying the previous motion. And from the Department of Justice's perspective, you are giving us direction as to how we are drafting this in the draft, which you all will then see in draft form later in March in advance of the next meeting. And we will be executing on the task force's direction on this point moving forward. So it's really important that we get a clear motion that gives us direction as to exactly how to go. So I'm asking for that. Now, Doretha?
Thank you. You can either, I've heard reconsideration. You can either go back and reconsider and withdraw that motion, vote that motion, the earlier motion down, and start and create a single motion that Vice Chair Brown stated with the modification based on a hybrid.
Yeah.
And that way you've got one motion, but because that first motion already deals with the community-based organization. It already has that in, but it, as I've heard, some have said that it's not as clear as you would like it to be. So if you remove that motion off the table, you have to do it as a reconsideration. The person on the, and it's a two-parter. So you would do the first part by simply stating, you know, you move to reconsider the former motion as identified. And if you do that, that has to be a person who was on the winning side, if you would, who voted for the motion before. So that would be anyone but the two people who voted against it. Okay, so then after you've done that, then you vote on that motion. And when you vote on it, you need a 2/3 vote to get that motion reconsidered. And then the second part is to make the motion as a hybrid motion stating exactly what it is you want to direct DOJ to do. And if you want to say with flexibility so that they can talk with whomever they need to, then that would be a good, language, a good word to use within that. But that's up to you. If you don't want to use that, you don't they do that anyway? Yeah. Oh, you do that anyway. So, okay. So that's what I would recommend is that if you would do a motion for reconsideration and you want of that earlier motion made last month, and then move to rescind the motion.
I need some clarity. Because when you look at the way that the minutes are written, it does say what was passed was that this agency would be an oversight or monitoring body. But then later on in the paragraph, it says, certain tasks would be outsourced to community-based organizations, and then other tasks would be implemented or services would be implemented by the agency. So that means that it would be dual. But when you introduce the motion, I think you were saying that it just needs to be complete, just oversight and monitoring. No.
Chair Moore, if I could weigh in on this, I think, and again, it's important, I think, certainly from the task force perspective, that they understand what they're voting on. It's equally important that the DOJ understand so that we can execute what needs to be done. What I understood Dr. Brown to say, and what I've extrapolated from the discussion, is that this agency would provide direct services where none are being provided, and oversight of those agencies that are engaging in activities that you've identified need to be done. So it's in essence filling the gap. This agency would fill the gap of what isn't currently being provided and provide oversight for those agencies that are already providing services. If that is in fact the motion that's intended, I don't think community-based organizations are really at issue in what's being contemplated now. That would just be the direction in terms of structuring how the Bureau would operate.
That's it.
Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
I know everyone's annoyed, but I would just say with those, the oversight piece, where the agency is providing oversight for other agencies that already exist, with the option of providing direct services as well. Because I just want there to be room for that.
That's the
Yeah.
hybrid.
Does that make sense?
That's the hybrid.
That's the original.
That's the well, but
That's hybrid.
that's not what Attorney Brown just said. I just want a clarification.
Oh, yeah, yes, he did say that. He said that where there were not services provided, the agency would give direct services. And where there may be structures, bureaucracy that's not doing its job, it would have oversight.
With the option of providing direct services as
Yes.
well. Okay, just want to add that.
Y'all confusing this thing.
Just ask the DOJ to actually make a copy of the minute order of the minutes from the last meeting so that we all have a copy of that motion that we passed last time, because I actually think that it does everything that we just said, and we're going around in circles. So I think everyone should read the previous motion from the last session. Because it is a hybrid motion. That's the way that it's drafted.
Yeah, but Chris Alamo yesterday made a distinction between an oversight commission and an agency. So I think what's the issue is that we're conflating the word agency. When we're talking about an agency, that's something independent, new.
That's what we should
But-
get it, the document. And look.
So when we're talking about an agency, we're talking about something new and independent, but an oversight body, that would have to be called an oversight body or commission. That's not an agency. That's what Chris Alamo said yesterday.
Yeah, we're going to work on putting it up on the screen so everyone can look at it. What I will say is we're going to try and we're going to get copies for everybody so we can all be looking at the same thing. In the last meeting, this question was resolved. So I just want to clarify, and what now is happening is sort of working within the lines of what was resolved in the last meeting as to where the line would be between direct implementation, because there's a component of the motion that said, while other tasks remain under the direct implementation of the Freedmen Affairs Agency. So to the extent this motion and discussion is giving the Department of Justice further clarification, if based on the chair's presentation, is the direction as to whether the agency should engage in direct implementation of services that are not being implemented by other existing agencies, which is what you heard from the Legislative Analyst's Office about, or whether you are actually seeking to reconsider the last meeting's vote that the agency should only be acting in an oversight and monitoring role rather than as a bureaucracy, which is the language of the motion last time.
But when we said we want both, when we gonna stop going around in circles on this?
So if
It's both, not either or, both and.
correct, I think the question is for us to be able to draft this. We can't draft it as every single item is going to be both direct implementation and oversight by this agency. The question really that is being posed, if I may sort of recombine it, is where, because it was resolved in the last meeting that this would be an oversight and monitoring body rather than a bureaucracy. The question is whether now you're talking about the agency actually doing direct implementation of items that are not already being carried out by other components of state bureaucracy.
That's a sense of.
And that's what that was a discussion that Dawn presented. And Dr. Brown, how you were talking about this in terms of a clarification. Is that what you're clarifying, Dr. Brown?
Both and, two wings, hybrid.
So again, we have to take into account what the experts said yesterday, particularly Chris Alamo. So to me, it seems like the vote has to be reconsidered, not for personal reasons, but because of in light of what the experts said yesterday. If we wanted to be an oversight commission or body simply, then that just needs to be that. But we can't call it an agency. But if we want to call it an agency, that implies bureaucracy. That's what Chris Alamo said yesterday. So then the vote really it has to be reconsidered because, again, we made a decision last time that was not fully informed. It wasn't fully informed by the experts. Now that we heard from the experts, we have to have clarity. We have to reconsider the vote. So either, to me, in my opinion, it's either one, we want to call it a commission that does simply oversight, or we want an agency that provides direct services, either wholesale or in part, plus provides oversight. But if we call it an agency, that does imply bureaucracy. That's what Chris Alamo said yesterday. So it has to be reconsidered. Yes, Member Groves, you're recognized.
How were those experts selected?
Each task force member had an opportunity to provide witness recommendations for the implementation panel. Did anyone other than me provide recommendations for the implementation panel? Everyone had an equal opportunity. And the legislative analyst was brought on by
that part.
the California DOJ, not myself, and that's who I'm resting on in his expertise in terms of why this vote has to be reconsidered.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand because I have to say my observation of the testimony yesterday was that it slanted in a particular direction. I didn't hear a variety of opinions. And so that made me wonder about the selection of the experts because you're emphasizing how critical their testimony is. It's making me wonder about that.
Everyone had an equal opportunity to provide witness recommendations. I don't know what to say about that.
Anyway, it looks like it's up. It looks like the DOJ was able to put the language up.
So yeah, what's up on the screen is the motion that was made and passed in the last meeting.
Would you read that so everyone understands, please?
Absolutely. Do you want to read it? Okay, I can read it. Member Grills moved to state the proposal in a motion with a modification to the role of the Freedmen's Bureau to act as an oversight and monitoring body rather than as a bureaucracy, such as an external report card body on the extent to which the state is doing the implementation as needed, to provide direct resources where possible to existing community-based organizations to implement some of the tasks that are listed, while other tasks remain under the direct implementation of the Freedmen Affairs Agency. Member Bradford seconded the motion. Chair Moore called for a discussion. Do you want me to keep reading?
You read them, yeah.
Well, what else is there, Madam Chair?
Because there's
What are the
conflation in the language. There's a conflation in the language that was ill-informed. Now that we heard from Chris Alamo, I didn't personally invite Chris Alamo. I think Senator Bradford or the California DOJ invited Chris Alamo. I'm not resting on the expert witnesses that I personally invited. I'm just talking about what Chris Alamo said as a nonpartisan policy analyst. Yesterday, he made two distinctions. And he explained the different pathways for implementing the two different pathways or options that we have before us. An oversight commission or an agency. That would imply a level of bureaucracy. The vote that happened last January, there was conflation. So in the vote last January, there's language oversight and direct services. So that means that we need to reconsider the vote and vote for an agency instead of, we need to reconsider the vote and consider an agency that would either, and then that's where the contention is, provide wholesale services or just services that don't presently exist. But again, Chris Alamo talked about there's two different pathways, just simply a monitoring body or a full-fledged agency. That's the two options that we have before us. And I don't think that the vote that happened last January I don't think the vote that happened last January, I stand corrected, but I don't think the vote that happened last January, I think it conflates.
Madam Chair, the sentiment that's around this dais now is a hybrid. So why are we still going around in circles on this?
So we need to vote to rescind the vote that happened last January and then create a new motion that would create not just an oversight or monitoring body, but an agency that has the capabilities to do oversight and direct services. It's not me being nitpicky, but language matters.
Madam Chair, you could
I move that we rescind what was done before and that we would vote for a hybrid
go ahead.
agency, a hybrid
No,
agency.
what did you say the first?
That we rescind what was voted before.
Just withdraw your motion. Just withdraw it. It hasn't been voted on. So you don't, if you withdraw it and the seconder withdraws, then you don't have anything on the floor. Oh, you're rescinding the first?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant the one that we're dealing with now. Okay,
No, I'm rescinding the first one.
thank you. I'm carrying through the motion. Here. Go ahead, Madam Chair. You need a second.
Is there a second?
Oh, my gosh. Madam Chair, let me back up. I was right. You have to deal with there's a current pending motion. And so you do have to withdraw that motion and take it off the table.
Well, I withdraw it.
And it's a seconder agreeing to withdraw their second.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so with that having been done and said, now you have the motion that you just made. And Madam Chair, I turn it back to you. He made a motion and that motion was seconded. No, it has not been seconded.
So, okay, let's just
Okay,
get some
let's start
clarity.
over.
So
He made a motion to rescind the motion that was made last month.
Oh, so that's what we're doing.
Yes, and now you need a second from that.
That was on the floor presently. So there was a motion that's on the floor presently.
It's been withdrawn.
It's been withdrawn.
It's been withdrawn.
Mhm.
So now he just moved to rescind the vote that just happened in January. What, is there a second? Okay, so it's been properly moved
No, she cannot second it. Was that Member Grill? Member Montgomery? Yes, we need someone who was in favor of that first motion.
So do you want to just read?
Yes, it would have to be Grills, Member Grills, Holder.
Senator Bradford just seconded. He was in part of the 7 vote. So it has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Senator Bradford that the task force rescind the vote that was made this previous January. Is there any discussion on the matter?
Call for the question.
Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson. So call vote can be established.
Okay, the motion before us is to rescind the motion made in January, this action taken in January, and, pardon me?
At the last meeting.
At the last meeting. There's a 2/3 vote that is required to pass. I will start with the chair.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford? You're not voting?
At this point, no.
Not voting, thank you. Member Grills?
No.
Nay?
Nay.
Member Grills votes nay. Member Holder?
Nay.
Nay. Member Holder votes nay. Member Jones Sawyer?
Not voting.
Member Jones Sawyer not voting. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Aye. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Aye. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present, 7 voting. There were 5 voting aye or yes, and there were 2 voting nay.
There was 6 voting aye, right? That's what I counted,
And
not 5.
not voting. There were,
I counted 6 voting aye, not 5. Can you please correct
I
Uh,
that?
will, let me read over the ayes. I have Chair Moore voting aye, Vice Chair Brown voting aye, Member Lewis voting aye, Member Montgomery Stepp voting aye, and Member Tamaki voting aye. I have 5 voting aye. Do you have 5 voting aye? Okay. And I have not voting, Member Bradford and Member Jones Sawyer. And I have voting no, Member Grills and Member Holder. You need 6 votes to pass, to rescind the motion. So the motion fails. So your option then, that motion stays in place. You can still amend it. That's sitting there. You can amend the motion and insert what will make it a hybrid motion and accomplish the same thing that you wanted, that some of you wanted to accomplish. So you can move to do that, and then that would have to be voted on.
May I ask, would this be acceptable to most folks if we did make an amendment? And I'll even make an amendment, since I made the motion, that is kind of in line with what Damon, I can't pull up your last name, so I'm sorry. Brown suggested, something to the effect of that this agency would provide services where none are provided and oversight for agencies where services are being provided with the option to provide direct services being retained, period. It's basically a restatement of what.
Is that a motion?
Just being a little bit more precise.
Is that a motion?
I would like to make that motion if, okay.
Motion now.
Okay.
Yeah, she could make a motion.
I want a
Okay.
second.
So it has been, can you please restate it just so I'm clear?
That the agency would provide services where none are provided and oversight for agencies where services are being provided with the option to retain the right to provide direct services where necessary.
So okay, so is there, okay, there's a second. It's been probably moved by Member Grills and then properly seconded by Senator Bradford. Okay, in terms of discussion, this is where I need clarity. So under this proposed motion, that means that this proposed agency would not simply be a monitoring body. So thus it wouldn't be an oversight commission, as Chris Alamo stated. It would be, in the alternative, an agency that would imply a certain level of bureaucracy that you spoke against last January. Again, there needs to be a distinction made between an oversight body and commission or an agency that would provide direct services and oversight.
As I started the motion, it started with the agency. So I'm saying it is an agency, yes.
So there will be bureaucracy.
Yes, but the whole point, again, was because I don't like words being put in my mouth. There was the scope of the agency was the concern. And so now, with this languaging, there is some flexibility to address the scope, recognizing where there is not we don't need to duplicate effort, but we need to make sure no matter where the effort is coming from, there's some accountability that it is appropriately meeting the needs of our community.
Okay, great. But I just want to be clear, in the minutes, it said that this bureau would act as an oversight and monitoring body rather than a bureaucracy.
The agency.
We'll have hybrid.
Yes.
Okay, any discussion on the matter?
Can we vote?
I guess, so my question, we can move on, is around, again, the role of community-based organizations. In the proposal that I made, there would be a strategic partnerships branch that would not only work with or collaborate with community-based organizations, but public entities, private entities, and the like. And so I'm just trying to figure out, where does that lie in this motion or proposal? Are we still just centering community-based organizations?
There-
Part of the hybrid proposal, being able to either directly engage in services or use outside entities.
Mike.
All right. Any other further discussion on the matter? Yes.
May I call for the question?
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we'll now turn to Parliamentarian Johnson.
To call the question, I will begin with Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair votes aye. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer?
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Steppe?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, excuse me, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 not voting or abstentions.
Great. So now we'll turn to the vote to vote
We will now
on the
go to
motion at hand.
motion
Yeah.
On the floor. I will start with Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
What are we voting on?
pardon me?
What Cheryl said?
For clarity, I just want to make sure the California DOJ is, can the California DOJ restate the motion that Dr. Grills made, just so we're all clear?
We're voting on Dr. Grill's amendment of her original motion that passed in the last meeting, which addresses what the discussion has been, that the new agency would, you just voted on call for the question.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is not an amendment because this is a new motion. Okay, so this is the motion that Member Grills made.
So is the California DOJ clear on the motion that Grills made? And please restate it, California DOJ.
So as we understand the motion, it's direction, essentially, we're taking a direction to the California DOJ in our drafting of the draft report that this new agency will carry out direct implementation of items that are not already carried out by other agencies, engage in oversight of actions that are covered, that are handled in direct implementation by other agencies, and then pursuant to the motion that was made, everything else in the motion that was made last time remains in terms of community-based organizations and other issues. That is my understanding of Cheryl's motion.
I would ask Dr. Grills Member Grills, if that correctly restates the motion.
Yeah, I think the only piece that was left out was that the option to provide direct services where necessary. So.
You restated in whole, because this is very important. We don't want a repeat of what happened last meeting where we just have this runaround conversation. So restate the motion in whole, please.
The agency will provide services where none are provided and oversight for agencies where services are being provided retaining the option to provide direct services where necessary.
Okay, the California DOJ is clear on that?
Yes, yes. And yeah, we're clear. Are you asking if we're calling the vote or we're clear on the direction? We are.
Yes.
Okay, so now we'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Call Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills.
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder.
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer.
Aye.
Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Steppe.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions or not voting.
Great. Thank you so much. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and thus the ayes have it. So this proposed entity would not simply be an oversight or monitoring body, but it would be an agency, independent agency that would provide services where they don't presently exist, provide oversight to existing state agencies, and then there would leave the option for additional providing of direct services. So I just want to be clear in terms of the nonpartisan policy analysts who I did not personally invite, who made a distinction between the oversight body and commission versus an independent agency. And the vote that just passed was not to create simply or just an oversight commission, but a new independent agency, correct?
That's right, Chair Moore.
All right, we're clear then. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the next advisory committee.
No, Chair Moore, just to clarify where we are on the agenda, we actually, I think the presentation that you gave was at the beginning of what was agenda item 19, which was actually supposed to be before lunch. We have a number of questions for clarification for the final report. And I think rather than proceeding advisory committee by advisory committee, if you'll reflect back on the first report, we are now at the point where the task force as a whole is going to need to analyze the report as a whole. We've sort of passed the advisory committee portion. All the advisory committees have been incredibly helpful to the Department of Justice to develop and flesh out all of the different proposals. Those proposals have now been presented. Each of you have a hard copy in front of you of outlines for the final report. Our intent was to go through the outlines, given the time that we just took up on the agency issue. I think what I would request is that we outline a number of questions we have for the task force as a whole in terms of the final proposals, so that we can get direction on items that we need direction from you all as a group to inform our drafting for the final for the draft report that's going to be presented to you at the next meeting. Just in terms of the lateness of the hour, I think that'll be a more efficient way to go through these. Okay. And some of these are pretty meaty components. Oh, we're not yet to the organization. So first is eligibility categories. We have noticed some of this is just making you aware of things we're noticing as we're drafting, and others are decision points. We have noted that some policies that have been developed by various advisory committees are universal, such as elimination of the death penalty or raising the minimum wage. Several are focused on descendants specifically, and several focus on the Black community even more generally than descendants. We also have a definitional issue in some of the components, such as how the Black community is identified, or how we approach when talking about different subcomponents, not only the community of individuals, but a geographic community. So that applies to neighborhoods and schools. So questions that we have for this task force, part of it will be things that you'll see when you're reviewing the draft that you'll get next week, is a recognition of an approach that takes into account the varying application of the different components. So some components are going to apply more generally and some are going to apply more narrowly. We want to raise that to your awareness so that you see what, that you understand the background of where those are falling and why, and get your input as to any particular parameters you all want us to follow in resolving those issues. Similarly, we had an issue in the interim report regarding the resolution of the question of Black versus African American. We resolved that issue by going with whatever the statute, as well as if we were referring to programs or scholarship that was using that terminology, we sort of held firm to that scholarship. So we use both terms. We want to make sure that the task force is okay with that same approach. In this report, again, alerting you to the fact that you'll see the draft, and so people are really concerned about those specific terms, raising to those to us when you see the draft.
Visual, or is that in the meeting materials in terms of what you just described?
Well, a number of people have raised it to us, and I'm raising it to you now. It's not a specific slide or anything like that. It's just general concerns with the final draft.
So just summarize the concern again. Just summarize what you just said, please.
Are there any specific directions that you have with regard to terminology or considering that? It's really actually not an item to vote on at this time. I think it's more making you aware that there are going to be differences depending on the different components of the report, and see if anybody has any concerns or issues with that or direction as to their advisory committee, how you've approached it in different items.
Well, I'll just say the statute that created this task force, AB3121, I gave a presentation on the statutory provisions last March, right, in terms of it describing the closed universe of those who are eligible, stated freed African slaves and their descendants. The statute described freed African slaves as those who were emancipated via the 13th Amendment, and then described their descendants as those who became citizens via the 14th Amendment. Then on top of that, in March of last year, we essentially voted via a 5-4 decision to codify essentially what's in the statute in terms of our decision to go with a lineage-based proposal. And verbatim, the proposal or motion that passed was, you're eligible if you're a descendant of an African American or free enslaved or free Black person living in the United States prior to 1900. And so to express my concerns, or in terms of what needs to be in the final report, in terms of the beneficiary class, I think for all of the proposals, not just from my advisory committee, we need to do our due diligence to ensure the beneficiary class for each and every proposal is in full and perfect alignment with the beneficiary class as described in the statute and as was codified by the task force last March. So that might be looking like some finding and replacing. So instead of just Black, it needs to be very clear in terms of who's eligible. And that is, you know, African Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States, or using exactly the language that was passed via the lineage motion.
Yeah. I guess we take that under advisement. So when we're directly talking about beneficiary classes and some of these proposals that can be narrowed to that, you're suggesting we narrow it to that. And you'll see in the draft report where there are modifications of that. There's why that will be noted as such.
Yes, exactly. And then one of our expert witnesses, Margaret Fortune, spoke to the fact that California has become a don't say Black state. Like, so we also have to take into account the political climate. You have the statute that essentially is lineage-based. You have the 5-4 vote in March that was lineage-based. Now, the political climate in this state, is that race-based proposals are inherently suspect. And so we have to take all that in consideration. There really shouldn't even be really a debate at this point. So yes, that is my perspective, that all of these proposals need to be updated to ensure that it aligns with what's in the statute and what the task force voted on in March of last year.
Okay, I think what I'm hearing from you is we should be race conscious in the crafting of the report so that we're adhering closely to what is included in the statute itself, being race conscious, speaking about race, and having our proposals and suggestions related to race, with the understanding that the eventual statutes that are proposed may take into account Prop 209, but the report itself will be written to be cognizant of race and not necessarily limited to.
No, that's not what I said, because African Americans who descend from slaves, our race is Black, but it's everything needs to be lineage based, lineage specific. That's what the statute is. The statute is lineage based. The statute is lineage specific. We codified the lineage based statute last year via our motion, and so all the proposals in terms of the beneficiary class need to be lineage specific, not race conscious. Yeah. They need to be race neutral, essentially, not race conscious. It needs to be race neutral.
So to give you a concrete example, for example, there's examples of eliminating the death penalty. There are examples of raising the minimum wage, where we went through the drafting, and if we raise the minimum wage for descendants, that means employers will have an incentive to not hire them because they will be paid more than people who do not have an elevated minimum wage. So it would actually hurt the beneficiary class. So I think that's really what I'm trying to get this discussion going and direction to the DOJ as to exactly what the task force's direction is with regard to the framing in the report. If the concern is not having a race conscious framing because of the statutes, I think that's a different question in terms of what the report, according to AB 3121, is intended to take into account in the language of the statute. So I'm trying to get direction on that point that we can then apply throughout the report.
Madam Chair, the point is simply put, the language is used consistently to be persons who are lineage based. Period. That's all.
I think this might be, I'll just say in brief, I think Marilyn Van alluded to it, and I was going to actually say when we talk about the outline of the final report, I was going to suggest that there be an addition in terms of the discussion around, this might sound off base, but it's very related as what Marilyn Van just stated, a discussion around tribal law. So that we can draw the parallels between, for instance, Indians, federally recognized tribes as not a race or ethnicity, but a political class or status, and making that same type of argument for those who are descendants of slaves in this country. That we're not necessarily, it's not a race, because not all Black people will be eligible. It's not an ethnicity per se, but a political status of being an American freedman, drawing on the legislative history in this country we can draw on, again, the enactment of the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen's Bank, the legislative history as to how that came to be, again, drawing on from folks in the legislature at that time that said we need, special consideration and benefits for this group of people, not because they're Negroes, not because they're Black, but because they belong to a political class of folks who have been despoiled their rights. And you had Marilyn Vann, I didn't see her presentation in advance, who essentially made the same argument that just like Indian freedmen, right, those who were once enslaved by the 5 Africans who were once enslaved by the 5 civilized tribes, right, they are considered Indian freedmen. African Americans who were once enslaved by Europeans, we're considered American freedmen. That's a political class that we could have a whole section in the report really articulating that reasoning. And so I think that would alleviate any concerns around when we update these proposals and make sure that they're lineage based, or they say descendants all throughout, there will be a section in the report that educates folks around why using the term descendant is not race conscious, it's actually race neutral. It fits into this idea that descendants of American slaves is a political class, not a race or even ethnicity. It's super advanced, but this is the time to really get that scholarship into the report, and I'm happy to follow up with you all on that later. But I do think that we need to update the language to make sure all the proposals are descendants or lineage based, and then do that extra work and care to put in a section in the report where we talk about, descendants not being a race per se or even ethnicity per se, but something entirely different, which justifies the need for descendant-based policies that would not, as Erwin Chemerinsky said, the UC Berkeley law school dean, would not violate the Equal Protection Clause under the 14th Amendment or Proposition 209.
I have a question, Chair Moore, and really this is more so for the task force. As Michael indicated earlier, these proposals were put together by various advisory groups from all members of the task force. I think the question is, and he gave 2 examples of repealing the death penalty and increasing the minimum wage. Is it the consensus of the task force that these proposals would be framed to only apply to the beneficiary class? Meaning that your report would state that you want the legislature to repeal the death penalty only for descendants of slaves, because the way that they're currently written, they are written without any modification. They're not specific to that class. Others are, but some of them that are more broad are not. And so that's part of the direction, is that we wanted to know, particularly from those who made those recommendations, did you intend for it to be applicable generally or only specific to the beneficiary class? That's the first question I had.
I made a universal policy, so that question also applies to me. So I understand what you're saying. There's race-based proposals and there's universal policies. So to clarify, there's some proposals in there that say, we need to give this to Black folks. That's a race-based proposal. Then there's universal policies that, for instance, that you said, abolish the death penalty. So, okay, I understand the question now. The question that's on the table is, I think it's clear that where there is race, but I could be corrected, where there is race-based proposals, where it says Black this or Black that, we need to update and change that so that it says descendants, full stop. But when it says universal, the question is, do we keep the universal policies that are there universal, or do we also update that language to make sure that it's descendant based? I'll let other folks speak, but I am not opposed to having universal policies like abolishing the death penalty in the report. But if we do have universal policies in the report, I think we need to make clear, maybe via footnote or something, that universal policies are not reparations. It's just in the spirit that when African Americans do justice work, we tend to do justice work for everyone. Tamaki, you're recognized.
So there's some categories of repair that are clearly descendant oriented. You can identify the injured class So free tuition, tax exemption, I don't know, compensation. The harm class is the descendant class. You could very neatly actually do that. There are other areas that we don't categorize them as repairs compensation, but they have to do with stopping the harm, guarantees of non-repetition. And they may or may not neatly fall into descendant versus non-descendant classes, minimum wage, death penalty. I think that's right. I think, I'm looking for a sort of compromise here without compromising principle, but more clarifying paragraphs that basically say where possible, the descendant class it will focus on special emphasis and provide repairs where possible. But there are some categories, for instance, in healthcare that Pastor Brown and I dealt with, or education, which are difficult. The fact that Black people are dying younger than the rest of the population, the fact that Black women suffer from complications from childbirth and pregnancy more than anybody else, the higher rate of Black infant mortality. So if we say to the legislature, we only want you to concentrate on the descendant class, that's kind of hard to do. I mean, how do you do that? And why? Because this is the product of systems, right? Systems of exclusion. They have to do with basic things like access to medical care and not having enough Black medical providers and this sort of thing. I think a prefatory category is appropriate. Like, for instance, you see prime, to the extent that it could focus more directly on the descendant class. I think that's within our purview, and that's reasonable and doable. But there are other harms, policing, another one, profiling, racial stops, where police basically are stopping people without knowing whether they're a Black immigrant or descendant class. But it does fall into, I think, our what we need to do, because it has to do with guarantees of non-repetition. So what I'm saying is I agree with you about the emphasis part. There are clearly those categories where the find and replace kind of thing might work. But I think we need to build in some flexibility for the DOJ in framing these other areas that are not so neatly solved by tracing lineage, but have to do with, these broader issues.
I know, it just seems like we're going backwards because, this is a quick aside, but remember, can you explain, for instance, if we're just looking at the ABC LEAD program, which again helps to get all Black folks, African Blacks, Caribbean Blacks, African Americans into the medical profession? How is that proposal not outside of the scope of the statute, that is AB 3121, and outside of the motion that we adopted last March for lineage?
I'll make a comment and then I'll defer to other task force members. Some of the policies we're looking at need to be augmented, changed, modified, and maybe new policies that focus in on the descendant class put in place. And so it's an example of something going on right now. Is it enough, or should it be different? I give you that. And in keeping with our mission and what we voted on in March of 2022, I think that's right. I think some of these policies are trying to deal with multiple problems at the same time. Certainly one is getting Black students in the pipeline to become medical providers. That's one bucket. And for those students, emphasizing the descendant class makes a lot of sense to me. But another bucket is just getting Black medical providers out there delivering services to the Black community, because the statistics show that patients have a better outcome with Black physicians, which there are not enough of. So I could see basically, are making recommendations that augment the prime UC Prime ABC program or modifying it. I don't see that as directly adverse. And I also see it as something that falls within our mission.
Madam Chair. We got to look at my information. The patient who is sick and at the point of death is Black folk. We know about all this technical language about making sure we talk about letters to deal with the legal system. I think we have to stop somewhere and focus. And going universal is not going to get it. We got to bite this thing one piece at a time. And got to focus. And it's about us in the hood. We need to grab up every person that we know gives representation, mirrors that lineage rule, and get them into medical school. Start getting them more conscious of science, math, and medicine. We got to brighten the corner where we are. We can't be all over the place if we're gonna take care of the patient.
So are you proposing that the universal policies be changed to make them descendant specific? Is that what you're
Some of them,
saying?
yeah, I guess if you're asking me, are you asking me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think some are more amenable to that, and maybe we need clarity. But there's other categories where, as a practical matter, again, if there's a way to do this that I'm not picking up on, I'd love to stand corrected. But in some of these areas, like getting more money into underserved schools, and trying to basically, as Margaret Fortune was talking about, Dr. Fortune, about pushing formulas and policies that actually do that. At one point, she was talking about a $300 million figure that, if it was signed by the governor, could have been $500 million. That has to do basically with the formula for how that's calculated. And it doesn't necessarily say, draw a distinction on lineage. That's all I'm saying. So it seems to me we could have that too, in addition to having the special emphasis part. And I would be all for the proposal. I mean, every chapter beginning with a prefatory statement of emphasis, I think that's makes sense to me. And then also basically make it direct where it can be done. You know.
Letter specific.
So I'm hearing, so I think Member Tamaki is proposing a prefatory statement in front of each of the different chapters for recommendations that state that essentially special consideration should be made to descendants, but that doesn't necessarily change the language of the proposal itself. It's just a prefatory statement, which I think it's okay, but.
For some of the areas, maybe not. Like healthcare, I'm struggling with how you put a lineage screen on better outcomes for the Black community. I don't know how.
Freedmen hospitals used to exist in this country, and now we're saying that they can't exist in the 21st century. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well,
All right, so let's just be clear. Okay, so actually like Member Tamaki's idea, I just want to be clear on that. And the statement that I was making, Joan Sawyer, was about the conversation at the last item where we pretty much, anyway, but. So Member Tamaki, you're stating to have a prefatory statement in front of each chapter that states wherever possible to provide special consideration to the different to the descendant community. Vice Chair Brown, what are you saying? Just to be clear, are you in agreement with this prefatory statement,
We
or
gotta be focused. And we're not going for this universal bit. It's gonna confuse it.
So-
We're talking about these descendants who have been harmed, and we've already established that. All the CEOs needed to change it.
so you're saying essentially no prefatory statement, but to update all the language to make every single thing descendant specific?
Yes.
Chair Moore.
Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you. So a question to the DOJ, I think. So, so we're asked to determine the eligible community. I mean, so where in the final report, I'd assume that somewhere in there we need to state explicitly the community of eligibility. Are we planning to do that? I mean, and the rationale for the community of eligibility, these things, I mean, how is that component, which is a required component based upon the bill, being conveyed in the final report?
So there's two components of this. One is the reparations, which is we're going to get to the organization and formatting of that report, which is its own chapter that talks about actual reparations, compensations, things like that. That's what the economics experts are working on, and that is the sort of key core eligibility question. And then we have all of these policy proposals that are set forth in other chapters. We'll turn to this in a second, and it may help to maybe go through the organization. You can see that. But each of these are a variety of different harms-based policy proposals, a variety of different policy proposals on different issues that, again, wouldn't necessarily naturally boil down to either race or descendancy status. And so that is the question. The different advisory committees, like Damon mentioned, came up with different solutions. We are drafting, and we need your direction in the draft so that when you see the draft, you will be able to see that your direction has been carried out. So that's what we're really looking for, is direction from this task force.
Okay. I mean, so I understood that in terms of the conversation that has been going on. I think my question was, is there an expectation for the final report to lay out explicitly the community of eligibility and provide a rationale for the community of eligibility? The reason why I'm asking is because if we do that, then effectively we are stating for whom all of the policies have been devised and and directed towards. So I'm just trying to get, because so early on we made a lot of decisions, you know what I mean? So we've been talking about residency and so forth. And so I'm just trying to understand exactly where these decisions are going to be reflected and how, because I'm trying to think if there's a way to streamline, this discussion in a way. And this is, I think, building off of what Member Tamaki is suggesting, where there's a statement that directly asserts, who we're talking about. But the point is that AB3121 from the beginning asked us to decide who we're talking about, and we decided that actually a year ago, wasn't it? Yeah. So I'm just asking if the report is going to account for that decision and how, because that might actually help clarify things as we go through the policies.
Yes. I think to inform this, it may make sense to go to the next agenda item and then come back and revisit this.
All right, that's fine.
The next agenda item talks about the organization of the report and talks about how we talk about community of eligibility and harms-based versus non-harms-based report classification. So we can run through that presentation. That's the presentation that's up right now.
and so just, for some background, the reason why I'm saying that is that what we do know, and what we do know, we have to be very honest about recognizing this, is that there are multiple terms, right, that are in circulation, even amongst the community of eligibility as to how they define themselves. Sitting here on the task force for nearly the past 2 years, I've heard some members of the eligible community advocate for being called Black American, some advocate for being called African American, some advocating for being called freedmen, some, right? So there are lots of terms. And so in many ways, all of these terms kind of show up in different chapters in different ways. And unless you all can decide, well, you see what I mean? So, and so we can't define, we can't call you, right? That's not our job. But what we can do, and what we have been asked to do, is decide who the eligible community is, right? And it's a class-based designation, And so I think if we can clarify that up front, then it helps to kind of make sense of some of the kind of traveling language that shows up later on in the report. That's why I'm asking if we can make a declarative statement, so that way we understand, why, or rather not why, but who we're talking about, regardless of what kinds of terms are showing up throughout the report.
Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And to the extent that we are using the different terms in the report, because I know we use different terms in the interim report, because there are different studies that use different terms as well, that we should be clear about why we're using the terms that we're using throughout the report. I agree that it's hard for us to define, but we do have our eligibility motion. And so, and what we have a record to show what we meant by that, and I think it has to be clear in the report.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Maureen Simmons, who worked with Secretary Weber when this was in the bill stage, and she spoke to the spirit, everything needs to be lineage specific. I guess the question is just, how do we do it? How do we do it? We can go to the next item.
Okay, so why don't we go to the presentation? I'll call out next slide. So the next agenda item, technically we're on agenda item 22, is a proposed overall organization. Our proposed overall organization is based on, and this includes the entire work of the task force from the beginning to the end. We're going to have an updated executive summary, and then that may be a space for us to include sort of the discussion that we're just having right now. Part 2 is the interim report chapters. And by the way, to be clear, this is a proposal we're going to ask you to vote on so that we can confirm this and move forward at the end of the discussion. So there will be a vote at the end of this, hopefully. Part 2 are the interim report chapters, which will remain exactly as they were in the interim report, with the interim or preliminary recommendations stripped out, because those are obviously now replaced by final recommendations. Part 3 is the International Reparations Framework, an example of other reparations schemes, and you have in front of you a hard copy of the outline of that section of the report. Part 4 is how the state of California will offer a formal apology on behalf of the people of California for the perpetration of gross human rights violations and crimes against humanity on African slaves and their descendants. And in light of the vote earlier today, vote, right? They voted. That is going to be a consolidation of anywhere there are apologies anywhere else, as well as a recognition of racist political leaders in California's past. Part 5, economic expert analysis and final recommendation of the task force regarding calculations of reparations and forms of compensation and restitution. So that's going to be the part about money and other types of reparatory reimbursement. Go to the next slide. Part 6 are the policy recommendations to the legislature, which is the bulk of the work that's been going on right now by the various advisory committees. Part 7 is a report on the Racial Justice Act implementation, which you heard a little bit about yesterday, the survey that was conducted by the Research Center that feeds into recommendations on Racial Justice Act issues. Part 8 is the Bunch Center report on community engagement and input through community listening sessions. This is when we were in Los Angeles, we got a report on the community listening sessions, the findings and everything else that was consolidated into a formal report, which will be, we are proposing to have sort of republished as Part 8. Part 9, not Chapter 9, but Part 9. This is a concept or themes for curriculum built around the task force's report and other recommendations for educating the public. We heard a little bit about that earlier today. And then Part 10 or appendix, compendium of statutes and case law that contributed to an unjust legal system. And this is sort of additional evidence that supports the recommendations in the unjust legal system chapter, and that can be either one. You can go next slide. We can go through this because we're short on time. Keep going through. Okay, stop there. Wait, go back. Oh no, next one. So just as a note, how the state of California will offer a formal apology. So we will be drafting that and looking for recommendations on an apology in the next meeting. Next slide. In this slide, in this discussion, I just want to highlight to the point that we were just talking about before, which is eligibility, non-eligibility to vote on lineage-based eligibility goes to the compensation that's awarded. And then there are other issues of other forms of rehabilitation and restitution that would be harms-based. So people who actually were dispossessed of their property or lost their homes or were kicked, lost their jobs or other types of things that fall into harms-based eligibility as either in addition to or without a lineage-based linkage. That's going to be part of the economic experts analysis that's going to be presented to you for you all to vote on whether to adopt in the next meeting. Next slide. So policy recommendations, I'm just going to go through these quickly, but these are the policy recommendations. And you have also, by the way, this organizational chapter on paper in front of you as well. And these are also included in the meeting materials for everybody. So we can run through Part 6. Next slide. These are all of the policy recommendations which you have already voted on to advance. There's a couple of modifications, but you'll see those in the draft. Next slide. Next slide. You'll note where it says formal apology. So according to this morning's vote, those are going to be reconsolidated into the apology chapter. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. We can go to Part 7. Back up. So this is a report on the Racial Justice Act implementation, and we are still working through this with our experts in the DOJ Research Center, as well as Don Tamaki and Lisa Holder, to evaluate the relationship between this information and recommendations relating to Racial Justice Act implementation, as to whether those recommendations will go here or go in the Racial Justice Unequal Justice System chapter, unjust legal system. Next slide. Bunch Center report. Next slide. Curriculum, which we'll hopefully hear about a little bit more in the next meeting, but this is going to be recommendations around how to educate the public and what a curriculum may look like, or whether the recommendation will be a recommendation to the legislature that a curriculum be created and implemented. Next slide. And then this is the compendium of statutes and case law that contributed to the unjust legal system. And that'll be, that is a chart that's an Excel spreadsheet. And so the task force will have to see that and make a determination as to whether that should be included as its own part or in an appendix in the next meeting. I think that's the end. So gallop through that. That is the full final report. Those are all the components of the full final report. And we need, so we need a motion to confirm that as our full final report, or any discussion if anybody wants sections removed, reorganized, or added.
So I would like to see an addition. So when do we talk about that? Okay, so I would like to be added to part 3 in the International Reparations Framework and examples of reparation schemes. I like to see a section on genocide. And I would like there to be a historical analysis and a contemporary analysis as to how African Americans who descend from slaves may or may not be victims of genocide. So we can talk about, in terms of the historical analysis, we can cite the 1951 We Charge Genocide petition that was filed by human rights attorneys Paul Robeson and William Patterson. And then we can have a contemporary analysis breaking down the different elements of genocide, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to the group, deliberately inflicting group conditions of harm to the group, preventing births in the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another. Those are the different elements of genocide. And so I think there needs to be a contemporary analysis of how African Americans may be victims of genocide post 1988. That's when the United States ratified the Genocide Convention. And I think and adding a conversation on genocide would only strengthen the argument for reparations on the state level, and then of course on the federal level as well.
We can do that research and work on a component of the draft as we're drafting on that issue.
Then another addition, I think,
Madam Chair.
sorry, Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Also, maybe we should consider sharpening gentrification as a form of genocide. What happened in San Francisco was a public policy measure that intentionally and deliberately displaced a people. Happened to no one but Black people. That's it. The population drops from 16% down to 4%. And the Wall Street Journal just 3 weeks ago came out with an article. Who are the top 20 worst cities for Black folk? In San Francisco, the Bay Area was number 17. New York Times did an article 5 years ago. Blacks are made to feel lonely in San Francisco. And also John Steinbeck, that man who wrote that piece, Grapes of Wrath, excuse me. He said this, and I quote him: I wonder how many people I've looked at all my life and never seen. I looked at all my life and never seen. Many of these communities, they don't see Black people. They don't see our humanity. They don't want to see us in existence. They looked at us, over us, around us, rather than to see us. And that is psychologically, mentally debilitating. Psychiatrists have pointed that out. And we got to look at what is the real injury and harm that was done in these communities that were torn up. And we did not even have the luxury for protection of the Chinatowns, the Japantowns, and the missions. So those are the stark realities that you come up with when you stop, reflect, and look at how we don't see people. Or we look at them as being inanimate objects and not persons.
Okay, so, yeah, thank you for that, Vice Chair Brown. So, yeah, I definitely think there should be a conversation on genocide, a historical analysis, and a contemporary analysis post 1988, when the United States signed or ratified the Genocide Convention. I think another, any other comments? Oh, sorry. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. Couple things. First of all, I thought the outline on international reparations was really helpful. I think Camila has studied this for a long time, but to me, it was more new. And I think it frames our effort, because when the public understands what other groups and countries have gone through, it's helped scale what we come up with. I like Pastor Brown's comment about the gentrification and specifically urban renewal. I just want to add a point that Japantown followed 10 years, reducing it from 44 blocks to 4. And my family lost their property and as the community was dispersed. So there's no equivalence between Japanese Americans, Asian Americans, and Black people whatsoever. But every now and again, we get a target on our backs too, as part of the dehumanization process. But I think that's beside the point. On the international reparations thing, it would help to have footnotes, and maybe those are going to be included. But I think the information is so solid that would be helpful. With respect to the consolidated proposals, can I raise a point, Chair Moore? So in each of the areas, there is some overlap. And so the question is, does the redundancy helpful, or does it tend to dilute our point? So for example, in housing, there's a discussion about food deserts, heat environment, lead pipe pollution, et cetera. And that is also repeated in almost the same language in the healthcare. And so I'm thinking if it's repeated like that, it tends to, in my view, kind of dilute the impact. And maybe for some of these where the reference is applicable, in one of the chapters, one or the other, there should be a reference and to say for discussion on the environmental impact on the Black community, see chapters thus and such. Here's another example. Maybe I'll ask Member Grills. That sort on the racial terror, thanks to you, chapter, there's a really significant deep dive into the mental health impact. Really well done. But healthcare proposal has sections regarding mental health and wellness centers and all that too. Are we better served by referencing one or the other to refer the reader to? And so we just say it once. And so it's not repeated over and over again. It's a editing, formatting issue.
And I would add one slight sort of addition to that, which is there are places where different advisory committees had proposals that are maybe slightly misaligned, not really directly in contention with each other, but misaligned with different recommendations. And I think when in the process of consolidating them, as Member Tamaki is talking about, reconciling the misalignment so that when we come out of this with a draft for you all to review, those proposals come to a set of recommendations that are aligned and the differences are reconciled.
Okay, so Member Holder, you're recognized.
Just for organization and formatting, a lot of this is, I don't know, subjective, but there are some places where it seems to me that, like, for instance, abolition of the death penalty should be under criminal legal. I saw a few things like that, and so I do think that the DOJ should just sort of go through it, with a fine-tooth comb to assess the logic of the placement of certain things. So that's just a recommendation.
Absolutely. And what we will also work through as it looks in the draft is potentially still having something in another section, but a cross-reference to the discussion somewhere else, so that it's still mentioned where different it may be still relevant, but really figure out the one place where it really should have the bulk of the discussion, and then reconciling all those different opinions, so all those different findings. I can go through a few more of the questions that we have for you. At the end of this, we're going to look for a motion that says basically, subject to this discussion, you all approve of the organization that we're proposing. So just to give you a heads up what we're looking for in terms of direction. We've resolved the apology question. For the wealth gap, we had a discussion in the last meeting from Dr. Lewis about the wealth gap sort of chapter maybe not having specific recommendations, or those recommendations being related. Dr. Lewis, I think, prepared a short discussion, and I think we want to make sure that is what we'll include in the wealth gap, or if you would prefer to not have a wealth gap and have that be just in the expert report. If anybody else has any thoughts on the wealth separately.
Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Is it really a question for me though? I mean, I think it's not.
It's for the members. Is there any contrary direction? I guess that's what our plan is. Is there any contrary direction or anything anybody feels needs to be in there otherwise? Okay. We mentioned the Racial Justice Act. I think there's Racial Justice Act is discussed in two components. One where we have the DOJ Research Center report and discussion. The other is in the unjust legal system. We will work through, I think our recommendation is for the policy recommendations, because they're coming from the task force, that they be housed in the chapter on the unjust legal system, and the Research Center report serve as the data and sort of foundation for the evidence of why those recommendations are needed, but stay in a separate report that is very clearly the sort of full report from the survey. We wanted to elevate that for everybody, but especially for the members of that advisory committee, if there's any contrary opinions or direction.
So are you proposing putting that into an appendix or a compendium, or having it as a standalone chapter? I just need clarification.
Sure. Having the survey that was done at the direction of the task force be its own chapter, the survey report and the findings from the survey report as one chapter, having the recommendations on the Racial Justice Act, because they're in two different parts, be consolidated into the unjust legal system chapter. But referring to the chapter with the Research Center's report, with the Racial Justice Act data report, essentially as evidence, rather than splitting those two issues.
Yeah, I think just to compress things a little bit, so the report doesn't get too unwieldy, which, I would recommend definitely consolidating it under unjust legal system. And then in terms of the raw data and the raw report itself, just do that as a compendium or an appendix that you're referring to.
Okay.
That's my recommendation, instead of having it, the raw data or the data piece being its own chapter.
Okay. And then the final item is the legal compendium. The legal compendium is going to be a pretty lengthy Excel spreadsheet, and this may be probably a better item to decide in the next meeting. We are presenting that as an appendix because it is rather lengthy. It is in an Excel spreadsheet form. We're looking at different options for compiling it so that it looks good and readable and usable in a PDF form or in a printed form. And the question is exactly how, whether you want that entire report in or some kind of synopsis. I think you should see that before you make that final decision, but I wanted to highlight that as an issue that still needs to be decided. And that is the totality of our questions about the organization of the final report. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
I may have missed it, so forgive me. But did you include the Bunch Center report about where that would go? You did. I just missed it.
No problem. It's included as a chapter. We're going to take the entire Bunch Center and include it as a chapter because it essentially comprises the sort of listening sessions and community input and other issues into one item.
And then the other thing is that I'm not sure where we left off in the discussion about the universal versus special population, special consideration discussion, but I just want to make sure that we think very carefully about removing universal sounding recommendations. I just did a quick scan and found at least 15 things that would end up being removed. And that would be really problematic. I know that some people want to define reparations in a particular sort of way, but by removing some of these universal sounding or universal facing recommendations, the key word that we have to look at is the facing part, because while we sound universal, it directly has impact and implications for African Americans. Whether you're talking about, and we're talking about remedies, repair, rehabilitation, guarantees of non-repetition. For example, the death penalty, we are disproportionately represented. You can't just say no death penalty for Black people or African Americans and ignore everyone else. It has to be kind of stated as a policy. The same thing applies to education-based incarceration, increasing access to mental health services for people who are incarcerated, law enforcement activity in California schools, funding streams for mental health services in the jails and prisons, access to naloxone, which is Narcan, in the jails and prisons. By the way, if you do away with that, do know that Black folk are dying at higher rates in the LA County jails. We haven't looked at others. So we've got to be smart about how we get to our most vulnerable and protect them and make sure that they reap some benefit from reparations. And if we are very narrow in our thinking, we in fact may be excluding our most vulnerable. Is that what we want to do?
Member Grills, duly noted. Thank you for that contribution. Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
So I just want to get clarity. I know that you all, especially you, Mr. Newman, have gone through this over and over, but our next meeting, will that be the last meeting to provide any additional input? So I see yeses and nos over there. So I just want to know the process. I have quite a few very specific things, and I'm asking the question to see if I need to contribute those now or if I can contribute those at the end of this month.
So you read our minds collectively. Here is the schedule, and it's very similar to what we did last time. You have now, we've gone through, we got approval in the last meeting of all the recommendations. So the recommendations that are through to now have all been voted on, have all been approved to move forward. We are moving forward with the drafting. You all will receive a draft of the report in probably about 2 weeks. We're working on that. It'll have to be published before the next meeting. So you have an opportunity right now to provide feedback on what you've already received, which includes the outlines, which includes the previous sort of minor drafts of the briefing memos on the various components. You will get the draft of the report. You will have an opportunity, and in the next meeting, we were just talking about this, in the next meeting will be your opportunity as a group to actually go through the report. We're not going to necessarily go through it line by line during the meeting, but if you see in the report, the draft that you get before the next meeting, items that you do not want to go through, that meeting will be the last opportunity to actually pull things out. So during that meeting, there will need to be votes on anything that you want removed or anything that you want added in. It'll be the last opportunity to do that as a group, to actually vote to give us direction to do that. If there are words, if there are things like that you see and you want to provide edits to the Department of Justice in the draft, you can provide those both up to the next meeting and in the days after the next meeting, we will be able to implement them. If there are sort of major concerns, I think, like I said, we've sort of highlighted Black versus African American that came up in the interim report, and other issues like that. Those are pretty major issues. That's more than just drafting suggestions. Those should be raised in the next meeting and debated and voted on. If there are, for example, we've gone through the outline. There's a different way to organize the recommendations, which is instead of being tied to the chapters in the interim report, they can be thematic. We can talk about issues by theme rather than tied into the chapters of the first report. We are taking the direction that we're still sort of tied into the report, to the chapters in the interim report. If you believe that there should be a significant reorganization, that needs to be raised and debated and voted on in the next meeting. If there's any, like I said, if there's any other major components that needs to be added in, or discussion point of a major component that needs to be removed, I hope not at this point, but if that happens, that needs to be voted on. So basically, coming out of the next meeting, we should have both your direction on finalizing the report, as well as your line edits for specific items in the report. And we will take those line edits up through probably a week or so after the next meeting. So next meeting is March 29th and 30th. The meeting after that is May 2nd. We need to publish a final report by the publication date or thereabouts for the May 2nd meeting. The May 2nd meeting is going to be a final approval of the final report. And then moving forward from that, we have our sort of final publication advisory committee that was put in place last time with the ledge staff, who are then going to help actually format final proof review edits, but no changes from that date on. So that's the schedule. I can go over it again if you want, but that's the schedule from here on out. I don't know if anybody has any questions about those.
I don't have questions at this time. Oh, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Did you have a question?
No, I have a quick comment. So everyone clearly understands my comment about universality. If my house is on fire, the fire department does not go to 3 or 4 houses on my block on Bright Street in San Francisco. I am a world citizen. I am concerned about the humanity of everybody. But the house has been on fire for far too many years for nobody but Black folks. And that's why we have to be very careful to keep this task force's work focused on the area in the village where the fire is. You don't put the water all over the place. I hope we be sensible to that end. To keep this matter focused. We didn't get where we were supposed to have gotten in 1865. We didn't get it after the Kerner Commission report. And I can cite other instances historically. The question is, when are we going to focus on the folks who are the sickest and the house is on fire? And that's the reason why a reasonable particularity represents sanity and common sense. That's really why we got to keep this language. Letting the doctor know and the fire department know where the harm is, where the danger is.
Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
I just want to put one more thing on the table as an observation so far, and I'll use a couple of different examples. One is the paragraph that talks about the repealing the crime-free housing policies, where there is language, it says make affordable housing a fundamental right that allows for pro bono or legal representation in eviction proceedings. I really want the language to be more affirmative and not as passive, as far as instead of allows, requires, that we make that as a part of a requirement for legal representation when it comes to eviction proceedings for the descendant community. There's another, and that was on page 42 of the most recent copy. Page 98, when it talks about professional career training, there's another example of just some language that I feel like is a little bit more passive and I want to be affirmative wherever we can. It talks about descendants who receive financial wealth training should be encouraged as a part of their professional development to engage in pro bono training. And then it goes on. I would rather it say should have access to pro bono training instead of be encouraged. I want these things to be provided in the proposals that we submit, as opposed to leaving leeway for any kind of services that the state will get out of trying to provide. So those are two examples, but as those come up in your reading, then I hope that we can kind of make that language a little bit more strong. Thank you.
Our dedicated DOJ staff is here and hearing you, and I'm sure they will make sure that we are using more affirmative language on this as we're drafting. And I'm telling them to.
Also, I think we can talk about this at the next meeting, but I think we need to be tracking pending, a particular pending U.S. Supreme Court cases, the two affirmative action cases before the Supreme Court, and then Holland versus Brecken, which is tribal law oriented, but may have some implications for the work that we're doing. I think the Supreme Court is expected to give decisions out on those affirmative action cases and Holland versus Brecken before the task force ends. I'm personally tracking, but I'm just putting on record that I think if the U.S. Supreme Court does come to some decisions around those cases, there may need to be a conversation in our report around those cases as it relates to the beneficiary class. I'm more than happy to provide more context at a later date, but putting that out there for the record.
We'll keep that in mind. We're going to track the Supreme Court's docket and we'll see, depending on the timing of the final report. So we need a motion that authorizes us to move forward with the drafting of the final report, subject to all of the input here today, which we will make sense of by reviewing the recording.
Second.
It has properly been moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown that we adopt the existing organization and formatting of the final report, subject to all the different additions that we discussed here today. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will start with the vote with Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford is absent. Member Grills.
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is absent. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Aye. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 7 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 absents.
Thank you. There are 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 absent, and thus the motion carries as the ayes have it. All right, so the next item on the agenda is, so we're waiving the advisory committee report backs, correct? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, and just to clarify, I said this earlier, which is the advisory committees have performed their duties, they've drafted the recommendations, and the advisory committees are done with their work, which we thank everybody for all their work on the advisory committees. It was incredible work. We really appreciate it in the DOJ, all the great clarity and direction we got, and everyone's hard work in developing the recommendations. Now it shifts to individual task force members reviewing the draft, providing us feedback on an individual basis, and then task force votes like the one we just had to the end.
We'll say in terms of the agency vote, there's still some work that potentially needs to be done, because in the proposal that I gave, it was for an agency, not simply an oversight commission, but an agency that will provide direct services and oversight power. And so I would probably need some assistance from the California DOJ, the folks who are on that particular advisory committee, to ascertain where there is overlap, which so-called branches to strike, right? You all would have that information more than I would, so I would need some assistance on that.
Yeah, well, we will. We were taking all of everything that you all are saying today. We followed the whole debate, and we will be implementing that, and everyone will be able to review and give input. Once we circulate the draft, we'll be very happy to take everybody's input and be informed by the vote of the task force.
Yes, just noting there's just going to be a little bit more work required for that to fulfill the spirit of the motion that passed from the California DOJ. So the next item on the agenda is recommendations to the legislature for urgent federal action.
This was an item that we were requested to add to the agenda at the last meeting in order to have a discussion as to whether there are any recommendations that the task force would like to make with regard to inclusions in the final report of recommendations to the federal legislature, Congress.
Holder, you're recognized.
I think that this is a very important topic. And I understand that at this point we are under the gun, but I don't know that this is the best forum right now for, elucidating on that. I would recommend that we either do another advisory team to grapple with that over the next few weeks, or use some other process.
Well, maybe I recommend we do it this way. If anybody has any suggestions, and again, to clarify exactly how this would be framed, it is recommendations in the final report to the legislature, for the legislature to issue the sense of California of federal action. So it wouldn't be a recommendation directly from the task force to the legislature, to the Congress. I keep calling it the federal legislature because we've got one here. The idea is, if you have inclusions like that, why don't you send them our way? And we can include them in the draft report, and they'll be factored into the recommendations. Again, now we're past advisory committees, so anybody who wants to can send to us those recommendations, and we can highlight them for everyone's review. And again, if people want them removed at the next meeting, we can do that by vote.
Okay, and how long do we have to do that so that you can have a list prepared by the next week meeting?
That's a tight time frame. Because we have a short interval before the next meeting. We really need it by the end of next week. And it would probably be in list form. And it may not need more than that, because it's just a recommendation that the legislature express support for this bill or this action or something like that. And it would not need to be elucidated further.
So chap, on page 19 of the interim report, the preliminary recommendation was to transmit the task force's final report and findings to the President of the United States and the Congress, with the recommendation that the federal government create a reparations commission for African Americans / American freedmen through statute or executive action. So I need clarity in terms of, are you saying that preliminary recommendation cannot be transferred over to the final report, or it has to be restructured for that recommendation to be directed to the state legislature?
It would have to be restructured for all recommendations to be to the California state legislature. So you could have the California state legislature include in its final action, legislative action that it takes, something about that, something about expressing the sense of California that the Congress should do X, Y, or Z.
So my suggestion would just retain what's in the preliminary report and just restructure it so that it's, instead of a direct recommendation to the President of the United States and US Congress, it's directed to the state legislature to make that recommendation to the President and US Congress. The spirit of the recommendation is already in the interim report.
Sure.
So yeah, just to clarify, page 19 in the executive summary of our interim report, there is a preliminary recommendation to transmit the task force's final report and findings to the President and the US Congress, with the recommendation that the federal government create a reparations commission for African Americans or American freedmen through statute or executive action. So we're saying that we can no longer make a direct recommendation to the US President or Congress as it's currently written in our interim report. We have to restructure that recommendation and ask the state legislature to make that recommendation to the US President and Congress.
That's correct. We will do that.
I think that covers everything. Any other comments on it? All right, hearing no other comments or questions, we will turn to the next item on the agenda, which is the next meeting agenda, which is on the screen.
And I think one item is, you voted previously in this meeting to return in person. One of the motions that was tabled, or one of the issues that was tabled, was locations for the next two meetings. So that is, there's future meeting dates is the next agenda item, and we've done this several meetings. But one of the things that should be resolved in terms of location, one of the things that should be resolved is location, and that will impact the agenda in terms of if you want to invite locals from whatever location we are in to provide testimony. The DOJ, I think several people have mentioned this room has been good. So this is, I don't know if we've confirmed, Trine, have we confirmed if the room is available? No. Have we confirmed if this room is available? No. Okay. Okay. So we would be able to confirm on Monday whether or not this room is available for the 29th and 30th. But if that's your direction, let us know. Otherwise, if there's a different location for either of the meetings, let us know what your sense is.
You need a motion.
Well, yeah, we'll need a motion to set the agenda as well as to set the agenda and the locations. And just to clarify, there was no motion on the June 30th meeting being in Allensworth. So we need to resolve, this is months ago, we talked about that being a potential final meeting. But that was not, I think we've looked back at our records and there was no actual motion that set that location. So what's before you is resolving the location of the March 29th and 30th meeting, May 2nd meeting, and June 30th meeting.
Thank you. So maybe we could take these dates a little bit backward. I think it's the last day of session, June 30th in Sacramento, which means Bradford and Jones Sawyer are going to be really, really busy. I think it makes sense, unless I'm missing something in terms of media coverage, to have it in Sacramento because there's a symbolic nature to have it here, given it's this, the state capital. And we're talking about harms caused by California. And then the other thing is we need Jones Sawyer and Bradford here. And yet that's the last day of session, so they're going to be extremely busy. So I would, if necessary, make a motion that at least for the June 30th meeting that be in Sacramento in this, location. And that the media coverage be centered around that and we build toward that date for that. As to May 2nd and March 29 and 30, I think media considerations are still front and center. I think we're getting, like I said, the amount of attention we're getting is crucial. So for that reason, and I think I mentioned this yesterday, as much as it would be great to do this in Allensworth, I think we need to do it in a major media market. So to me, that's Los Angeles. And so March 29, maybe 30th in Los Angeles, maybe May 2nd back in Sacramento, and June 30th on Sacramento, something like that. I just throw that out for discussion.
I move that we establish those dates. I mean, I'm talking location. I'm moving dates. Please.
Is there a second?
I didn't hear the motion.
The motion was to approve the locations that Member Tamaki proposed for the various dates. Second. Hearing no second, the motion fails.
Oh, sorry, I will second it. I thought somebody else would do it. I'll second it.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Tamaki that the March 29th, 30th hearing be in LA, the May 2nd hearing be in Sacramento, and the June 30th hearing be in Sacramento. Is there any discussion on the matter?
Okay. I'm sorry. I just talked to Damon about sort of a logistical issue and the quick turnaround. I mean, the DOJ staff is under enormous pressure. As we can imagine, we're racing to this deadline. So can you explain that? Well,
I just asked Member Tamaki if he had any objection to switching the meetings where the 29th and 30th meeting would be here in Sacramento, the May 2nd meeting would be in Los Angeles, and then back in Sacramento for June 30th. And the reason for that is because we were anticipating a virtual meeting for the March 29th and 30th. Logistically, it would be easier for DOJ to achieve an in-person meeting because we are based here in Sacramento under such a short deadline to do that for this next meeting. And then we can go to any other locations for the remaining meetings.
so can I amend my motion and then ask for a second, or without being hyper technical toward the all right, so let me amend my own motion. So the locations will be March 29th and 30th in Sacramento, May 2nd in Los Angeles, June 30th, Sacramento.
Second.
So it has been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown that the March 29th and 30th meeting be in Sacramento, May 2nd in LA, and June 30th in Sacramento. Any discussion? I will just put out in the record, we've heard many folks on the community ask for us to go to the Inland Empire, where there is a critical mass of Black folks. And so I think March 29th and 30th be in Sacramento. I think that makes sense logistically, I guess, for the DOJ's convenience. I kind of wish that Senator Bradford and Assemblymember Jones Sawyer was here because they can kind of speak to their availability for June 30th. Because I was going to suggest that March 29th and 30th would be in Sacramento for logistical reasons. May 2nd could potentially be in the Inland Empire to satisfy that need from the community of eligibility. And then June 30th could be in LA. Because I understand the symbolism of Sacramento being the kind of final meeting, but when we talk about like where Black folks really are and like where they can go, it's like LA would be that place.
So, but just a suggestion that since it's the May meeting that would be in contention, then maybe we don't decide on the May meeting right now. We can wait until our next meeting to decide where to hold the May meeting. But at least we can give them direction on the next meeting at the end of March and the final meeting in June.
Well, I was suggesting the final meeting be in LA, not Sacramento. And then I was suggesting the May meeting be in Inland Empire, and then the most immediate meeting be in Sacramento.
Well, then let's just make a decision regarding the most immediate meeting.
I do wish Bradford and member Jones Sawyer were there, but that's the last day of session where they have to be here, is my understanding. So that's, it's just a peculiarity of the way the legislature and the timing. And so they can kind of drift in and out. But on the key presentation and all that, it's great. I mean, we need a full task force. So I think that is I think it's necessary, basically. And that's the driver for the meeting in Sacramento.
So the motion on the floor is for March 29th and 30th to be in Sacramento, May 2nd to be in LA, and June 30th to be in Sacramento. Any discussion on the matter?
Madam Chair, I apologize. I just learned that both legislators would need to be in Sacramento on May 2nd. And so because that is the meeting where the final report is being approved and they are going to be the ones who have to shepherd everything through, it really is critical to have them present. So I know we're playing sort of a game of shuffling cards here, but that May 2nd would have to be in Sacramento in order for the two legislators to be present.
So essentially, March 29th and 30th, Sacramento for the convenience of the DOJ, May 2nd in Sacramento for the legislators, and then it would be up in the air for the last session, but essentially Member Tamaki is saying that would have to be in Sacramento
I
as
think so
well.
too.
And I also learned that for the June 30th, the members may not necessarily be tied to Sacramento because the budget will have already been submitted. So they may not have to be here in Sacramento on the 30th when the governor signs it. So we may have more flexibility on the location for the June 30th.
Riverside, And so the DOJ really couldn't make Inland Empire work for March 29th and 30th, like at all? Because we don't even know if this room will be available from March 29th and 30th.
There's less than 30 days to pull together travel and all the plans that need to be made for a meeting of this caliber.
Yeah.
All right, we ought to be practical. Okay. So, well, the motion still needs to be amended then because of the May 2nd thing, because I don't think in your motion, May 2nd was Sacramento. Was it? I don't think so.
I've lost track of this. So Damon and Michael, can you? Sacramento for May 2nd. Sacramento for March 29 and 30. May 2nd, Sacramento. And June 30th can be?
Let's just leave it open. Let's just leave it open.
Leave it open. All right, maybe this, Chair Moore, might be a possibility. And again, I'm not going to put in a motion. I'm thinking out loud with you. So March 29, 30th, Sacramento, because the logistics to drive this thing, May 2nd will be in Sacramento again, because of issues on getting the report done and availability of the two legislators. And then June 30th will be open until we get more information. And it could be, for example, in Los Angeles. Yeah.
That's good. Thank you.
So that would be my motion.
I have a quick clarifying question. Why is the next meeting so soon?
That's when you had, oh, sorry.
Doodle poll.
That was based on the availability. When we were determining quorums, those were the two dates that we had the quorum for the group.
We thought we were going virtual. So, but okay, everyone's fine with meeting by the end of the month in person in Sacramento. All right. So let's go to roll call vote. Parliamentarian Johnson, and the motion on the floor is for our next meeting to be March 29th, 30th in person in Sacramento, May 2nd in person in Sacramento, and June 30th location would be to be determined.
Yeah.
Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford is absent. Member Grills? Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer is absent. Member Lewis? Member Lewis is aye. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. And Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 7 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes, 0 nays, and no abstentions.
Thank you. There are 7 ayes, 0 nays, no abstentions, and thus the ayes have it and the motion carries. Our next meeting will be March 29th and 30th in person in Sacramento, then May 2nd in person in Sacramento, June 30th to be determined. Okay, so the next item, which I think is still on the board, is to approve the next meeting agenda. I had a question for the next meeting agenda, item number 19. I believe is still like a contemplation of the advisory groups. If we're done, should that still be on there? Does it need to be deleted?
Yes, the agenda is crafted based on what exists before the various votes. Now you've all voted, and so we will craft an agenda that sort of mirrors this agenda that essentially goes through the presentation of the draft report like we did last time. So it won't be broken down by the various advisory committees. It'll just be broken down probably by chapters within the parts.
Okay, so it'll be updated. So 17 and 19 will be changed. Or
And we'll
modified.
provide that to you, obviously, for your approval, your and Vice Chair Dr. Brown's approval as well. I think the questions are in terms of if there are any modules that you want or experts other than the presentation of the draft report. Obviously, we're presenting the draft report. It's not a lot of capacity to add in more new things. So if there are any subject matters that anybody wants specifically discussed other than going through the draft report, do you want to invite witnesses?
Do you want, what, can you say that? What did you say?
Do you want to invite witnesses?
I think there needs to be room to invite witnesses if need be, but maybe not. Oh, Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So assuming the silence means that no one has particular witnesses in mind, I wanted to add possibly an agenda item. I think we have to approve the proposed terms of the curriculum developer contract. So I think that has to be on the agenda. So just to let the task force members know, on March 8th, we will be discussing sort of proposed budget and contract terms with professors Travis Bristol and Tolani Martin, both PhDs at UC Berkeley. And so the Public Education Committee will then be shaping that and then hopefully get it into the basic terms that could be approved for a contract. So that would be on the agenda. Do we need a motion for that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's on the draft, so it's just a matter of reorganizing. The only other item that made me think of in terms of being on the draft that's still under discussion is the report on the Racial Justice Act data from the Research Center report, to the extent you want to provide a report out on your findings and recommendations. If there's no, so in order to agendize new witnesses or anything like that, we would need to get that now. And obviously, again, I'm restating, is a very short turnaround. And so the date to get us witnesses is like Monday. So I don't know that there's any witnesses remaining that we would need to get. We obviously had Sacramento people here at this meeting, so we don't need to be duplicative. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear whether or not we're doing that in the next meeting or reserving the time for the report, which obviously, as you can tell, we used a lot of time on that report today.
Okay, so we don't, because of the quick turnaround, it's not feasible or practical to necessarily invite witnesses for this upcoming meeting, maybe for May 2nd or a later meeting, but I think it's pretty clear that, you know, it's not going to be feasible this time around for March 29th and 30th. Okay. There doesn't need to be a motion for that, but in terms of the next agenda item, for the next meeting, I wanted to potentially entertain a motion to extend public comment for our future hearings. It could look like an additional 30 minutes. It could look like an hour in the morning, an hour after lunch.
But I do think these next remaining meetings, community input is more important than ever. We're in the middle of the development stage. And so we're not, going to be hearing from witnesses per se that much as we have in the past, which means we need to hear more from the community. And so I wanted to, I think Senator Bradford mentioned this too in the break around the idea of extending the public comment period for the remaining meetings. That would need to be agendized and voted on.
Madam Chair, you and Dr. Brown approved the agenda, so we can send a draft and if you want to adjust some of the time frames within that, that would be acceptable.
That easy. All right, sounds good to me. Okay, so I think the agenda is set for our next meeting with the modifications as we just discussed. I will now turn to, we have to vote actually, because it's listed as an action item. So we would have to vote to approve the agenda. Parliamentarian Johnson? Parliamentarian Johnson? Oh,
Sorry, we're discussing whether a vote is necessary.
oh
One second.
okay.
Okay, we do not need a motion. We're just going to we want to make it notice of the public here, and then they'll get notice when the agenda is posted that public comment will be extended. That we're good.
And about approving the next meeting agenda. On the agenda, it's listed as an action item. So we need to entertain a motion to approve the next meeting agenda, correct or no? Parliamentarian Johnson? Yes. Okay. So is there a motion? Actually, I'll just do it. I'll introduce the motion. I move to approve the next meeting agenda with the modifications that we just discussed. Is there a second? It's been properly moved by myself and properly seconded.
Do you need a motion? I didn't know you were going to make the motion. So I would entertain a motion for that.
I move that we.
Thank you.
It has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that we approve the meeting agenda for the March 29th and 30th hearing with the modifications that we discussed, which include, but are not limited to, we're not inviting any witnesses. We will be extending public comment, and items 17 and 19 will be modified in light of the work that has been completed by the advisory committees thus far. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
I will call the roll now for the vote to approve the agenda with the modifications regarding the time of the public meeting and the substance. Chair Moore?
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 7 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 7 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions, and thus the ayes have it, and the motion carries. The second to last item on the agenda is item number 24, unfinished business. 30, unfinished business. So the next item on the agenda is task force member closing remarks and meeting adjourned. Thank you all for coming. We'll see you at our 14th and 6th in-person hearing in a few weeks, March 29th and 30th in Sacramento.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Before you, I know you were right about to, I just wanted to acknowledge Senator Bradford and his staff for hosting this meeting and providing refreshment for the task force and the DOJ staff, and as always to the DOJ staff for their administration. We appreciate that.
And thank you to the public as well.
Nick just said June.